No, you'd arrived. No one told us you were expected today. I wasn't. Oh, well, welcome home. Her tone was as false as her laugh. I'll tell Mama and Daddy they've just finished breakfast, and I know they'll want to welcome you themselves. Webb's eyebrows lifted sardonically. Is that so? I'll get them, she said, and fled. About the bag. Webb leaned back in the chair and swiveled so he was facing Lucinda, who was still on the sofa. Where do I put it? Wherever you want, Lucinda firmly replied. Your old suite has been completely redecorated. Corliss has taken it over, but if you want it, she can move into another room. He rejected the offer with a slight shake of his head. I suppose Gloria and Harlan have one of the other suites, and Lynette and Greg the fourth one. He slanted an unreadable look at Roanna. You, of course, are still in your old room on the back. He seemed to disapprove of that, but Roanna couldn't imagine why. Left uncertain of what to say, she said nothing. And Brock has one of the regular bedrooms on the left side, Lucinda said, confirming his supposition. It isn't a problem, though. I've been considering what can be done, and it would be a simple matter to connect two of the remaining bedrooms by opening a door between them, and converting one of the rooms into a sitting room. The remodeling could be done within a week. That isn't necessary. I'll take one of the bedrooms on the back. The one next to Roanna will do fine. It still has a king-size bed, doesn't it? All of the rooms have king beds now, except Roanna's. He gave her a hooded look. Don't you like big beds? The motel bed where they'd made love had been a double. It should have been too small for the two of them, but when one person was lying on top of the other, it reduced the need for space. Roanna barely controlled a blush. I don't need anything bigger. She glanced at her watch and gratefully got to her feet when she saw the time. I have to go to the county commissioner's meeting. Then I'm having lunch with the hospital administrator in Florence. I'll be back by 3. She leaned over to kiss the wrinkled cheek Lucinda presented to her. Drive carefully, Lucinda said, as she always did. I will. There was an element of escape in her departure, and from the way Webb was looking at her, she was sure he'd noticed it as well. After lunch, Webb and Lucinda returned to the study. He had endured Gloria and Harlan's effusive, embarrassingly false welcomes, ignored Corliss's sulky bad manners, and been fussed over by Tansy and Bessie. It was plain as hell that only Roanna and Lucinda had wanted him back. The rest of his family obviously wished he'd stayed in Arizona. The reason for that was pretty plain, too. They'd been mooching off Lucinda for years and were afraid he'd boot them out on their asses. It was a thought. Oh, not Gloria and Harlan. As much as he knew he'd dislike having them around, they were in their 70s, and the reasons he'd given Roanna 10 years ago for their moving in were even more valid now. But as for the others, he didn't plan to do anything right away. He didn't know the details of their individual situations, and it was a lot easier to get his facts straight before he acted than it would be to repair the damage done by a wrong decision. I suppose you want to have your say, Lucinda said crisply, taking her seat on the sofa. God knows you deserve it. This is your chance to get it off your chest, so go to it. I'll sit here, listen, and keep my mouth shut. She was as indomitable as ever in spirit, he thought, but dangerously frail. When she'd hugged him, he'd felt the fragility of her brittle bones, seen the crepey thinness of her skin. Her color wasn't good, and her energy level was low. He'd known from his letters from Yvonne that Lucinda's health wasn't good these days, but he hadn't realized the imminence of her death. It was a matter of months. He doubted she would even see spring. She'd been a cornerstone of his life. She had let him down when he'd needed her, but now she was willing to face his ire. It was a measure of her strength that he had tested his budding manhood against her, measured his growth by how well he held his own with her. Damn her. He wasn't ready to let her go. He hitched one hip onto the edge of the desk. I'll get to that, he said evenly, then continued with soft violence. But first I want to know what in hell y'all have done to Roanna. Lucinda sat in silence for a long time, Webb's accusation hovering in the air between them. She stared out the window, looking out over the sweep of sun-drenched land, dotted here and there with the shadows of the fat, fluffy clouds drifting overhead. Davencourt land, as far as she could see. She had always taken comfort in this vista, and she still loved to see it, but now that her life was nearing an end, she was finding other things of far more importance. "I didn't notice at first," she finally said, her gaze still far away. "Jessie's death was... well, we'll talk about that later. I was so preoccupied with my own grief that I didn't notice Roanna until she'd almost drifted away." "Drifted away how?" His tone was hard, sharp. "She nearly died," Lucinda said baldly. Her chin trembled, and she sternly controlled it. "I'd always thought Jessie was the one who so desperately needed to be loved, to make up for her circumstances. I didn't see that Roanna needed love even more, but she didn't demand it the way Jessie did. Strange, isn't it? I loved Jessie from the cradle, but she would never have helped me the way Roanna has, or become as important to me. Roanna's more than my right hand. These past few years I couldn't have managed without her." Webb waved all of that away, focusing on the one statement that had his attention. "How did she nearly die?" The thought of Roanna dying shocked him to the bone, and he felt a cold sense of dread when he remembered her guilty, miserable expression the day of Jessie's funeral. She hadn't tried to kill herself, had she? She stopped eating. She never ate much anyway, so I didn't notice for a long time, almost too long. Everything was so disrupted. There were seldom any routine meals, and I suppose I thought she was snacking at odd hours the way we all were. She stayed in her room a lot, too. She didn't do it deliberately," Lucinda explained softly. "She just lost interest. When you left, she totally withdrew. She blames herself for everything, you know." "Why?" Webb asked. Roanna had told him she hadn't deliberately caused trouble, but maybe she really had, and confessed to Lucinda. "It was a long time before she could talk about it. But several years ago she told me what happened in the kitchen, that she caught you by surprise when she impulsively kissed you. She didn't know Jessie was coming down, and of course it was just like Jessie to make a huge scene. But to Roanna's way of thinking, she caused all the trouble with that kiss. If she hadn't kissed you, you and Jessie wouldn't have argued, you wouldn't have been blamed for Jessie's death, and you wouldn't have left town. With you gone..." Lucinda shook her head. "She always loved you so much. We laughed about it when she was little, thought it was hero worship and puppy love, but it wasn't, was it?" "I don't know. But he did," he thought. Roanna had never had any self-protection where he was concerned. Hell, she'd never been good at any kind of subterfuge. Her feelings had been right out in the open, her pride as totally vulnerable as her heart. Her adoration had always been there, like a piece of sunshine in his life, and he depended on its being there, though he seldom paid much attention to it. Like the sunshine, it was something he'd taken for granted. That was why he'd been so damn mad when he thought she had betrayed him just to get back at Jessie. Lucinda gave him a shrewd look that told him she wasn't taken in by his denial. "After David and Karen died, you and I became the centerposts of Roanna's life. She needed our love and support, but for the most part we didn't give it to her. No, let me rephrase that, because most of the blame is mine. I didn't give her my love and support. As long as you were here to love her, though, she got by. When you left, there was no one here for her, and she gave up. She was almost gone before I noticed," Lucinda said sadly. A tear rolled down her wrinkled cheek, and she wiped it away. "She was down to 80 pounds. 80 pounds. She's 5'7". She should weigh at least 130. I can't describe to you how pitiful she looked. But one day I saw her, really saw her, and realized that I had to do something or I'd lose her too." Webb couldn't say anything. He stood up and walked over to the window, his fists jammed deep into his pockets. His shoulders were rigid as he stood with his back to Lucinda, and it was hard for him to breathe. Waves of panic washed over him. My God! She'd almost died, and he hadn't known anything about it. Just saying you need to eat wouldn't have done the trick, Lucinda continued, the words spilling out of her as if she'd held them in for too long, and she had to share the pain. She needed a reason for living, something to hold on to. So I told her I needed her help. She stopped and swallowed hard before resuming. No one had ever said they needed her. I hadn't realized... Anyway, I told her I couldn't manage without her, that everything was too much for me to handle by myself. I didn't realize how true that was, Lucinda said wryly. She pulled herself back. It was a long fight, and for a while I was terrified that I'd left it too late, but she did it. It was a year before her health recovered enough that she could go to college, a year before she stopped waking us up at night with her screams. Screams? Webb asked. Nightmares? About Jessie. Lucinda's voice was soft, shredded with pain. She found her, you know. And that was the way she screamed, the same sound, as if she'd just walked in and stepped in Jessie's blood. The words trembled, then firmed, as if Lucinda wouldn't allow that weakness in herself. The nightmares developed into insomnia, as if staying awake was the only way she could escape them. She still suffers from it, and some nights she doesn't sleep at all. She catnaps for the most part. If you see her dozing during the day, whatever you do, don't wake her up, because that's probably the only sleep she's had. I've made it a rule that no one wakes her, for any reason. Corliss is the only one who does. She'll drop something, or let a door slam, and she always pretends it's an accident. Webb turned from the window. His eyes were like green frost. She might do it once more, but that'll be the last time, he said flatly. Lucinda gave a faint smile. Good. I hate to say it of my own family, but Corliss has a mean, trashy streak in her. It'll be good for Roanna, having you here again. But he hadn't been here when she needed him most, Webb thought. He'd walked out, leaving her to face the horror and the nightmares alone. What was it Lucinda had said? Roanna had stepped in Jessie's blood. He hadn't known, hadn't thought about the strain she must have been under. His wife had been murdered, and he'd been accused of the crime. He'd been undergoing his own crisis, and he'd assigned her stress to guilt. He should have known better, because he'd been closer to Roanna than anyone else. He remembered the way she had ignored the united condemnation of the town, and slipped her little hand into his at Jessie's funeral to give him comfort and support. Considering the wild tales that had been going around about Jessie catching him screwing Roanna, it had taken a great deal of courage for her to approach him. But she'd done it, not counting the cost to her reputation, because she'd thought he needed her. Instead of squeezing her hand, doing any little thing at all to show his trust in her, he'd rebuffed her. She'd been there for him, but he hadn't been there for her. She had survived, but at what cost? I didn't recognize her at first, he mused, almost absently. His gaze never left Lucinda's. It isn't just that she's older. She's all shut down inside. That was how she coped. She's stronger. I think it frightened her when she realized how weak and ill she had become. She's never let herself get in that condition again. But she coped by shutting everything out and holding herself in. It's as if she's afraid to feel too much, so she doesn't let herself feel anything. I can't reach her, and God knows I've tried, but that's my fault too. Lucinda squared her shoulders, as if settling an old burden, one she had become so used to that she seldom noticed it now. When she found Jessie and screamed, we all went running into the bedroom and found her standing over the body. Gloria jumped at the conclusion that Roanna had killed Jessie, and that's what she and Harlan told the sheriff. Booley had a deputy guarding her while he checked it out. We were all on one side of the room, and Roanna was on the other, all by herself except for the deputy. I'll never forget the way she looked at us, as if we had walked up and stabbed her. I should have gone to her, the way I should have gone to you, but I didn't. She hasn't called me grandmother since," Lucinda said softly. "I can't reach her. She goes through the motions, but she doesn't even care about Davencourt. When I told her I was going to change my will to benefit you if she could get you to come home, she didn't even blink. I wanted her to argue, to get angry, to care, but she doesn't." The incomprehensibility of it rang in Lucinda's voice, for how could anyone not care about her beloved Davencourt? Then she sighed. "Do you remember how she was always like a wind-up toy that never wound down, running up and down the stairs, banging doors, yelling? I swear she had no sense of decorum at all. Well, now I'd give anything to see her skip, just once. She was always saying the wrong thing at the wrong time, and now she hardly talks at all. It's impossible to tell what she's thinking." "Does she laugh?" he asked in a rough tone. He missed her laughter, the infectious giggle when she was up to some mischief, the belly laughs when he told her jokes, the joyous chuckle as she watched foals romping in the pastures. Lucinda's eyes were sad. No, she almost never smiles, and she doesn't laugh at all. She hasn't laughed in 10 years. Chapter 13. Roanna glanced at her watch. The county commissioners' meeting was taking longer than usual, and she would have to leave soon or be late for her lunch in Florence. The Davenports had no official authority in county matters, but it was almost traditional that a family representative attend the meetings. Davenport support, or lack of it, often meant life or death to county projects. When Roanna had first begun attending the meetings in Lucinda's stead, she had been largely ignored, or at best treated to a figurative pat on the head. She had merely listened and reported to Lucinda. To a large degree that was still what she did. But Lucinda, when she had taken action on the matters that interested her, had made a point of saying, "Roanna thinks," or "Roanna's impression was," and soon the commissioners had realized that they had better pay attention to the solemn young woman who seldom spoke. Lucinda hadn't lied. Roanna did relay her thoughts and impressions. She had always been observant, but so active that she often missed details, much as a speeder can see a highway sign, but pass it too fast to read the message. Now Roanna was still and silent, and her brown eyes roamed from face to face, absorbing nuances of expression, tones, reactions. All of this went straight back to Lucinda, who then made her decisions based on Roanna's impressions. Now that Webb had returned, he would be attending the meetings, just as he had used to do. This was likely the last time she would be sitting here, listening and assessing, another place where her usefulness was at an end. In some distant part of her psyche she was aware of hurt and fear, but she refused to allow them to surface. The meeting was finally dawdling to an end. She checked her watch once again and saw that she had perhaps 5 minutes before she had to leave or be late. Normally she took the time to chat with everyone, but today she had time only for a quick word with the commissioner. He was coming toward her, a short, stocky, balding man with a deeply lined face. The creases rearranged themselves into a smile as he approached her in her usual position close to the back of the room. "How are you today, Roanna?" "Fine, thank you, Chet," Roanna replied, thinking that she might as well tell him about Webb's return. "And you?" "Can't complain. Well, I could, but my wife tells me no one's interested in listening." He laughed at his own joke, his eyes twinkling. "And how's Miss Lucinda feeling?" "Much better now that Webb's home," she said calmly. He gaped at her in astonishment, and for a second dismay was written plainly on his face. He blurted, "My God! What are y'all going to do?" before the rest of her statement sank in, and he realized that commiseration wasn't appropriate. He turned beet red and started to sputter in his attempt to retrench. That is—" Roanna lifted her hand to stop his verbal stumbling. "He'll be taking up the reins again, of course," she said, as if Webb's return was the most natural thing in the world. "It will take him a few weeks to review everything, but I'm certain he'll be contacting you soon." The commissioner sucked in a deep breath. He looked faintly ill, but he had recovered his composure. Roanna, I don't think that's such a good idea. You've been handling things just fine for Miss Lucinda, and folks around here will be more comfortable with you." Roanna's eyes were very clear and direct. "Webb is taking over again," she said softly. "It would distress Lucinda if anyone chose not to do business with us, but of course that's their choice." His windpipe bobbed as he swallowed. Roanna had just made it very plain that anyone who didn't accept Webb would find themselves without Davenport's support or patronization. She never got angry, never yelled, never insisted on a point, and seldom even voiced an opinion. But folks in the county had learned not to discount the influence this somber-eyed woman had with Lucinda Davenport. Moreover, most people liked Roanna. It was as simple as that. No one would want an open rift with the Davenports. "This will probably be the last monthly meeting that I'll attend," she continued. "Don't be too sure of that," a deep, lazy voice said from the doorway just behind her. Startled, Roanna turned to face Webb as he stepped into the room. "What?" she said. What was he doing here? He hadn't even changed clothes. Had he been so afraid she would mess up something that he'd rushed down to the commissioners' meeting without even taking the time to unpack? "Hello, Chet," Webb was saying easily, holding out his hand to the commissioner. The commissioner's face turned red. He hesitated. Then his politician's instincts took over, and he shook Webb's hand. "Webb, speak of the devil, Roanna was just telling me you were back at Davencourt. You're looking good, real good." "Thanks. You're looking prosperous yourself." Chet patted his belly and gave a hearty laugh. "Too prosperous. Willadine says I'm on a seafood diet. I eat everything I see." People milling about in the room had noticed Webb, and an agitated buzz was growing in volume. Roanna glanced at Webb, and the glint in his green eyes told her that he was well aware of the stir his presence was causing, and wasn't the least concerned about it. "Don't think you're off the hook," he said to Roanna, turning a smile on her. "Just because I'm home doesn't mean you get to goof off from now on. We'll probably come to the meetings together." Despite her shock, Roanna nodded gravely. Webb looked at his watch. "Don't you have a lunch engagement in Florence? You're going to be late if you don't hurry." "I'm on my way. Bye, Chet." "See you at the next meeting," the commissioner said, still in that falsely jovial tone as she maneuvered past him and into the hallway. "I'll walk you to your car." Webb nodded at the commissioner and turned to fall into step with Roanna. She was acutely aware of him just at her elbow as they walked down the hall. His tall form easily dominated her, even though she was wearing high heels. She didn't know what to think about what had just happened, so she didn't let herself jump to any conclusions. Maybe he truly intended they should work together. Maybe he'd just been saying that to smooth the way. Only time would tell, and she wouldn't let herself hope. If she didn't hope, then she couldn't be disappointed. A wave of double-takes followed them down the hall as people recognized Webb and turned to stare. Roanna walked faster, wanting to get out of the building before a confrontation could develop. She reached the end of the hall, and Webb's arm extended in front of her to open the door. She felt the brush of his body against her back. They exited into the glare and sticky humidity of the hot summer morning. Roanna fished her keys out of her purse and slipped her sunglasses on her nose. "What made you come to town?" she asked. "I wasn't expecting you." "I figured now was as good a time to break the ice as any." His long legs easily kept up with her hurried pace. "Slow down. It's too hot for a race." Obediently, she slacked her pace. Her car was parked close to the end of a row, and if she hurried all that distance, she would be drenched in sweat by the time she got to it. "Were you serious about the meetings?" she asked. "Dead serious." He had put on his own sunglasses, and the dark lenses kept her from reading his expression. "Lucinda has been singing your praises. You already know what's going on, so I'd be a fool if I didn't use you." One thing Webb wasn't, particularly where business was concerned, was a fool. Roanna felt a wave of dizziness at the thought of actually working with him. She had been prepared for anything, she'd thought, from being ignored to being evicted, but she hadn't considered that he would want her help. They reached her car, and Webb plucked the keys from her hand. He unlocked the door and opened it, then handed the keys back. She waited a moment for the wave of pent-up heat in the car to dissipate, then slipped behind the wheel. "Be careful," he said, and closed the door. Roanna glanced in the rearview mirror as she pulled out of the parking lot. He was striding back toward the building. Perhaps he was parked up that way, or he was going back inside. She let her gaze move hungrily over that wide, muscled back and long legs, just for a second's delight. Then she forced her attention back to her driving and merged into traffic. Webb unlocked his own car and got inside. The impulse that had sent him into town had been a simple one, but strong. He had wanted to see Roanna. That was all. Just see her. After the disturbing things Lucinda had told him, the old protective instincts had taken over, and he'd wanted to see for himself that she was all right. She was, of course, more than all right. He had seen for himself how deftly she had handled Chet Forrester, her composure unruffled by the commissioner's opposition, and on Webb's own behalf. Now he understood exactly what Lucinda had been telling him when she'd said Roanna was stronger, that she'd changed. Roanna no longer needed him to fight her battles. The realization left him feeling oddly bereft. He should have been glad, for her sake. The young Roanna had been so painfully vulnerable, an easy target for anyone who wanted to take a verbal potshot at her tender emotions. He had constantly been stepping in to shield her, and his reward had been her unflagging adoration. Now she had forged her own armor. She was cool and self-contained, almost emotionless, keeping people at a distance so their slings and arrows couldn't reach her. She had paid for that armor with pain and despair, almost with her own life, but the steel was strong. She still suffered, in the form of insomnia and nightmares when she did manage to sleep, but she handled her own problems now. When he had walked into Davencourt today and seen her standing there on the stairs, wearing that elegantly understated silk dress and creamy pearls, with her dark chestnut hair and a sleek, sophisticated style, he had been rendered almost speechless at the contrast between the rowdy, untidy girl she had been and the classy, classic woman she was now. She was still Roanna, but she was different. When he looked at her now, he didn't see the urchin with the unruly tongue, the awkward teenager. He looked at her and thought of the slender body beneath the silk dress, the texture of her skin that rivaled the dress in luxurious silkiness, the way her nipples had peaked at his slightest touch during those long hours in the motel in Nogales. He had covered her naked body with his own, pulled her legs wide open, and taken her virginity. Even now, sitting in the contained, roasting heat of the car, he shivered with the power of the memory. God, he remembered every little detail, how it had felt pushing into her, the hot, soft tightness of her body as he sheathed himself inside her. He remembered how delicate she had felt beneath him, her smaller body dominated by his size, his weight, his strength. He had wanted to cradle her in his arms, protect her, soothe her, pleasure her, everything but stop. There was no way he could have stopped. Those memories had been driving him crazy for the past 10 days, depriving him of sleep, interrupting his work. When he'd seen her again today, he had been shaken by a wave of pure possessiveness. She was his, and he wanted her. He wanted her so much that his hands had started shaking. It had taken all of his self-control not to climb the stairs to where she stood, take her arm, and march her the rest of the way upstairs to one of the bedrooms, any bedroom, where he could lift her skirt and bury himself inside her once more. He had restrained himself for one reason, and one reason only. Roanna had carefully built her inner fortress, but every fortress had a weakness, and he knew exactly what her weakness was. Him. She could protect herself against everyone but him. She hadn't tried to hide it or deny it. She had told him with devastating honesty that all he had to do was snap his fingers and she would come running. She would have gone up those stairs with him and let him do anything he wanted to her. Webb drummed his fingers on the hot steering wheel. It seemed there was one more dragon Roanna needed him to fight, and that was his own sexual desire for her. He had told her that he would come home if she would let him use her sexually, and she hadn't hesitated. If that was what he wanted, then she would do it. If he needed a sexual outlet, she would be available. She would do it for Lucinda, for Davencourt, for him. But what about herself? He knew he could walk into Roanna's bedroom at any time and have her, and the temptation was already eating at him. But he didn't want Roanna to give herself to him out of guilt or duty, or even because of her misguided hero worship. He was no hero, damn it. He was a man. He wanted her to want him as a man, male to her female. If she slipped into his bed merely because she was horny and wanted the relief he could give her, he would be delighted even by that, because it was simple and uncomplicated by other people's motives, or even her own. God, what about his own motives? Sweat dripped into his eye, stinging, and with a muffled curse he turned the ignition switch, starting the motor so the air conditioner would blast into life. He was going to give himself a heat stroke, sitting in a closed car in the middle of summer while he tried to sort through a tangle of emotions. He loved Roanna. He'd loved her all her life, but as a sister, with an amused, protective indulgence. He hadn't been prepared for the force and heat of the physical desire that had flared when she had thrown her arms around his neck and kissed him 10 long years ago. It had come from nowhere, like swirling gases that had been compressed until they reached critical mass, then exploded into a white-hot star. It had shaken him, made him feel guilty. Everything about it had felt wrong. She'd been too young. He'd always thought of her as a sister. He'd been married, for God's sake. The guilt in that situation had been all his. Even though his marriage had been collapsing, he had still been married. He'd been the experienced one. He should have gently turned the kiss into a gesture of impulsive affection, something that wouldn't have embarrassed her. Instead, he'd pulled her tighter and turned the kiss into something quite different. A deeper, adult kiss, laden with sexuality. What had happened had been his fault, not Roanna's, but she was still trying to pay the price. Most of the original barriers to a sexual relationship between them were gone. Roanna was a woman now. He wasn't married, and he didn't feel at all brotherly toward her. But other barriers remained. The pressures of family, Roanna's own sense of duty, his pride. He snorted at himself as he put the car in gear. God, yes, let's not forget his male pride. He didn't want her to give herself to him for Davencourt, family, any of those unimportant reasons. He wanted her to lie hot and panting beneath him for no other reason than she wanted him. Nothing else would do. The bastard was back. The news was all over the county and reached the bars that night. Harper Neely shook with rage every time Webb Tallant's name was mentioned. Tallant had gotten away with killing Jessie, and now he was back to start lording it over everyone again as if nothing had ever happened. Oh, that stupid fat-ass sheriff hadn't arrested him, said there wasn't enough evidence for a conviction, but everyone knew he'd been bought off. The Davenports and the Tallants of this world never had to pay for the shit they committed. It was the ordinary people who did time, not the la-di-da rich folks who lived in their big, fancy house and thought the rules didn't apply to them. Webb Tallant had bashed Jessie's head in with an andiron. He still wept when he thought about it. His beautiful Jessie, with her hair all matted with blood and brains, one side of her head flattened. Somehow the bastard had found out about him and Jessie, and killed her for it. Or maybe Tallant found out that the little bun in the oven hadn't been his. Jessie had said she'd handle it, and she was a slick one if he'd ever seen one, but this time she hadn't been slick enough. No one had ever belonged to him the way Jessie had. She'd been wild, that girl, wild and wicked, and it had excited him so much he'd nearly creamed his pants the first time she'd come on to him. She'd been excited, too, her eyes bright and hot. She'd loved the danger of it, the thrill of doing the forbidden. That first time she had been like an animal, clawing and bucking, but she hadn't come. It had taken him a while to figure it out. Jessie had liked to screw for a lot of reasons, but pleasure hadn't been one of them. She'd used her body to mess with men's heads, to gain power over them. She'd fucked him to get back at her son-of-a-bitch husband, to get back at everyone and show them she didn't give a damn. She'd never meant for anyone else to know, but she knew, and that was how she got her rocks off. But once he'd figured it out, he hadn't let her get away with it. Nobody used him, not even Jessie, especially not Jessie. He knew her the way no one else ever had or ever would, because inside she was like him. He started her out with kinky little games, never pushing her too far at once. She'd taken to it like a cat to cream, something even a little more forbidden for her to gloat over when she was sitting up at the big house, acting like a perfect lady and laughing at how easily she fooled everybody, because she'd just spent the afternoon screwing her brains out with the one man guaranteed to make them all piss in their lace drawers. They'd had to be careful. They couldn't go to any local motel, and it wasn't always possible for her to come up with an excuse for being absent and unreachable for several hours at a time. Usually they'd just meet in the woods somewhere. They'd been in the woods when he'd decided he'd had enough of her game playing, and finally showed her who was boss. By the time he'd let her go, she'd been covered with bruises and bites, but she'd come so many times she'd barely been able to sit her horse. She'd complained bitterly about having to be careful and not let anyone see the marks on her body, but her eyes had been shining. He'd fucked her so long and so hard that he'd been pumped dry and she'd been raw, and she had loved it. Always before, women had whined and blubbered when he got rough with them, but not Jessie. She came back for more and dished out her own medicine. He'd gone home with his back clawed bloody more times than once, and every burning wheel had reminded him of her and fed his hunger for more. There'd never been another woman like his girl. She'd come back for more, too, and pushed for rougher and more kinky games, the dirtier the better. They'd gone on to butt-fucking, and that had given her a real thrill. The most forbidden thing she could do with the most forbidden man. Wicked, wicked Jessie. He'd loved her so much. There wasn't a day that had gone by that he hadn't thought about her, missed her. No other woman could turn him on the way she had. That goddamn Webb talent had killed her. Killed both her and the kid. Then he'd waltzed away, free as a jaybird, and left town before he could be made to pay. But he was back. And this time, he was going to pay. He'd have to be careful not to be seen, but he'd sneaked around out at Davencourt enough back when he was meeting Jessie that he knew his way around on the property. It was big enough, hundreds of acres, that he could approach the house from any angle he chose. It had been a while since he'd been there. 10 years, as a matter of fact. He'd have to make sure the old lady hadn't gotten a guard dog and that no alarm system had been installed. He knew there hadn't been one before, because Jessie had tried more than once to talk him into sneaking into her bedroom while her husband was away on a trip. She'd liked the idea of screwing him under her grandmother's roof and in her husband's bed. He'd had sense enough to refuse, but damn, it had been tempting. Assuming there was no alarm system, there were 100 ways to get into that old house. All those doors and windows, it would be child's play. He'd gotten into houses a lot better guarded than Davencourt. The fools probably felt safe, as far out of town as they were. Country folks just never got in the habit of taking the precautions that townspeople did automatically. Oh, yes, Webb talent was going to pay. Chapter 14. I think we'll have a welcome-home party for Webb, Lucinda mused the next day, tapping her teeth with one fingernail. No one would dare not accept, because then I'd know exactly who they were. That way they'd be forced to be polite to him, and it would get all those uncomfortable first meetings over with at the same time. There were moments when Roanna was forcibly reminded that, though Lucinda had married into the Davenport family over 60 years before, and had, in her own mind, thoroughly become a Davenport, if you scratched the surface, you found a talent. The talent were nothing if not strong-willed and audacious. They might not always be right, but it didn't always matter either. Put them on a path and point them at a target, and they rolled over every obstacle you put in their way. Lucinda's goal was to reinstate Webb's standing in the county, and she didn't mind twisting arms to achieve that goal. Belonging to the best circles in the Quad Cities didn't necessarily depend on how much money you had, though it helped. Some families of very modest means were acknowledged as belonging to that select social strata by dint of having an ancestor who had actually fought in the war, and it wasn't either of the world wars that was meant. Some of the younger set actually referred to it as the Civil War, but the more genteel called it the War of Northern Aggression, and the most genteel of all would delicately refer to the late unpleasantness. Business associates would immediately see how things stood with the Davenports, and would treat Webb as if nothing had ever happened. After all, he'd never been arrested, so why should his wife's death be allowed to cut into the bottom line? Those who ruled the social calendar, however, adhered to a stricter standard. Webb would find himself uninvited to the dinners and parties where so much business was discussed, which would be a disadvantage for the Davenport interests. Lucinda cared about the money, but she cared about Webb even more, and she was determined that he wouldn't be shunned. She would invite everyone to her home, and they would come because they were her friends. She was ill, and it might be the last party she ever gave. Leave it to Lucinda to use her own approaching death as a means of getting her way. Her friends might not like it, but they would come. They would also be polite to Webb under his own roof, though it was technically still Lucinda's roof. Everyone would assume that Webb had returned home to claim his inheritance, which he had, so it would soon be his. And having accepted his hospitality, they would then be obliged to extend their own to him. Once that had happened, they would pretend they'd never had any doubts about him at all, and he would be welcome everywhere. After all, you could hardly vilify someone you had invited into your home. That just wasn't done. "Are you out of your mind?" Gloria demanded. "No one will come. We'll be humiliated." "Don't be silly. Of course people will come. They wouldn't dare not to. It went well yesterday with Mr. Whitten, didn't it, Roanna?" "Mr. Whitten lives in Huntsville," Gloria replied, saving Roanna the necessity of a reply. "What would he know?" He knew what happened. That much was obvious from his face. But being an intelligent man, he decided that if we have faith in Webb, then those horrible accusations couldn't be true, which they weren't, Lucinda said firmly. "I agree with Mother," Lynette said. "Think of the embarrassment." "You always agree with her," Lucinda replied, her eyes glittering with the light of battle. She had set her course and wasn't about to be swayed from it. "If you ever disagreed, then your opinion would carry more weight, my dear. Now, if Roanna told me my party was a bad idea, I'd be a lot more likely to listen." Gloria snorted. "As if Roanna ever disagrees with you." "Well, she does, on a regular basis. We seldom see eye to eye on every detail of a business decision. It pains me to admit that she's right more often than not." That wasn't perhaps a blatant lie, Roanna thought, but it wasn't exactly the truth either. She never argued with Lucinda. She occasionally saw things differently, but she would simply present her case and Lucinda would make the final decision. That was a far cry from open disagreement. The three of them turned to her, Lucinda with open triumph, Gloria and Lynette disgruntled at having her opinion valued over theirs. "I think it should be Webb's decision," she said quietly. "He's the one who'll have to be on display." Lucinda scowled. "True. If he isn't willing, there's no point in even talking about it. Why don't you ask him, dear? Maybe you can get his attention off that computer screen for 5 minutes. They had taken a break for lunch and had finished eating, but were now lingering over their iced tea. Webb had requested a couple of sandwiches and coffee while he continued to work. He'd been in the study until 11 the night before, and had gotten up at 6 to resume his reading. Roanna knew because she had been awake at both times, silently curled in her big chair and counting down the hours. It had been a particularly bad night. She hadn't slept at all, and she was so tired now she was afraid she would fall into a deep sleep when she did go to bed. Those were the times when she was most likely to wake up somewhere else in the house and not remember how she'd gotten there. It was Webb's presence that had unsettled her to the point she couldn't even doze. Both she and Lucinda had worked with him last night, going over reports, until Lucinda had become tired and gone to bed. After that, alone with him in the study, Roanna had become increasingly uneasy. Did he prefer not being alone with her after what had happened? Did he think she was pushing herself at him by staying there without Lucinda's buffering presence? After less than an hour, she had excused herself and gone to her room. She'd taken a bath to calm her frazzled nerves, then settled in her chair to read. The words on the page hadn't made sense, though. She couldn't concentrate on them. Webb was in the house. He'd moved his clothes into the room next to hers. Why had he done that? He'd made it plain back in Nogales that he wasn't interested in having an affair with her. There were 3 other bedrooms he could have used, but he'd chosen that one. The only explanation she could think of was that it simply didn't matter to him if she was next door. Her proximity was of no interest one way or the other. She would try to stay out of his way as much as possible, she'd thought. Show him all the current files, answer any questions he had, but otherwise she wouldn't bother him. At 11, she heard him in the room next door, saw the spill of light onto the veranda. She had reached up and turned off her lamp so he wouldn't see her own light and know she was still awake after pleading fatigue an hour and a half before. In the darkness, she had leaned her head back, closed her eyes, and listened to him moving around, picturing in her mind what he was doing. She heard the shower and knew he was naked. Her heart thumped at the thought of his tall, steely-muscled body, and her breasts tightened. She could scarcely believe that she'd actually made love with him, that she'd lost her virginity in a cheap motel room on the Mexican border, and that it was the closest to heaven she was ever likely to get. She thought of the crisp hair on his chest and the tightness of his buttocks. She remembered how his hard, hair-roughened thighs had held her own thighs spread wide, how she had dug her fingers into the deep valley of muscle down the middle of his back. For one wonderful night she'd lain in his arms and known both desire and fulfillment. The shower cut off, and about 10 minutes later the splash of light on the veranda was extinguished. Through her own open veranda doors she had heard the click as he opened his doors to let in the fresh night air. Was he still naked? Did he sleep raw or in his underwear? Maybe he wore pajama bottoms. It struck her as odd that she had lived in the same house with him from age 7 to 17 and didn't know if he wore anything to bed. Then there was silence. Was he in bed, or was he standing there, looking out at the peaceful night? Had he stepped out onto the veranda? He would be barefoot. She wouldn't be able to hear him. Was he standing there even now? Had he glanced to the right and noticed that her doors were open? Finally, her nerves raw, Roanna had crept to the window and peeked out. No one, naked or otherwise, stood on the veranda enjoying the night. As quietly as possible, she had closed her doors and gone back to her chair. Sleep had escaped her, though, and once again she had endured the slow passage of time. "Roanna?" Lucinda prodded, and Roanna realized she'd been sitting there daydreaming. Murmuring a vague apology, Roanna pushed back her chair. She had a meeting at 2 with the organizers of this year's W.C. Handy Festival in August, so she would just stick her head in a study door, ask Webb his opinion of Lucinda's plan, then escape upstairs to change clothes. Perhaps by the time she returned, he would have tired of paperwork, and she wouldn't have to endure another evening of exquisite torture, sitting at his elbow, listening to his deep voice, marveling at the speed with which he assimilated information, in short, reveling in his presence, while at the same time wondering if he thought she was sitting too close, or making too much of every opportunity to bend over him. Even worse, had he wished she would simply go away and get out of his hair? When she opened the door, he looked up inquiringly from the papers in his hand. He was leaned back in his chair, the master of his space, his booted feet propped comfortably on the desk. "I'm sorry," she blurted. "I should have knocked." He stared at her in silence for a long moment, his dark brows drawing together over his nose. "Why?" he finally asked. "This is yours now." Her reply was simply made, without inflection. He took his feet off the desk. "Come in and close the door." She did, but remained standing there by the door. Webb stood and came around the desk, then leaned against the edge of it, with his arms crossed over his chest and his legs stretched out. It was a negligent position. but if his body was relaxed, his gaze was sharp as it raked over her. "You don't ever have to knock on that door," he finally said. "And let's get one thing straight right now. I'm not taking your place. I'm taking Lucinda's. You've done a good job, Ro. I told you yesterday that I'd be a fool if I shut you out of the decision-making process. Maybe you thought you'd get to spend your days with the horses now that I'm back, and you will have more time for yourself, I promise. But you're still needed here, too." Roanna blinked, dazed by this turn of events. Despite what he'd said to her after the commissioners' meeting, she hadn't thought he had really meant it. A part of her had automatically dismissed it as the type of thing Webb had done when she was little, reassuring her to keep her from being upset, pretending that she was important to anything or anyone. She had stopped letting herself believe in fairy tales on the night she had stumbled into a pool of blood. Very likely she had thought she would bring Webb up to speed, and then her usefulness would be at an end. He'd handled everything by himself before. Her mind stopped, startled. No, that wasn't true. He had taken most of the work on his shoulders, but Lucinda had still been involved, and that was before he'd had his property in Arizona to oversee as well. Silent joy spread through her, warming the corners of her heart that had already begun to chill as she prepared herself for being replaced. He really did need her. He'd said she had done a good job, and he'd called her Ro. He was watching her with a sharply intent gaze. "If you don't smile," he said softly, "then I can't tell if you're pleased or not." She stared at him, perplexed, searching his face for a clue to what he really meant. Smile? Why would he want her to smile? "Smile," he prompted. "You remember what a smile is, don't you? The corners of your mouth turn up like this." He pushed the corners of his mouth up with his fingers, demonstrating. "It's what people do when they're happy." "Do you hate paperwork? Is that it? Don't you want to help me?" Tentatively, she stretched the corners of her mouth, curling them upward. It was a hesitant, fleeting little smile, barely forming before it was gone, and she was regarding him solemnly once more. But evidently that was what he'd wanted. "Good," he said, straightening from his relaxed perch on the desk. "Are you ready to get back to work?" "I have a meeting at 2. I'm sorry." "What kind of meeting?" "With the organizers of the Handy Festival." He shrugged, losing interest. Webb wasn't a jazz fan. Roanna remembered why she was there. "Lucinda sent me to ask what you think of having a welcome-home party." He gave a short laugh, immediately realizing the implications. "She's going on the attack, huh? Are Gloria and Lynette trying to talk her out of it?" He didn't seem to need an answer. Either that or her silence was answer enough. He thought it over for all of 5 seconds. "Sure. Why the hell not? I don't give a damn if it makes everyone uncomfortable. I stopped caring 10 years ago what people think of me. If anyone thinks I'm not good enough to deal with them, then I'll take Davencourt's business elsewhere. It's up to them." She nodded and reached for the door handle, slipping out before he could make any more strange demands that she smile. Webb returned to his chair, but he didn't immediately pick up the file he'd been studying before Roanna's entrance. He stared at where she'd been standing, poised like a doe on the verge of fleeing. His chest still hurt as he remembered that pathetic excuse for a smile, and the look almost of fright that had been in her eyes. It was difficult to read her now. She kept so much hidden, and gave so little response to the world around her. It grated at him, because the Roanna he remembered had been as open as anyone he'd ever known. If he wanted to know how she felt about anything now, he had to pay intensely close attention to every nuance of her expression and body language before she managed to stifle them. She had been stunned when he'd told her that he still needed her help. He silently thanked Lucinda for giving him the key to handling Roanna. The idea of anyone needing her got to her faster than anything else, and she couldn't help responding to it. For a split second, he'd seen the wonder, the pure joy that had lit the depths of her eyes, and then it had been so quickly hidden that if he hadn't been deliberately watching her, he wouldn't have seen it at all. He'd lied. He could handle everything without her help, even with the added burden of his properties in Arizona. He thrived on pressure, his energy level seeming to increase with the demands made on his time. But she needed to feel needed, and he needed her to be close by. He wanted her. The phrase beat like a refrain through his mind, his veins, every cell of his body. Want. He hadn't taken her in Nogales out of revenge or because of that damned bargain he'd made with her, or even to keep from hurting her feelings by pulling back after going that far. The simple fact was he'd taken her because he wanted her, and was ruthless enough to use whatever means necessary to get her. The tequila was no excuse, though it had relaxed his control over his more uncivilized instincts. He'd lain awake in his bed last night, thinking of her in the next room, wondering if she was awake, his damned imagination driving him crazy. Knowing that he could have Roanna any time he wanted was more powerful than any chemical aphrodisiac ever discovered or invented. All he had to do was get out of bed and walk out onto the veranda, then slip through the French doors into her room. She had insomnia. She would be awake, watching him come toward her. He could simply get into bed with her, and she would take him into her arms, her body, without question or hesitation. Erotic dreams of that one kiss they'd shared so long ago had haunted his sleep for years. That had been bad enough, but the dreams had been only imagination. Now that he knew exactly how it felt to make love to her, now that reality had taken the place of imagination, the temptation was a constant, gnawing hunger that threatened to shred his self-control. God, she'd been so sweet, so shy, and so damn tight he broke out in a sweat, remembering how it had felt when he'd entered her. He had looked down at her as he made love to her, and watched the expression on her face, watched the delicate pink of her nipples darken with arousal. Even though he'd hurt her, she had clung to him, arching her hips up to take him even deeper. It had been so easy to bring her to climax that he'd been enchanted, wanting to do it time and again so he could watch her face as she convulsed, feel her body flexing and throbbing around him. The night had been exquisite torture, and he knew he would be fighting the same battle every night, with his frustration growing by the minute. He didn't know how long he could endure it before his self-control broke, but for Roanna's sake he had to try. He'd been back at Davencourt a little over 24 hours, and he'd had a hard-on for what seemed like most of that time, certainly for the hours he'd spent in her company. If she'd seemed even the least inclined to flirt with him, in any way signal that she wanted him to, he probably couldn't have withstood the temptation. But Roanna seemed totally unaware of him as a man, despite the hours they had spent in bed together. The idea was infuriating, but it seemed likely that she had indeed slept with him just to get him to come back to Davencourt. Even that thought, instead of dampening his ardor, only intensified it. He wanted to toss her over his shoulder and carry her away for some hot, lazy sex on a sun-drenched bed, prove to her that she wanted him, that Davencourt and Lucinda had nothing to do with it. The fact was, where Roanna was concerned, his sexual instincts were so damn primitive he expected to start grunting and swinging clubs any minute now. And that was after only one day. The grudge he'd held against her all those years was gone. Maybe it had been destroyed during the night they'd spent together, and he just hadn't noticed it at the time. Habit was a powerful thing. You got so used to something that you expected it to be there even when it wasn't. If any vestige had been left, she had demolished it the next morning with her quiet dignity and the utter defenselessness with which she had said, "All you had to do was snap your fingers, and I'd have come running." Not many women would have laid themselves on the line like that. None that he knew, in fact, except for Roanna. He'd been staggered by the courage it had taken for her to say that, knowing what a weapon she had put in his hands if he'd been inclined to use it. He wasn't. He lifted his hand and snapped his fingers, watching the motion. Like that. He could have her just like that. He wanted her. God knows he wanted her so much he ached. But what he wanted more than anything, even more than he wanted to make love to her, was to see her smile again. By the time she drove home late that afternoon, Roanna was aching with fatigue. She usually found organizational meetings deadly dull anyway, and this one had dragged on with hours of debate on insignificant details. As usual, she had sat quietly, though this time she had been concentrating more on holding her head upright and her eyes open than she had been on what people were saying. By the time she turned south onto Highway 43, the sun and heat were almost more than she could fight. She blinked drowsily, glad that she was so close to home. It was almost time for supper, but she planned to lie down for a nap instead. She could eat whenever she chose, but sleep was a lot harder to achieve and far more precious. She made a right turn off the highway onto a secondary road, and a mile or so after that she turned left onto Davencourt's private road. If she hadn't been so sleepy, she would have been driving faster, and she might have missed the blur of motion in her peripheral vision. She slowed even more, turning her head to see what had caught her attention. At first she saw only the horse, plunging and rearing, and her first thought was that it had lost its rider and bolted, and now the trailing reins were caught on some underbrush. She forgot her tiredness as urgency flooded her muscles. She slammed on the brakes, shoved the gear shift into park, and jumped out of the car, leaving the motor running and the door open. She could hear the horse's squeals of fear and pain as it reared again. Roanna didn't think about her expensive shoes or her silk dress. She didn't think of anything except reaching the horse before it hurt itself. She leaped the shallow ditch on the opposite side of the road, then ran awkwardly across the small field toward the trees, her high heels sinking into the earth with each step. She plunged through knee-high weeds that stung her legs, snagged her hosiery on some green briars, turned her ankle when she stepped in a hole. She ignored all of that as she ran as fast as she could, intent only on getting to the horse. Then the horse sidled sideways, and she saw the man. She hadn't noticed him before, because he'd been on the other side of the horse, and the undergrowth had partially blocked her view. The horse's reins weren't caught on anything. The man was holding them in one fist, and in the other fist he held a small tree limb that he was using to beat the horse. Fury roared through her, pumping strength into her muscles. She heard herself yell, saw the man look in her direction with a startled expression on his face. Then she surged through the undergrowth and threw her weight against him, knocking him to the side. She couldn't have done it if he'd been expecting it, and braced himself, but she caught him by surprise. "Stop it!" she stormed, placing herself between him and the frightened horse. "Don't you dare hit this animal again!" He regained his balance and swung toward her, gripping the limb as if he would use it on her. Roanna registered the danger in his face, the venomous anger in his eyes, but she stood her ground. Her detachment didn't include standing by and watching any animal in general, but horses in particular, being abused. She braced herself, waiting for him to swing at her. If she charged him, she could get inside the blow and maybe knock him off balance again. If she could, she wouldn't waste any more time, but get on the horse and get away from him as fast as she could. His eyes were a hot electric blue as he advanced a step toward her, his arm drawn back, ready to strike. His face was dark red, his lips drawn back over his teeth in a snarl. "You damn little bitch." "Who are you?" Roanna demanded, taking a half-step toward him herself to show that she wasn't afraid. It was a bluff. She was suddenly very much afraid, but the anger inside her was still so strong she stood her ground. "What are you doing on our land?" Maybe he thought better of hitting her. For whatever reason, he halted, though he was slow to let his arm drop. He stood a few feet away, breathing hard and glaring at her. "Who are you?" she demanded again. Something about him was eerily familiar, as if she'd seen that expression before. But she knew she'd never seen him before, and she thought she would remember if she had, because those vivid blue eyes and thick shock of gray hair were very distinctive. He was a thickly built man, probably in his 50s, whose wide shoulders and barrel chest gave the impression of an almost brutish strength. What disturbed her the most, though, was the sense almost of evil that emanated from him. No, not evil. It was more impersonal than that. A simple and total lack of conscience or morals. That was it. His eyes, for all their hot color, were cold and flat. Who I am ain't none of your business, he sneered. And neither is what I'm doing. When you do it on Davenport land, it is. Don't you dare hit this horse again, do you hear? It's my horse, and I'll do whatever I damn well please to it. The bastard threw me. Then maybe you should learn how to ride better, she retorted hotly. She turned to catch the dangling reins and murmur soothingly to the horse, then patted its neck. It snorted nervously, but calmed down as she continued to gently stroke it. The horse wasn't a valuable purebred like Lucinda's baby darlings. It was of an indeterminate breed with indifferent formation, but Roanna couldn't see any reason why it should be mistreated. Why don't you just go about your own business, missy, and I'll forget about teaching you some manners. The menacing voice made her whirl. He was closer, and there was a feral look in his expression now. Swiftly Roanna stepped back, maneuvering so that the horse was between her and the man. "Get off our land," she said coldly, "or I'll have you arrested." His heavily sensual mouth twisted in another sneer. "I guess you would. The sheriff's an ass-licker, especially when it comes to a Davenport ass. It wouldn't make any difference to you that I didn't know I was on your precious property, would it?" "Not when you're beating your horse," Roanna replied, her tone still cold. "Now leave." He smirked. "I can't. You're holding my horse." Roanna dropped the reins and took another cautious step back. "There. Now get off our property. And if I ever see you mistreating an animal again, I'll have you brought up on charges of cruelty. Maybe I don't know your name, but I can describe you. And probably not too many people look the way you do." None that she knew of. His eyes were very distinctive. He turned dark with temper again, and violence moved in those eyes, but he evidently thought better once more of what he had been about to do, and merely reached for the reins. He swung himself into the saddle with the minimum of effort that revealed him to be an experienced rider. "I'll see you again some day," he mocked, and dug his heels into the horse's sides. The startled animal leaped forward, brushing by her so closely that its massive shoulder would have knocked her down if she hadn't jumped aside. He rode in the direction of the highway, leaning down to avoid low-hanging branches. He was out of sight in only a moment, though it took longer than that for the thud of the horse's hooves to fade from her hearing. Roanna made her way over to a sturdy oak and leaned against it, closing her eyes and shaking. That had been one of the most foolish, foolhardy things she'd ever done. She had been extremely lucky, and she knew it. That man could have seriously hurt her, raped her, maybe even killed her, anything. She had charged headlong into a dangerous situation without stopping to think. Such impulsiveness had been the main cause of trouble in her childhood, and had been the trigger for the tragedy of Jessie's death and Webb's leaving. She had thought that the reckless streak had been destroyed forever, but now she found to her distress that it still lurked deep inside, ready to leap to the fore. She probably would have found it before if anything had made her angry. But horses weren't abused at Davencourt, and it had been a long time since she had allowed herself to care about much of anything at all. Webb had been gone, and the endless procession of days had all been flat and dreary. She was still shaking in the aftermath of fear and rage, and her legs wobbled beneath her. She drew in deep breaths, trying to will herself to calmness. She couldn't go home like this, with her self-control so paper-thin. Anyone who saw her would know that something had happened, and she didn't want to rehash the whole thing and listen to the recriminations. She knew she'd been stupid, and lucky. But more than that, she didn't want anyone to see the break in her composure. She was embarrassed and terrified by this unexpected vulnerability. She had to protect herself better than that. She couldn't do anything about her permanent weakness where Webb was concerned, but neither could her internal wall withstand any additional weaknesses. When her legs felt steady enough, she left the woods and waded back across the field of weeds, this time taking care to avoid the briars. Her right ankle twinged with pain, reminding her that she had twisted it. When she reached her car, she sat down sideways in the driver's seat with her legs outside. Bending down, she took off her shoes and shook the dirt out of them. After a quick look around assured her that there were no cars on the road, she swiftly reached under her skirt and peeled off her shredded pantyhose. She used the ruined garment to wipe off her shoes as best she could, then slipped them back on her bare feet. There were tissues in her purse, She got one, wet it with her tongue, and rubbed at the scratches on her legs until the tiny beads of blood were gone. That and a passage of a brush through her hair was the best she could do. To be on the safe side, however, she would use her old childhood trick of going up the outside stairs to the second floor and circling around to her room. She didn't know who that man was, but she hoped she never saw him again. Chapter 15. It was just like old times, trying to slip into her room without anyone seeing her. Back then, though, she had usually been trying to hide after committing some mischief or social faux pas. The confrontation with that unknown brute was far more serious. There was also the difference that now she was mature enough to admit her foolishness, rather than tell whoppers to try to hide it. She wouldn't lie if asked, but still she had no intention of blurting out what had happened. Roanna made it into her room without incident. Quickly she stripped and stepped into the shower, wincing as the water stung the scratches on her legs. After thoroughly washing, the best protection against any possible encounter with poison ivy that might have been lurking in the weeds and among the trees, she dabbed the scratches with an antiseptic, then followed that with a soothing application of pure aloe gel. The stinging stopped almost immediately, and without that constant reminder of the unsettling encounter, her nerves began to calm. A few flips of the brush restored her hair to order, and 3 minutes spent applying an array of cosmetics hid any lingering sign of upset. Roanna stared in the mirror at the sophisticated reflection. Sometimes she was surprised by the image that looked back, as if it wasn't really her. Thank God for her sorority sisters, she thought. Most of the passages of her life had been marked by loss. The death of her parents, Jessie's murder, Webb's departure. College had been one passage, however, that had been good, and the credit for that belonged solely to those drawling, sharp-eyed, and saber-tongued young women who had taken the misfit under their protection and used their expertise in things social and cosmetic to turn her into an acceptable debutante. Funny how the competent application of mascara had translated itself into a smidgen of self-confidence, how the mastering of a graceful dance step had somehow untied her tongue and allowed her to carry on a social conversation. She slipped the wires of plain gold hoops into her pierced ears, turning her head to check her appearance. She liked the way they looked, the way the ends of her slightly, purposely tousled hair curled through the hoops, as if her hair had been specifically cut to do so. That was another thing the sorority sisters had taught her, how to appreciate certain things about her own appearance. The greatest gift they had given her was constructed out of the small accomplishments of learning to dance, to apply makeup, to dress well, to function socially. The foundation had taken shape so slowly that she hadn't noticed it, a brick going into place every so often, but now it was suddenly large enough for her to see it, and she was puzzled by it. Self-confidence. How she had always envied people who had it. Webb and Lucinda both had dynamic, aggressive self-confidence, the type that founded nations and built empires. Gloria was frequently blind to anything but herself, but certain in any case that she knew better than anyone else. Jessie's self-confidence had been monumental. Loyal was confident in his dealings with the animals in his care, and Tansy ruled the kitchen. Even the mechanics at the dealership where she'd bought her car were certain of their ability to fix any mechanical problem. That slow-forming structure was her own self-confidence. The realization made her eyes widen with mild surprise. She was sure of herself when it came to horses. That had always been true. She'd had the self-confidence, or pure foolhardiness, to confront that awful man in the woods today and force him to stop mistreating that horse. The sheer force of shock and anger had propelled her into action. A spirit she hadn't realized still lived inside her. The horse had been the catalyst, of course. She loved the animals so much, and it had always sent her into pure rage to see any one of them mistreated. Even so, her own actions shocked her, bringing her face to face with a part of herself she had thought long dead, or at least safely dormant. She no longer threw temper tantrums or insisted on having her way about things, but she did make her opinions known when it suited her. She kept a great deal of herself private, but that was her own decision, her own way of dealing with heartbreak and keeping pain at bay. She protected herself by not letting herself care, or at least not letting anyone know that she cared, and most of the time the appearance of indifference was enough. She continued staring into the mirror at the face she knew so well, and yet the things she saw beyond it were new, as if she had just opened a door to a different outlook. People in town treated her with respect, listening when she spoke, however seldom that was. There was even a group of young businesswomen in the Shoals area who regularly invited her for Saturday lunches at Callahan's, not to talk business, but to laugh and joke and be friends. Friends. They didn't ask her to go with them because she was Lucinda's stand-in, or because they wanted to pitch ideas or ask favors of her. They asked her simply because they liked her. She hadn't realized. Roanna's lips parted in surprise. She was so accustomed to thinking of herself as Lucinda's proxy that she hadn't considered she could be invited somewhere on her own account. When had this happened? She thought, but couldn't pinpoint a time. The process had been so gradual that there was no single outstanding incident to mark the occasion. A sense of peace began to glow deep inside. Webb was going to have Davencourt, just as Lucinda had always planned. But the deep-seated fear Roanna had felt at having to leave its sheltering confines began to fade. She would still leave. She loved him so much that she wasn't sure of her own control where he was concerned. If she stayed, she would likely end up creeping into his bed some night and begging him to take her again. She didn't want that. She didn't want to embarrass him, or herself. This newfound sense of worth was too new, too fragile, to survive another devastating rejection. She began to think of where she would go, what she would do. She wanted to stay in the Shoals area, of course. Her roots were generations deep, centuries strong. She had money of her own, inherited from her parents, and she would still inherit part of Lucinda's estate, even though the bulk of it would go to Webb. She could do anything she wanted. The thought was liberating. She wanted to raise and train horses. When Lucinda died, the debt of gratitude that had been incurred when a terrified, grief-stricken 7-year-old had heard her grandmother say that she could come live with her would be paid. It was a debt of love, too, as strong as that of gratitude. It had kept her at her grandmother's side, gradually becoming Lucinda's legs and ears and eyes as her health grew fragile with age. But when Lucinda was gone, and Davencourt safely in Webb's capable hands, Roanna would be free. Free. The word whispered through her, as gossamer as a butterfly's wing when it is newly emerged from the cocoon. She could have her own home, something that was solely hers, and she would never again be dependent on anyone else for the roof over her head. Thanks to Lucinda's training, she now understood investments and finances. She felt confident that she was capable of managing her own money, so that she would always be secure. She would raise her own horses, but that would only be a sideline. She would go into business for herself as a trainer. People would bring their horses to her for schooling. Even Loyal said that he'd never seen anyone better able to gentle a frightened or misused animal, or even one that was just plain cussed. She could do it. She could make a go of it. And for the first time in her life, she would be living for herself. The grandfather clock in the foyer gonged softly, the sound barely audible here at the back of the huge house. Startled, she glanced at her own clock and saw that it was supper time, and she still wasn't dressed. The nap she had planned to take was impossible now, with adrenaline still humming through her veins, so she might as well eat. Hurriedly, she went to her closet and took out the first outfit that came to hand, silk slacks and a matching sleeveless tunic. The pants would hide the scratches on her legs, and that was all she cared about. She knew how to choose flattering and appropriate clothes now, but had never learned to take pleasure in clothing. "I'm sorry I'm late," she said as she entered the dining room. Everyone was already seated. Brock and Corliss were the only ones absent, but then they seldom ate supper at home. Brock spent what time he could with his fiancée, and God only knew where Corliss spent her time. "What time did you get home?" Webb asked. "I didn't hear you come in." His eyes were narrowed on her, just the way he'd looked at her when she was a kid, and he'd caught her trying to slip in unnoticed. "About 5:30, I think." She hadn't noted the exact time because she had still been so upset. "I went straight upstairs to take a shower before supper." "The heat is so sticky, I have to shower twice a day," Lynette agreed. "Greg's company wanted to transfer him to Tampa. Can you imagine how much worse the humidity is down there? I simply couldn't face it." Greg glanced briefly at his wife, then returned his attention to his plate. He was a tall, spare man who seldom spoke, wore his graying hair in a crew cut, and, to Roanna's knowledge, did nothing for fun or relaxation. Greg went to work, came home with more work in his bulging briefcase, and spent the hours between supper and bedtime hunched over paperwork. So far as she knew, he was one of a horde of pencil pushers in middle management. But suddenly she realized that she didn't really know what he did at work. Greg never talked about his job, never related funny stories about his co-workers. He was simply there, a dinghy dragged along in Lynette's wake. "A lateral transfer?" Webb asked, his cool green gaze flicking from Greg to Lynette and back again. "Or a promotion?" "Promotion," Greg said briefly. "But it meant moving," Lynette explained, "and the living expenses would be so much higher that we'd have been losing money on that so-called promotion. He turned it down, of course." Meaning she had flatly refused to move, Roanna thought, as she methodically applied herself to the chore of eating. Living here at Davencourt, they had no housing expenses, and Lynette used the extra money to swan around in the best social circles. If they moved, they would then have to provide their own roof, and Lynette's standard of living would suffer. Greg should have gone and left Lynette to follow or not, Roanna thought. Like herself, he needed to break away from Davencourt and have a place of his own. Maybe Davencourt was too beautiful. It was more than just a house to the people who lived here. It was almost a being in and of itself. They wanted to possess it, and instead it possessed them, holding them captive with the knowledge that, after Davencourt, no other home could be as grand. But she would break away, she promised herself. She had never thought she could possess Davencourt, so she wasn't bound here by envy's chains. Fear had held her here, and duty, and love. The first reason was already gone, and the remaining two would soon follow, and she would be free. After supper, Webb said to Lucinda, "If you aren't too tired, I want to talk to you about an investment I've been considering." "Of course," she said, and they walked together to the dining-room door. Roanna remained at the table, her expression blank. She forked up one last bite of the strawberry shortcake Tansy had served for dessert, forcing herself to eat that one even though she wanted it no more than she had the ones preceding it. Webb paused at the door and looked around, a slight frown pulling his dark brows together as if he'd just realized she wasn't with them. "Aren't you coming?" Silently she got up and followed them, wondering if he'd really expected her to automatically assume she was included, or if she was an afterthought. Probably the latter. Webb had always been accustomed to discussing his business decisions with Lucinda, but for all the things he'd said about wanting Roanna to continue with her present responsibilities, he didn't think of her as having any authority. He was right, she thought, ruthlessly facing the truth. She had no authority beyond what either he or Lucinda granted her, which wasn't true authority. Either of them could pull her up short at any time, divest her of even the semblance of power. They entered the study and took their accustomed seats, Webb at the desk that had so recently been hers, Roanna in one of the wing chairs, Lucinda on the sofa. Roanna felt jittery inside, as if everything had been jostled, switched around. The past couple of hours had been filled with a series of insights into her own character, nothing great and dramatic, but nevertheless small explosions that left her feeling as if nothing was the same, and hadn't even been as she had always perceived it. Webb was talking, but for the first time in her life Roanna wasn't hanging on his every word as if it came from the lips of God Almighty himself. She barely even heard him. Today she had faced down a brute and realized that people liked her for herself. She had made a decision concerning the rest of her life. As a child, she had been helpless to control her life, and for the past 10 long years she had let life pass her by, withdrawing to a safe place where she couldn't be hurt. But now she could control her life. She didn't have to let things happen as other people dictated. She could set her own course, make her own rules. The feeling of power was both heady and frightening, but the excitement of it was undeniable. A sizable investment on our part, Webb was saying, but Mayfield has always been reliable. Roanna's interest suddenly focused, caught by the name Webb had just mentioned, and she remembered the gossip she had heard just that afternoon. Lucinda nodded. "It sounds interesting, though, of course—" "No," Roanna said. Silence settled over the room, complete, except for the muted ticking of the old mantel clock. It was difficult to tell who was the most startled, Lucinda, Webb, or Roanna herself. She had sometimes thought Lucinda should rethink a decision, and quietly given her reasoning, but she had never openly, flatly disagreed. The no had just popped out. She hadn't even couched it in "let's think it over" terms, but stated it definitely, firmly. Lucinda sat back on the sofa, blinking a little in surprise. Webb swiveled his chair a little so he was looking directly at Roanna, and merely stared at her for a long moment that strained every nerve in her body. There was a strange glitter in his eyes, bright and hot. "Why?" he finally asked, his tone soft. Roanna desperately wished that she'd kept her mouth shut. That impulsive no had been based on gossip she'd heard that afternoon at the music festival organizational meeting. What if Webb listened to her, then gave her the condescending smile of an adult listening to a child's improbable but amusing scenario, and turned back to his discussion with Lucinda? The precious new sense of confidence would wither inside her. Lucinda had grown accustomed to listening to Roanna's observations, but Roanna had always offered them as simply that, and left the final decision to her grandmother. Never before had she flatly said no. "Come on, Ro," Webb coaxed. "You watch people. You notice things we don't. What do you know about Mayfield?" She took a deep breath and squared her shoulders. "It's just what I heard today. Mayfield desperately needs money. Naomi left him yesterday, and the word is she's asking for a huge settlement because she caught him in the laundry room with one of Amelia's college friends who's been visiting for a couple of weeks. Moreover, according to gossip, the hanky-panky has been going on since Christmas, and it appears that the college friend, who is all of 19, is 4 months pregnant." There was an oasis of silence. Then Lucinda said, "As I remember, Amelia did have her friend over for the Easter holidays." Webb snorted, a grin widening his mouth. "Sounds as if Mayfield had his own personal arising, doesn't it?" "Webb! Don't be blasphemous!" But for all her genuine shock at the comment, Lucinda's sense of humor had a bawdy streak, and she fought a smile as she cast a quick, concerned glance at Roanna. "Sorry," Webb promptly apologized, though his eyes continued to sparkle. He had caught the look Lucinda gave Roanna, as if she were alarmed that Roanna should hear something off-color. It was an old-fashioned attitude, that a virgin, no matter what her age, should be shielded from sexual innuendo. That Lucinda still considered Roanna a virgin meant that there hadn't been any romantic interests at all in Roanna's life, even in college. Lucinda had been absolutely correct, Webb thought, his heart beating fast as an image of that night in Nogales flashed through his mind. Roanna had been a virgin, until roughly 1 hour after she had walked up to him in that bar. It had taken him about that long to have her stripped, spread, and penetrated. The memory shimmered through him like soft lightning, heating every nerve ending, making him ache. The feel of her soft, slender body beneath him had been perfect. Her breasts, round and delicious and so delicately formed, perfect. The hot, tight sheathing of his cock, perfect. And the way her arms had wound so trustingly around his neck, the way her back had arched, the blind, exalted expression on her face as she came. God, it had been so perfect it left him breathless. His dick was hard as a spike. He shifted uncomfortably in the chair, glad that he was sitting behind the desk. That's what he got for letting himself think of that night, of the utter ecstasy of coming inside her. which he had, he realized. Several times, in fact. And not once had he used a rubber. He'd never before in his life been so careless, no matter how much he'd had to drink. The fine hairs stood up on his body as an almost electrical thrill ran through him. The thought of birth control hadn't once entered his mind that night. With primal male instinct, he had taken her time and again, imprinting himself on her flesh, and in the most primitive claiming he had spurted his semen into her. During those long hours, his body had taken control from his mind, not that his mind had been in top form anyway. The flesh had no conscience. With instincts formed over thousands of years, he had claimed her as his own and sought to forge an unbreakable bond by making her pregnant, so that their two selves would mingle into one. It was an effort to keep his face impassive, not to leap up and grab her, demand to know if she carried his child. Hell, it hadn't even been 2 weeks yet. How could she know? Webb? Lucinda's voice intruded on his consciousness, and he wrested his thoughts from the shattering direction they had taken. Both Lucinda and Roanna were watching him. Roanna's expression was as calm and remote as usual. But at that moment he was so acutely attuned to her that he thought he could see a hint of anxiety in her eyes. Did she expect him to dismiss what she'd said as mere gossip? Was she waiting so impassively for one more blow to her self-esteem? He rubbed his chin as he regarded her. What you're saying is that Mayfield's personal life is a mess, and you think he's so desperate for money that he isn't using good judgment. She held his gaze. That's right. And you heard all this at your meeting today? Solemnly she nodded. He grinned. Then thank God for gossip. You've probably saved us from a big loss. Mayfield, too, come to that, because he needs our backing to swing the deal. Lucinda sniffed. I doubt Bert Mayfield will feel very grateful, but his personal mess is his own fault. Roanna sat back, a little dizzy at the ease with which they had both accepted her analysis. Her emotions were so unsteady that she didn't know how to act, what to do, so she sat quietly and did nothing. Occasionally she could feel Webb look at her, but she didn't let herself meet his gaze. Her feelings were too close to the surface right now, her control too tenuous. She didn't want to harass him and embarrass herself by staring at him with dog-like devotion. The stress of the past few hours was taking its toll on her anyway. The adrenaline high had faded, and she was dreadfully tired. She didn't know if she could sleep. In fact, she was so tired that she was afraid she would sleep, because it was when she was most exhausted and finally fell into a deep sleep that the sleepwalking episodes occurred. But sleep or not, she very much wanted to lie down, just for a while. Then suddenly Webb was beside her, his hand on her arm as he lifted her to her feet. You're so tired you're wobbling in your chair, he said in an abrupt tone. Go on up to bed. Mayfield's proposal was all we needed to discuss. Just that small touch was enough to make Roanna want to lean into him, rest against his strength, feel the heat and hardness of his body against her one more time. To keep from giving in to the impulse, she made herself move away from him. I am tired, she admitted quietly. If you're sure that's all, I'll go upstairs now. That's all, Webb said, a frown pulling his eyebrows together. Roanna murmured a good night to Lucinda and left the room. Webb watched her go with narrowed eyes. She had pulled away from him. For the first time in his memory, Roanna had avoided his touch. Will she sleep? He asked aloud, not looking at Lucinda. Probably not. She sighed. Not much, anyway. She seems, I don't know, a bit edgy. That's the most she's put herself forward in years. I'm glad you listened to her instead of just shrugging it off. I had to teach myself to pay attention to what she says. It's just that she notices so much about people, because they do all the talking and she just listens. Roanna picks up on the little things. They chatted for a few minutes longer, then Lucinda carefully rose from the couch, proudly refusing to reveal the difficulty of the movement. I'm a bit tired, too, she said. My days of dancing till dawn are over. I never had any, Webb replied wryly. There was always work to be done. She paused. watching him with a troubled look. "Was it too much?" she asked suddenly. "You were so young when I gave Davencourt to you. You didn't have time to just be a boy." "It was hard work," he said, shrugging. "But it was what I wanted. I don't regret it." He had never regretted the work. He'd regretted a lot of other things, but never the sheer exhilaration of pushing himself, learning, accomplishing. He hadn't done it just for Davencourt, he'd done it for himself, because he'd gotten off on the power and excitement of it. He'd been the golden boy, the crown prince, and he'd reveled in the role. He'd even married the princess, and what a disaster that had turned out to be. He couldn't blame Lucinda for that, even though she had happily promoted his and Jessie's marriage. It was his own blind ambition that had led him willingly to the altar. Lucinda patted his arm as she passed, and he watched her too as she left the room, noting the care with which she took each step. She was either in pain or far weaker than she wanted anyone to guess. Because she wouldn't want anyone to fuss over her, he let her go without comment. He sighed, the sound soft in the quiet of the room. Once this room had been his own domain, and bore the uncompromising signs of purely masculine use. Not much had been changed, other than the addition of the computers and fax, because Davencourt wasn't a house given to swift or dramatic changes. It aged subtly, with small and gradual differences. This room, however, now seemed softer, more feminine. The curtains were different, lighter in color, but it was more than that. The very scent of the room had changed, as if it had absorbed the inherent sweetness of female flesh, the perfumes and lotions Lucinda and Roanna had used. He could detect very plainly Lucinda's Chanel. That was all she had worn in his entire memory. Roanna's scent was lighter, sweeter, and was strongest when he was sitting at the desk. The faint perfume lured him. He resumed his seat at the desk and shuffled through some papers, but after a few minutes gave up the pretense and instead leaned back, frowning as his thoughts settled on Roanna. She had never pulled away from him before. He couldn't get that out of his mind. It disturbed him deep inside, as if he'd lost something precious. He'd sworn he wouldn't take advantage of her. Hell, he'd even felt a bit noble about it, because he'd been denying himself something he really wanted, her. But she was so damn remote, as if that night in Nogales had never happened, as if she hadn't spent her childhood years tagging along at his heels and beaming worshipfully up at him. She was so self-contained, so closed in on herself. He kept looking at her with a grin, expecting her to grin back in one of those moments of humor they had always shared, but her smooth, still face remained as solemn as always, as if she had no more laughter in her. His thoughts moved back to their love-making. He wanted to see Roanna smile again, but even more than that, he wanted to know if his baby was inside her. As soon as he could manage it, he was going to have a private conversation with her, something that might prove to be more difficult than he'd ever imagined, given the way she'd begun avoiding him. The next afternoon, Roanna sighed as she leaned back in the big leather chair, massaging her neck to relieve the stiffness. A neat stack of addressed invitations was on one corner of the desk, but a glance at the guest list told her that there was at least a third of the envelopes still to be addressed. Once Lucinda had gotten Webb's okay for the party, she had begun making her battle plans. Everyone who was anyone had to be invited, which put the guest list at a staggering 500 people. A crowd that size simply wouldn't fit into the house, not even a house as large as Davencourt, unless they wanted to open up the bedrooms. Lucinda had been unfazed. They would simply throw open the French doors onto the patio, string lights in the trees and shrubbery, and let people wander in and out as they chose. The patio was better for dancing anyway. Roanna had begun work immediately. There was no way Tansy could handle preparing food for that many people, so she had set herself to locating a caterer who could handle that size party on such short notice, because the date Lucinda had selected was less than 2 weeks away. She had chosen that date intentionally, not wanting to give people time to deliberate too much, but time enough to buy new dresses and schedule appointments with hairdressers. The few caterers in the Shoals area were already booked for that date, so Roanna had been forced to hire a firm from Huntsville that she'd never dealt with before. She only hoped everything worked out okay. There was a ton of decorations stored in the attic and hundreds of strands of lights, but Lucinda had decided that only peach-colored lights would do because it would be such a mellow, flattering color for everyone. There were no peach lights in the attic. After a dozen phone calls, Roanna had tracked down some at a specialty store in Birmingham, and they were shipping the lights overnight. There weren't enough chairs, even allowing for the people who would be dancing or milling around rather than sitting. More chairs had to be brought in, a band had to be hired, flowers had to be ordered, and a printer had to be found who could print the invitations immediately. That last accomplished, Roanna was now occupied with addressing the envelopes. She had been doing it for the past 3 hours, and she was exhausted. She could remember Lucinda doing this chore years ago. Once she had asked why Lucinda didn't hire someone to do it because it had seemed so horribly boring, having to sit for hours and address hundreds of envelopes. Lucinda had replied haughtily that a lady took the trouble to personally invite her guests, which Roanna had taken to mean it was one of those old Southern customs that would continue no matter how illogical. She had promised herself at the time that she would never do something so boring. Now she patiently worked through the guest list. The job was still boring, but she understood now why customs continued. It gave one a sense of continuity, of kinship with those who had gone before. Her grandmother had done this, as had her great-grandmother, her great-great-grandmother, going back an unknown number of generations. Those women were a part of her, their genes still living in her, though it looked as if she would be the end of the line. There had only ever been one man for her, and he wasn't interested. End of story. End of family. Roanna resolutely pushed all thoughts of Webb out of her mind so she could concentrate on the job at hand. She was accustomed to doing any paperwork at the desk, but Webb had been working there that morning. She still felt a tiny shock whenever she saw him sitting in the chair she had come to regard as hers, a shock that had nothing to do with the surge of joy she always felt at the very sight of him. She had retreated to the small, sunny sitting room at the back of the house because it was the most private, and began writing at the escritoire there. The chair had proven to be an instrument of torture to one sitting in it for longer than 15 minutes, so she had gotten a lap desk and moved to the sofa. Her legs had gone to sleep. When Webb had left after lunch to visit Yvonne, with relief Roanna had taken advantage of his absence to work in the study. She settled into the chair, and everything felt just right. The desk was the right height. The chair was comfortable and familiar. She had belonged in this chair, she thought. She refused to let herself feel resentment, however. She had felt needed here for the first time in her life, but soon she would have something that belonged solely to her. Lucinda's death would be the end of one part of her life and the beginning of another. Why fret over this symbol of power when she would soon be moving on anyway? Only to Webb could she have given it up without heartbreak, she thought, because all of this had been promised to him long before she assumed, by default, the stewardship of Davencourt. There was a great deal of difference between handling financial paperwork and addressing envelopes, at least in the significance of it, but the physical requirements were the same. Working at last in relative comfort, she let her mind slip into neutral as she worked through the invitations. At first, she was scarcely aware of the fatigue creeping through her body. She was so accustomed to it. She forced herself to ignore it and carefully wrote out a few more addresses. But suddenly her eyelids were so heavy she could barely hold them open. Her fears for the past 2 nights that she would fall deeply asleep and sleepwalk had been groundless. Despite the fatigue that dragged at her, she had merely dozed in fits and starts, managing to get perhaps a total of 2 hours' sleep each night. Last night, again, she had been almost painfully aware of Webb's presence next door, and she had awakened herself several times, listening for his movements. Now she became aware of how quiet the house was. Webb was gone, and Lucinda was napping. Greg and Brock were both at work. Gloria and Lynette might be against having the party, but they had both gone shopping for new dresses, and Harlan had gone with them. Corliss had left right after breakfast with a careless, "I'll be back later," and no indication where she was going. Despite the efforts of the air conditioning, the study was warm from the fierce summer sunlight pouring through the windows. Roanna's eyelids drooped even more and closed completely. She always tried not to nap during the day, because that only made it more difficult for her to sleep at night, but sometimes the fatigue was overpowering. Sitting there in the warm, quiet room, she lost the battle to stay awake. Webb noticed when he pulled into the garage that Roanna's car was in its bay and Corliss had returned as well, but Gloria and Lynette were still out shopping. It was the presence of Roanna's car, however, that caused a hot little thrill of anticipation to shoot through him. She'd had afternoon meetings both days since he'd come home, and he had half expected her to be gone this afternoon, too, even though she hadn't said anything about an appointment. In the tightly knit structure of small towns, business and social obligations often overlapped, with the former being conducted at the latter. Until he was fully integrated into county society again, Roanna would have to fulfill those obligations by herself. Somehow he hadn't expected that he would see so little of her. In the past, Roanna had always been right on his heels, no matter what he was doing. When she'd been 7 or 8, he'd actually had to keep her from following him into the bathroom, and even then she had huddled in the hallway waiting for him. Back then, of course, she had just lost her parents, and he had been her only security. The frantic clinging had gradually ceased as she'd adjusted. But even when she'd been a teenager, she'd always been right there, her homely little face turned up to him like a sunflower to the sun. But she wasn't homely now. She had grown into a striking woman, with the sort of strong, chiseled bone structure that wouldn't yield much to age. He'd braced himself to resist constant temptation. He couldn't take advantage of her heartbreaking vulnerability just to satisfy his lust. Damn it all to hell, though. Instead of being vulnerable, she was downright remote with him, and most of the time she wasn't even around. It was as if she actively avoided him, and the realization jolted him deep inside. Was she embarrassed because she'd slept with him? He remembered how closed her expression had been the next morning. Or did she resent it because he was going to inherit Davencourt instead of her? Lucinda said Roanna had no interest in running Davencourt, but what if she was wrong? Roanna hid so much behind that calm, remote face. Once he'd been able to read her like a book, and now he found himself watching her whenever he could, trying to decipher any flicker of expression that might hint at her feelings. For the most part, though, all he saw was the fatigue that drained her, and the mute patience with which she endured it. If he'd realized how much trouble this damn party would be for her, he never would have agreed to it. If she was still working on it when he got inside, he was going to put his foot down. Her face had been drawn and wan, and dark circles lay under her eyes, evidence that she hadn't been sleeping. Insomnia was one thing. Staying awake at night and working incessantly during the day was something else. She needed to do something she enjoyed, and he thought a long, leisurely ride was just the ticket. Not only did she love riding, but the physical exercise might force her body into sleep that night. He was getting antsy himself. He'd gotten accustomed to spending long hours in the saddle almost every day, and he missed the exercise, as well as the soothing company of the horses. He entered the kitchen and smiled at Tansy, who was humming happily as she meandered around the kitchen, never getting in a hurry or seeming to have any design in her movements, but nevertheless putting together huge, scrumptious meals. Tansy hadn't changed much in all the years he'd known her, he thought. She had to be in her 60s, but her hair was still the same salt and pepper it had been since he'd come to live at Davencourt. She was short and plump, and her kind-hearted nature shone out of her blue eyes. "Lemon icebox pie for dessert tonight," she said, grinning, knowing that it was his favorite. "Be sure you save enough room for it. I'll make a point of it." Tansy's icebox pie was so good he could make a meal of it by itself. "Do you know where Roanna is?" "Sure do. Bessie was just here, and she said Miss Roanna's asleep in the study. I'm not surprised, I'll say that. You could tell just by looking at the poor child that the last few nights have been bad, even worse than usual." She was asleep. Relief warred with disappointment because he'd been looking forward to that ride with her. "I won't disturb her," he promised. "Is Lucinda awake from her nap yet?" "I imagine so, but she hasn't come downstairs." Tansy sadly shook her head. "Time's weighing heavy on Miss Lucinda." You can always tell when old folks start going, 'cause they stop eating food they used to love. It's nature's way of winding down, I guess. My mama, rest her soul, loved kraut and weenies better'n anything. But a few months before she passed on, she said they just didn't taste good no more, and she wouldn't eat 'em. Lucinda's all-time favorite food was okra. She loved it fried, boiled, pickled, any way it could be prepared. "Is Lucinda still eating her okra?" he asked quietly. Tansy shook her head, her eyes sad. "Said it don't have much taste this year." Webb left the kitchen and walked silently down the hall. He turned the corner and stopped when he saw Corliss with her back to him, opening the study door and peeking inside. He knew immediately what she was about to do. The little bitch was going to slam the door and awaken Roanna. Fury shot through him, and he was already moving as she stepped back and opened the door wide as her arm would allow. He saw the muscles in her forearm tighten as she prepared to slam the door with all her strength, and then he was on her, his steely fingers biting into the nape of her neck. She gave a stifled little squeak and froze. Webb eased the door shut, then dragged her away from the study, still holding her neck in a tight grip. He hauled her head around so that she was looking at him. He'd seldom in his life been more angry, and he wanted to shake her as if she were a rag. On the scale of things, waking Roanna from a nap was nothing more than petty and spiteful, no matter how desperately she needed to sleep. But he didn't give a damn about the scale of things, because Roanna did need that nap, and the spitefulness angered him all the more because it was so senseless. Corliss wouldn't accomplish or gain a damn thing by disturbing Roanna. She was simply a bitch, and he wasn't going to put up with it. Her face was a picture of alarm as she stared up at him, still with her neck arched back in an uncomfortable position. Her blue eyes were rounded with startlement at being caught when she had thought herself alone, but already a sly look was creeping into them as she began trying to figure out a way to slither out of this predicament. "Don't bother with the excuses," he said bluntly, keeping his voice low so Roanna wouldn't be disturbed. "Maybe I'd better spell things out so you'll know exactly where you stand. You'd better pray that the wind never catches a door and slams it while Roanna's asleep, or that a stray cat never knocks anything over, and God forbid you should actually forget to be quiet, because no matter what happens, if you're anywhere on the property, I'm going to blame it on you. And do you know what will happen then?" Her face twisted as she realized he wasn't going to listen to any of her excuses. "What?" she taunted. "You'll get out your trusty andiron?" His hand tightened on her neck, making her wince. "Worse than that," he said in a silky tone. "At least from your point of view. I'll throw you out of this house so fast your ass will leave skid marks on the stairs. Is that clear? I have a real low tolerance for parasites, and you're so close to the limit that I'm already reaching for the flea powder." She flushed a dark, ugly color and tried to jerk away from him. Webb held her, lifting his eyebrows at her as he waited for a response. "You bastard," she spat. "Aunt Lucinda thinks she can force people to accept you, but they won't ever. They'll be nice to you for her sake, but as soon as she's dead, you'll find out what they think of you. You only came back because you know she's dying, and you want Davencourt and all the money." "I'll have it, too," he said, and smiled. It wasn't a nice smile, but he didn't feel nice. Contemptuously, he released her. "Lucinda said she would change her will if I'd come back. Davencourt will belong to me, and you'll be out on your ass. But you're not only a bitch, you're a stupid one. As it stood before, Roanna was going to inherit instead of me, but you've acted like a malicious, spoiled brat to her. Do you think she'd have let you go on living here either?" Corliss tossed her head. "Roanna's a wimp. I can handle her. Like I said, stupid. She doesn't say anything now because Lucinda's important to her, and she doesn't want her upset. But one way or the other, you'd better be looking for somewhere else to live." "Grandmother won't let you throw me out." Webb snorted. "Davencourt doesn't belong to Gloria. It isn't her decision. It doesn't belong to you yet either. There's a lot that can happen between now and when Aunt Lucinda dies." She made the word sound like a threat, and he wondered what mischief she was considering. He was tired of dealing with the little bitch. "Then maybe I'll add another condition. If you start shooting off your mouth and causing trouble, you're out of here. Now get out of my sight before I decide you're already more trouble than you're worth." She flounced away from him, sashaying her ass to show him she wasn't scared. Maybe she wasn't, but she should damn sure take him at his word. He quietly opened the study door to make certain they hadn't awakened Roanna with their argument. He'd tried to keep his voice low, but Corliss hadn't had any such concern, and grimly he promised himself that she'd be out on the street tonight if Roanna's eyes were open. But she still slept, curled in the big office chair with her head tucked into the wing. He stood in the doorway watching her. Her dark chestnut hair was tousled around her face, and sleep had brought a delicate flush to her cheeks. Her breasts moved up and down in a slow, deep rhythm. She had slept like that the night they'd spent together. What time he'd let her sleep. If he'd known then how rare, real, restful sleep was for her, he wouldn't have awakened her all those times. But afterward, each time, she had curled in his arms just that way, with her head pillowed on his shoulder. A sharp pang of longing went through him. He'd like to hold her that way again, he thought. She could sleep in his arms for as long as she wanted. Chapter 16. Corliss was shaking as she climbed the stairs, but the trembling was as much inside as out. She needed something fast. She hurried into her suite and locked the door, then began to frenziedly search all of her favorite hiding places. Inside the tiny rip in the lining on the bottom of the sofa, the empty cold cream jar, the bottom of the lamp, the toe shapers for her shoes. She found exactly what she'd known she would find. Nothing. But she needed a fix bad enough that she looked anyway. How dare he talk to her like that? She'd always hated him, hated Jessie, hated Roanna. It simply wasn't fair. Why should they get to live at Davencourt while she had to live in that stupid little house? All of her life she'd been looked down on at school as the Davenport's poor relation. But sometimes good things did happen, like when Jessie was killed and Webb blamed for it. Corliss had silently celebrated. God, it had been so hard to keep from laughing at that turn of events. But she had made all the proper noises, looked properly sad, and when Webb had left, pretty soon things had fallen into place, and her family had moved into Davencourt, where they should have been all those years anyway. She'd had a lot of friends then, people who knew how to really party, not the snooty, my great-great-granddaddy fought in the war crowd, the ones who wore pearls, and the man didn't cuss in a lady's presence. What bullshit. Her friends knew how to have fun. She'd been smart. She'd stayed away from the hard drugs. No mainlining for her, no siree. That shit would kill you. She liked booze, but she loved that sweet white powder. One snort and no worries. She felt on top of the world, the best, the prettiest, the sexiest. Once she'd been so damn sexy that she'd taken on 3 guys, one after the other, then all 3 together, and worn them all out. It had been great. She'd been fantastic. She'd never had sex like that since. She'd like to do it again, but it took more to fly now, and really she'd rather enjoy that than concentrate on screwing. Besides, a couple of times she'd had a little problem a month or so later, and she'd had to go to Memphis, where no one knew her, to have it taken care of. Wouldn't do to have a bun in the oven ruining her fun. But all of her little hiding places were empty. She didn't have any coke, and she didn't have any money. Desperately she roamed the suite, trying to think. Aunt Lucinda always kept a good bit of money in her purse, but the purse was in her bedroom, and the old lady was still in her suite, so she couldn't get at it. Grandmother and Mama had gone shopping, so they would have taken all their cash with them. But Roanna was asleep in the study. Corliss laughed to herself as she slipped from her rooms and hurried down the hallway to Roanna's room. Guess it was a good thing Webb had kept her from slamming that door after all. Let dear little Roanna sleep, the stupid bitch. Silently, she entered Roanna's bedroom. Roanna always put her purses away in the closet like a good little girl. It took Corliss only a moment to filch Roanna's wallet and count the money. Only $83, damn it. Even someone as dense as Roanna would notice if a couple of 20s went missing. She seldom bothered searching Roanna's purse for that reason, because Roanna didn't normally carry much cash. She eyed the credit cards, but resisted the temptation. She would have to sign for a cash advance on them, and anyway the bank teller might know she wasn't Roanna. That was the trouble with hick towns. Too many people knew your business. The automatic teller bank card was something else, though. If she could just find Roanna's pin. Swiftly, she began pulling scraps of paper out of the little pockets of the wallet. No one was supposed to write down their pin, but everyone did. She found a slip of paper neatly folded with 4 numbers on it. She snickered to herself as she took an ink pen from the bottom of Roanna's purse and scribbled the numbers on her palm. Maybe it wasn't the pin, but so what? All the machine would do was not give her the money. It wasn't as if it would call Roanna and tell on her. Smiling, she slipped the bank card into her pocket. This was better than sneaking a 20 here and a 20 there. She'd get a couple of hundred, put the card back before Roanna missed it, and have some fun tonight. Hell, she'd even put the transaction slip in the folder where Roanna kept things like that. That way there wouldn't be a discrepancy when the bank statement came out. This was a good plan. She'd have to use it again, though it would be smart to use Aunt Lucinda's card occasionally, if she could get it, and alternate rather than using the same one all the time. Variety was the spice of life. It also cut down on her chances of getting caught, which was the most important thing. That and getting money. By 8 o'clock that night, Corliss felt much better. After hitting the automatic bank machine, it had taken her some time to find her regular supplier, but at last she had located him. The white powder beckoned, and she wanted to sniff it all up at once, but she knew it would be smarter if she rationed it, because there was no telling how often she would be able to sneak a bank card. She allowed herself just a single line, enough to take the edge off. Then she was in the mood for fun. She hit her favorite bar, but none of her friends were there, and she sat by herself, humming a little. She ordered her favorite drink, a strawberry daiquiri, which she liked because it packed quite a punch the way the bartender made them for her, but still looked like one of those cute drinks it was okay for a nice girl to drink. The longer she sat there, though, the more her mood darkened. She tried to hang on to the drug-induced euphoria, but it faded as it always did, and she wanted to cry. The daiquiri was good, but the alcohol didn't work the same way Coke did. Maybe if she got a real buzz on it would help. The hour dragged past, and still none of her friends came in. Had they gone somewhere else tonight and not told her? She felt a sense of panic at being abandoned. Surely no one had heard that Webb had threatened to throw her out of Davencourt. Not yet. Desperately, she sipped the daiquiri, trying not to stick herself in the eye with the stupid little turquoise paper parasol. Either the straw was shorter than usual or that damn parasol had grown. She hadn't had this kind of trouble with the first 2 drinks. She glared at the bartender, wondering if he was playing a practical joke on her, but he wasn't even looking at her, so she decided he wasn't. The carcasses of the other 2 little paper parasols lay in front of her. One was yellow, the other was pink. Put them all together, and she'd have a pretty little parasol bouquet. Whoopee! Maybe she'd save them to put on Aunt Lucinda's grave. That was a thought. By the time the old bat kicked off, she should have enough little parasols collected to make a real pretty wreath. Or maybe she could stuff them down Webb Talent's throat. Death by parasol. That had a nice ring to it. The bastard had scared her half to death this afternoon when he grabbed her like that. And the look in his eyes, God! That was the coldest, meanest look she'd ever seen, and for nothing! Little Miss Mealy-Mouth's beauty sleep hadn't been disturbed, and God knows she needed all she could get. Corliss snickered, but her mirth died when she remembered the threats Webb had made. She hated him. Why did he have everything? He didn't deserve it. It had always galled her that he was the chosen favorite, when he wasn't any closer kin to Aunt Lucinda than she was. He was mean and selfish. The old bitch was going to give Davencourt to him, and he wasn't going to let her live there after Aunt Lucinda died. It just wasn't fair. As much as she disliked Roanna, at least Roanna was a real Davenport, and she wouldn't feel as bad if Davencourt went to her. Like hell she wouldn't. Roanna was a stupid wimp, and she didn't deserve Davencourt either. The only good thing about Roanna having the house was that Corliss knew she could handle Roanna with one hand tied behind her back. She'd have that little mouse so buffaloed Roanna would be handing over money instead of forcing Corliss to sneak it. But if Aunt Lucinda wasn't going to leave Davencourt to Roanna, then it just wasn't fair that Webb should get it. Aunt Lucinda might not think that Webb had killed Jessie, but Corliss had her own opinion, and it was even stronger after the look she'd seen on his face that afternoon. She had no doubts that he could kill. Why, for a minute she'd thought he was going to kill her, and over a little joke she'd been about to play. She'd only been thinking about slamming the door. She hadn't actually done it. But he grabbed her and hurt her neck, the bastard. Someone slid onto the stool beside her. "You look like you need another drink," a smooth, masculine voice purred in her ear. Corliss cast a dismissive glance at the man beside her. He was good-looking enough, she supposed, but way too old. Get lost, Pops. He chuckled. Don't let the gray hair fool you. Just because there's snow on the roof doesn't mean there's no fire in the furnace. Yeah, I've heard it all before, she said, bored. She took another draw on the daiquiri. You may be too old to cut the mustard, but you can still spread the mayonnaise. Big deal. Beat it. And you can take that any way you like. I'm not interested in fucking you, he said, sounding as bored as she had. She was so shocked by the bluntness that she looked at him then, really looked at him. She saw the thick hair that had gone mostly gray, and a body that was still powerful and in shape, even though he had to be in his 50s. It was his eyes that riveted her, though. They were the bluest eyes she'd ever seen, and looking into them was like looking into a snake's eyes, flat, totally devoid of feeling. Corliss shivered, but couldn't help feeling fascinated. He nodded at the parasols littering the bar. You've been pouring the booze down pretty fast. Have a bad day? You don't know the half of it, she said, but then laughed. Things are looking up, though. So why don't you tell me about it? He invited. You're Corliss Spence, aren't you? Don't you live out at Davencourt? That was often one of the first questions people asked when meeting her for the first time. Corliss loved the distinction it gave her, the sense of being someone special. Webb was going to take that away from her, and she hated him for it. Yeah, I live there, she said. For a while longer, anyway. The man lifted his glass to his mouth. From the color of the liquid, it looked like straight bourbon. He sipped it as he stared at her with those cold blue eyes. Looks to me like you'd already be hauling ass out of there. It must be pretty uncomfortable living with a killer. Corliss thought of Webb's hand biting into the back of her neck, and she shivered. He's a bastard, she said. I'll be moving out soon. He attacked me today for no reason. Tell me about it, he urged again, and held out his hand. By the way, my name's Harper Neely. Corliss shook hands with him, and felt a little thrill of fascination. He might be an old guy, but there was something about him that gave her the shivers. For now, though, she was more than willing to tell her new friend anything he wanted to know about how hateful Webb talent was. Roanna wished she hadn't succumbed to the nap that afternoon. It had helped immeasurably at the time, but now she faced another long night. She had come upstairs at 10 and gone through the ritual of showering, putting on her nightgown, brushing her teeth, getting in bed, all for nothing. She had known immediately that sleep would be a long time coming, if at all, so she had gotten out of bed and curled up in her chair. She picked up the book she'd been trying to read for the past 2 nights and finally managed to get interested in it. Webb came up at 11, and she snapped off her reading light while she listened to him showering. She watched the splash of light from his room, wondering if he would back between it and the windows so she could see his shadow on the veranda. He didn't. His light went out, and there was silence from the other room. The light from her lamp attracted mosquitoes, so Roanna always kept her veranda doors closed while she was reading, and she wasn't able to hear if he opened his own doors that night. She sat quietly in the dark, waiting until he'd had time to fall asleep, hoping she might become sleepy herself. She watched the fluorescent hands of her clock move past midnight. Only then did she turn her lamp back on and resume reading. An hour later she yawned and let the book drop into her lap. Even if she couldn't actually sleep, she was so tired that she wanted to lie down. She glanced outside and saw that an evening storm was building. She could see the red arc of lightning, but it was so far away she couldn't hear any thunder. Perhaps if she opened her doors and got into bed, the storm would sweep nearer, bringing the sweet rain with it. Rain was the best sedative, soothing her into what was usually her most restful sleep. She was so tired that it was a long moment before she realized that lightning wasn't red. There was no storm. Someone was on the balcony, his darker form barely discernible in the shadows. He was watching her. Webb. She recognized him immediately, so swiftly that she didn't have time to panic at the thought of a stranger on the veranda. He was smoking, and the cigarette glowed in a red arc as he lifted it to his lips. The fiery end burned even brighter when he inhaled, and in the brief flare she could make out the hard outline of his face, the slash of his high cheekbones. He was leaning against the veranda railing just outside the frame of light from her windows. A faint silver light gleamed on his naked shoulders, cast from the stars dotting the night sky. He was wearing dark pants, perhaps jeans, but nothing else. She had no idea how long he'd been out there, smoking and silently watching her through the glass French doors. She inhaled deeply, her physical awareness of him suddenly so intense that she ached with the force of it. Slowly she nestled her head against the back of the chair and stared back at him. She was acutely aware of her bare flesh beneath the fabric of the modest nightgown, the breasts he had kissed, the thighs he had parted. Was he remembering that night, too? Why wasn't he asleep? It was almost 1:30. He turned and flicked the cigarette over the railing into the dew-wet grass below. Roanna's gaze automatically followed the movement, the arc of fire, and when she looked back, he was gone. She didn't hear his doors close. Had he gone back inside, or was he strolling around on the veranda? With her own doors closed, she wouldn't have heard his open or close. She reached up and turned off the lamp, plunging her room into darkness again. Without the light on, she could clearly see the balcony, bathed in that faint, silvery starlight. He wasn't there. She was shaking a little as she crawled into bed. Why had he been watching her? Had there been any intent to it, or had he simply been outside smoking and looked through her windows because her light was on? Her body ached, and she hugged her arms over her throbbing breasts. It had been 2 weeks since that night in Nogales, and she yearned to feel his hot, naked flesh against her again, his weight pressing her down into the mattress, moving over her, into her. The soreness left by the loss of her virginity had long since faded, and she wanted to feel him there again. She wanted to go to him in the silence of the night, slip into bed beside him, give him the gift of her own flesh. Sleep had never been further away. He gave her a sharp glance when she entered the study the next morning. She had used makeup to mask the dark circles beneath her eyes, but he immediately noted the effort. "It was a bad night for you, wasn't it?" he asked, brusquely. "Did you get any sleep at all?" She shook her head, but kept her expression blank, so he wouldn't guess at her physical torment. "No, but eventually I'll get tired enough to sleep. I'm used to it." He closed the file that had been open on the desk, punched the exit key on the keyboard, and turned off the computer. He got to his feet with an air of decision. "Go change clothes," he ordered. "Jeans and boots. We're going for a ride." At the word ride, her whole body was consumed with eagerness and renewed energy. Even as tired as she was, a ride sounded like heaven. A horse moving smoothly beneath her, the breeze flowing over her face, the fresh, heated air soothing her lungs. No meetings, no schedule, no pressure. But then she remembered that there was a schedule and a meeting, and she sighed. "I can't. "I don't care what kind of meeting you have," he interrupted. "Call and tell them you won't be there. Today, you're going to do nothing but relax, and that's an order." Still, she hesitated. For 10 years, her entire existence had been focused on duty, on taking care of business, on helping fill the gap left by his departure. It was difficult to abruptly turn her back on the foundation of those 10 years. He put his hands on her shoulders and turned her toward the door. "That's an order," he repeated firmly, and gave her a light swat on the rump to send her on her way. It was supposed to be a swat, but instead his touch gentled the motion to a pat. He drew his hand back before it could linger, before his fingers could cup the firm buttock he had just touched. She stopped at the door and looked back at him. He noted that she was blushing a little. Because he'd patted her ass? "I didn't know you smoked," she said. "I usually don't. A pack lasts me a month or longer. I end up throwing most of them away because they've gone stale." She started to ask him why he'd been smoking last night if he didn't normally smoke any more than that, but held the words back. She didn't want to pester him with personal questions the way she had when she was a kid. He'd had a lot of patience with her, but now she knew that she'd been a bother to him. Instead, she quietly went upstairs to change clothes, and her heart lifted as she did. An entire day to herself with nothing to do but ride. Pure heaven. Webb must have called down to the stable because Loyal was waiting with 2 horses already saddled. Roanna gave him a shocked look. She'd always taken care of her own horse from the time she'd been big enough to lift a saddle. "I would have saddled him myself," she protested. Loyal grinned at her. "I know you would, but I thought I'd save you some time. You don't get to ride nearly enough, so I wanted you to have a few extra minutes." Buckley, her old favorite, was 15 years old now, and she rode him only on more leisurely trails, over easy terrain. The horse Loyal had chosen for her today was a sturdy bay, not a streak of lightning, but with legs like iron and a lot of stamina. Webb's horse, she noticed, had much the same characteristics. Loyal evidently figured they were going out for more than a Sunday trot. Webb came out of one of the stalls where he'd been patting the inhabitant. A frisky yearling who had gotten into rough play with some other yearlings, and a kick had opened up a cut on his leg. "Your salve still works magic," he said to Loyal. "That cut looks like it's a week old instead of just 2 days." He took the reins from Loyal, and they swung into their saddles. Roanna felt her body change, the old magic sweeping over her muscles the way it always had. Instinctively, she aligned herself with the horse's rhythm from the first step he took, his strength flowing upward into her lithe, graceful limbs. Webb held his horse a pace back from hers, mainly for the pleasure of watching her. She was the best rider he'd ever seen, period. His own horsemanship was of the quality that, had he had the desire, he could have competed successfully in either of the opposing equestrian poles, show jumping or rodeo, but Roanna was better. Sometimes every decade or so, there would be an athlete on the scene whose grace of movement transcended the sport, turning every meet, game, or competition into a work of art, and that was what it was like to watch Roanna ride. Even when the pace was easy, as it was now, and they were riding simply for the pleasure of it, her body was fluid as she adjusted to and controlled every nuance of the animal's motion beneath her. Would she look like that if she were riding him? Webb's breath caught. Would her sleek thighs tighten and relax, lifting her, then letting her slide down onto his erection, so that she enveloped him with one smooth motion, while her torso moved in that graceful sway? He cut the thought off, as blood rushed to his loins, and he shifted uncomfortably. Getting a hard-on while horseback riding wasn't a good idea, but it was difficult to dispel the image. Every time he looked at her, he saw the curve of her buttocks, and he remembered touching them, caressing her, driving deep and hard, and coming inside her with a force that made him feel as if he were exploding. He was going to do himself a serious injury if he didn't stop thinking about it. He wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and deliberately wrenched his gaze away from her bottom. He looked instead at the trees, the horse's ears, anything except her, until his erection had subsided and he was comfortable again. They didn't talk. Roanna was so often silent anyway, and now she seemed totally absorbed in the pleasure of the ride, and he didn't want to disturb her. He enjoyed the freedom himself. He'd been working almost from the minute he set foot back on Davencourt land, and he hadn't taken the time to acclimate himself. His eyes were accustomed to stark, dramatic mountains and an endless sweep of sky, to cactus and scrub bushes, to clouds of dust, and air so clear you could see for 50 miles. He was used to dry, searing heat, to arroyos that would abruptly flood from a rain the day before far upstream. He'd forgotten how damn green this place was, every shade of green in creation. It soaked into his eyes, into the pores of his skin. The air was thick and hazy with humidity. Hardwoods and evergreens rustled softly in a breeze so slight he couldn't feel it. Wildflowers nodded their technicolor heads, birds darted and soared and sang, insects buzzed. It hit him hard, low down in the gut. He'd developed a real love for Arizona, and would never give up that part of his life, but this was home. This was where his roots were, sunk generations deep into the rich soil. Talents had lived here for almost 200 years, and hundreds of years longer than that if you counted the Cherokee and Choctaw heritage that ran in his family. He hadn't let himself miss Alabama when he left. He had concentrated solely on the future, and what he could build with his own 2 hands in the new home he'd chosen. But now that he was back, it was as if his soul had revived. He'd handle his family, ill-tempered and ungrateful as some of them were. He didn't like having so many talents living off the Davenports and not doing a damn thing to earn their keep. Lucinda was the tie between the Davenports and the Talents, and when she died... He looked at the slim figure riding in front of him. The family hadn't been prolific, and untimely deaths had decimated their ranks. Roanna would be the only surviving Davenport, the last of the line. No matter what he had to do, he would hold the Davenport legacy intact for her. They rode for hours, even skipping lunch. He didn't like for her to miss any meals, but she looked so relaxed, with a flush on her cheeks, that he decided it was an acceptable trade-off. He would make certain from now on that she had time for a ride every day if she wanted, and it wouldn't be a bad idea if he applied the same decision to himself. She didn't bubble over with enthusiasm the way she once would have done, talking non-stop and making him laugh with her quirky, sometimes rowdy observations. That Roanna would never return, he thought with a pang. It wasn't just trauma that had changed her into this controlled, reserved woman. She had grown up. She would have changed anyway, though not to this extent. Time and responsibility had a way of transforming people. He missed the mischievous imp, but the woman got to him in a way no one else ever had. This volatile mixture of lust and protectiveness was driving him crazy, the two instincts warring with each other. He'd stood on the balcony the night before and watched her through the windows while she read. She'd been isolated in a soft pool of light, curled in a huge chair that dwarfed her slender body. The light had picked up the red in her chestnut hair, making it gleam with rich, dark tones. A modest white nightgown had swathed her to her ankles, but he could see the faint shadow of her nipples beneath the cloth, the darkness at the junction of her thighs, and he knew that the gown was all she wore. He'd known that he could go into her room and kneel down in front of that chair, and she wouldn't protest. He could slide his hands under the gown to cup her bottom and pull her forward. He'd been hard as rock thinking of it, imagining the feel of her sliding down onto him. Then she had looked up, as if she'd felt the heat of his thoughts. Her whiskey-brown eyes had been mysterious, shadowed pools as she stared back at him through the glass. Beneath the white cloth, her nipples had hardened into tiny peaks. Just like that, her body had responded to him. A look, a memory. He could have had her then. He could have her now, he thought, watching her. Was she pregnant? It was too soon for her body to show any sign, but he wanted to strip her naked anyway, turn her this way and that with his big hands, so he could minutely examine every inch of her in the bright sun, memorize her, so that in the future he would be able to tell even the smallest change in her. He was going to go out of his mind. Roanna reined in. She felt exhilarated from the ride, but her muscles were telling her that it had been a while since she'd been in the saddle for such a long time. "I need to walk for a while," she said, dismounting. "I'm getting a little stiff. You can go on if you want." She almost hoped that he would. It was a strain, being alone with him, riding with him in such perfect accord the way they had before. Relaxed, with her guard down, several times she had almost turned to him with a teasing comment. She had caught herself each time, but the close calls made her nervous. It would be a relief to be alone. But he dismounted as well and fell into step beside her. Roanna glanced at his expression and just as quickly looked away. His jaw was set, and he was staring straight ahead, as if he couldn't bear to even look at her. Stricken, she wondered what she had done wrong. They walked in silence, the horses clopping along behind them. She hadn't done anything wrong, she realized. They had barely spoken. She had no idea what was bothering him, but she refused to automatically take the blame on herself the way she had always done before. He put his hand on her arm and drew her to a halt. The horses stopped, shifting behind them. She gave him a questioning look and went still. His eyes were a deep, intense green, glittering with a heat that had nothing to do with anger. He stood very close to her, so close that she could feel the damp heat of his sweaty body, and his broad chest was rising and falling with hard, deep breaths. The impact of male lust hit her like a blow, and she swayed. Dazedly she tried to think, to pull back, but something inside her responded of its own volition. He wanted her. Happiness bloomed inside her, an internal golden glow that blotted out years of sadness. The reins dropped from her limp fingers, and she surged forward as if pulled by an invisible chain, rising on tiptoe as her arms went around his neck and her soft mouth lifted to his. He stiffened in her embrace just for a second, then he too dropped his reins, and his arms went around her, crushing her hard against him. His mouth was just as hard on hers, his tongue plunging deep. He was almost savaging her, the pressure of the kiss bruising her lips, his grip compressing her ribs. She could feel the ridge of his erection grinding against the soft juncture of her thighs. She couldn't breathe. A giddy blackness began to creep over her consciousness. Desperately, she wrenched her mouth away from him, her head falling back like a flower, too heavy for its fragile stem. Her body was on fire, and she didn't care what he did to her. Let him take her here, now, on the ground, without even a blanket to cover the earth. She had craved his touch, ached for him. "No," he said hoarsely, putting his hands on her hips and forcing her away from him. "God damn it, no!" The shock was as staggering as that blatant look of lust had been. Roanna stumbled, her knees too wobbly to hold her upright. She grabbed her horse's mane, clenching her fingers on the coarse hair and letting the big animal take her weight as she leaned against him. All color washed out of her face as she stared at Webb. "What?" she gasped. "I told you," he said in a savage tone. "What happened in Nogales won't happen again." An icy hollow formed in the pit of her stomach. My God, she had misunderstood. She'd misread that expression on his face. He hadn't wanted her at all. He'd been angry about something. She had wanted so desperately for him to want her that she had ignored everything he'd said and listened only to her own eternal, hopeless longing. She had just made a colossal fool of herself, and she thought she would die of shame. "I'm sorry," she managed to choke out, backing away from him. The well-trained horse backed up too, keeping pace with her. "I didn't mean... I know I promised... Oh, God!" With that despairing wail, she threw herself onto the horse's back and kicked him into a gallop. She heard him yell something, but she didn't stop. Tears blurred her eyes as she bent over the horse's neck. She didn't think she would ever be able to face him again, and she didn't know if she would ever be able to recover from this final rejection. Webb stared after her, his own face white, his hands knotted into fists at his side. He cursed himself, using every vicious term he'd ever heard. God, he couldn't have handled that any worse. But he'd been in an agony of desire all day, and when she had thrown herself against him like that, he'd lost it. The red tide of lust had swamped him, and he'd stopped thinking, plain and simply. He'd have pushed her to the ground and taken her right there, pounded her into the dirt, but she had pulled away from him, and her head had fallen back as limply as any rag doll's, and he'd realized how roughly he was treating her. He'd forced her into bed with him in Nogales, using blackmail as a means of slaking his lust for her. This time he'd been about to use brute force. He'd hauled himself back from the edge, but just barely. God, just barely. He had only kissed her, hadn't even touched her breasts or taken off any of her clothes, and he'd been on the verge of orgasm. He could feel the dampness of preliminary semen on his underwear. And then he'd pushed her away. Roanna, who had already suffered so much rejection that she had withdrawn from everyone rather than give them the power to hurt her again. Only he retained that power. He was her only vulnerability, and with raw, savage frustration blinding him, he had pushed her away. He'd wanted to explain, to say that he didn't want to take advantage of her the way he had in Nogales. He wanted to talk to her about that night. He wanted to ask when her period was due, if she was already late, but the clumsy words that had come out of his mouth had been like a blow to her, and she had fled before he could say anything else. There was no point in trying to catch her. Her horse wasn't the fastest thing on 4 legs, but then neither was his. She had the advantage of weighing about half what he did and being the better rider to boot. Chasing after her would be a wasted effort, and hard on his mount in this heat. But he had to talk to her, had to say something, anything, that would chase the haunted, empty look from her eyes. Roanna didn't go back to the house. She wanted only to hide and never have to face Webb again. She felt shredded inside, and the pain was so new and raw that she simply couldn't face anyone. She knew she couldn't avoid him forever. She was bound to Davencourt for as long as Lucinda lived. Somehow, tomorrow, she would find the strength to see him and pretend that nothing had ever happened, that she hadn't literally thrown herself at him again. Tomorrow she would have her protective shell rebuilt. Maybe some cracks would show where she had mended it, but the walls would hold. She would apologize, pretend it hadn't been important, and she would endure. She stayed away for the rest of the afternoon, stopping at a shady creek to water the horse and let him graze on the soft, fresh grasses nearby. She sat in the shade and blanked her mind, letting the time drip away as she did at night when she was alone and the sleepless hours stretched before her. Anything could be gotten through 1 second at a time if she refused to let herself feel. But when the purple and lavender shades of twilight began to darken the world around her, she knew she couldn't delay any longer, and reluctantly mounted the horse and turned his head toward Davencourt. An anxious Loyal came out to meet her. "Are you all right?" he asked. Webb must have been in a black mood when he returned, but Loyal didn't ask what had happened. That was her business, and she'd tell him if she wanted. But he did want to know if she was physically okay, and Roanna managed to nod. "I'm fine," she said, and her voice was steady, if a trifle husky-sounding. Odd she hadn't cried, but still the strain was evident in her tone. "You go on up to the house," he said, his brow still furrowed with concern. "I'll take care of the horse." Well, that was twice in one day. Her protective shell must not be as far along in reconstruction as she'd hoped. She was tired enough, devastated enough, that she simply said, "Thanks," and dragged herself toward the house. She thought about sneaking up the outside stairs again, but somehow that seemed like too much effort. She had sneaked up those stairs too often in her life, she thought, instead of facing things. So she walked up the front steps, opened the front door, took the main stairs. She was halfway up them when she heard the thud of boot heels, and Webb said from the foyer, "Roanna, we need to talk." It took every ounce of strength she had, but she turned to face him. If anything, he looked as strained as she felt. He was standing at the foot of the stairs, his hand on the newel post, and one foot on the first step, as if prepared to come after her if she didn't obey. His eyes were hooded, his mouth a grim line. "Tomorrow," she said, her voice soft, and turned away, and he let her go. With every step she expected to hear him coming after her, but she reached the top of the stairs and then her own room, unhindered. She took a shower, dressed, went down for supper. Her instinct was to hide away in her room, just as it had been to take the back stairs, but the time for that was past. No more hiding, she thought. She would face what she had to face, handle what she had to handle, and soon she would be free. Webb watched her broodingly during supper, but afterward he didn't try to maneuver her into a private conversation. She was tired, more exhausted than she thought she'd ever been before, and though with what had happened weighing on her mind, she doubted she would even doze that night, still she wanted to lie down, had to lie down. She said good night to everyone and returned to her room. As soon as she stretched out in her comfortable bed, she felt the odd, limp weightiness of drowsiness come over her. Whether it was the ride, the accumulated lack of sleep, the stress, or a combination of all of it, she fell deeply asleep. She didn't know when Webb silently entered the room through the balcony doors and checked on her, listening to her deep, even breathing to make certain she was asleep, watching her for a while, then leaving as quietly as he had entered. On this night, she wasn't awake to watch the hands on the clock sweep inexorably around. She didn't remember dreaming. She never did. In the deepest hour of the night, she left her bed. Her eyes were open, but strangely unseeing. She walked without haste, without hesitation, to her door and opened it. Her bare feet were sure and silent on the carpet as she drifted down the hall, ghostly in her white nightgown. She wasn't aware of anything until a sudden bursting pain shot through her head. She heard a strangely distant cry, and then there was only darkness. Chapter 17. Webb bolted out of bed, instantly awake and horribly certain that he'd heard Roanna crying out, but the sound hadn't come from her room. He grabbed up his pants and jerked them on, fastening them as he ran out the door. The cry had sounded as if it came from the direction of the stairs. God, what if she'd fallen down them? The rest of the family had been awakened, too. He heard a babble of voices, saw lights coming on, doors opening. Gloria poked her head out just as he ran past. "What's going on?" she asked fretfully. He didn't bother to answer, all his attention focused on getting to the stairs. Then he saw her, lying crumpled like a broken doll in the front hall that ran at a right angle to the stairs. He turned on the overhead light, the chandelier almost blinding in its brilliance, and his heart almost stopped. Blood, wet and dark, matted her hair and stained the carpet beneath her head. He heard a clatter downstairs, as if someone had stumbled into something. Webb looked up and saw Brock standing there, blinking sleep from his eyes, not quite understanding what was going on. "Brock," he snapped, "there's someone downstairs." His cousin blinked again, then comprehension cleared his gaze. Without a word he ran down the stairs. Greg didn't hesitate as he followed his son. Webb knelt beside Roanna and gently pressed his fingers to her neck, hardly daring to breathe. Panic swelled in him like a balloon, suffocating him. Then he felt her pulse throbbing under his fingertips, reassuringly strong, and he went weak with relief. He ignored the rising crescendo of voices around him and gently turned her over. Harlan was blustering. Gloria and Lynette were clinging to each other and making moaning sounds. Corliss stood frozen just outside her bedroom door, her eyes wide with terror as she stared down at Roanna's limp form. Lucinda struggled through the press of bodies and sank heavily to her knees beside him. Her color was pasty, and her trembling hand dug into his arm. "Roanna," she whispered, her voice catching. "Webb, is she—" "No, she's alive." He wanted to say she'd just been knocked out, but her injury could be more serious than that. She hadn't regained consciousness, and the fear was growing in him again. Impatiently he looked at Gloria and Lynette, driving each other into higher levels of hysteria, and dismissed them as useless. His gaze snapped over to Corliss. "Corliss, call 911. Get the paramedics out here and the sheriff." She just stared at him, not moving, and he barked, "Now!" She swallowed convulsively and darted back into her suite. Webb heard her voice, high and trembling, as she talked to the 911 operator. "What happened?" Lucinda moaned, stroking Roanna's face with shaking fingers. "Did she fall?" "I think she surprised a burglar," Webb said, his voice tight with anger and anxiety, and the fear he was barely holding at bay. He wanted to pick Roanna up in his arms, cradle her against his chest, but common sense told him to let her lie still. She was still bleeding, her blood soaking into the carpet. A dark red stain was spreading out from where her head lay. "Corliss!" he yelled. "Bring a blanket and a clean towel!" She was there in just a moment, stumbling over the blanket she was dragging and simultaneously struggling to pull on a robe over her rather skimpy silk sleep shirt. Webb took the blanket and carefully tucked it around Roanna, then folded the towel and as gently as possible slipped it under her head, cushioning it from the floor and positioning the pad so that it pressed against the bleeding wound. "Will she be all right?" Corliss asked, her teeth chattering from shock. "I hope so," he said grimly. There was a savage pain in his chest. What if she wasn't all right? What would he do? Lucinda collapsed backward, her legs folding under her. She buried her face in her hands and began sobbing brokenly. Gloria stopped wailing, the sound ceasing as if it had been cut with a knife. She dropped to her knees beside her sister and put her arms around her. "She'll be all right, she'll be fine," she crooned in reassurance, smoothing Lucinda's white hair. Roanna stirred, moaning a little as she tried to lift her hand to her head. She didn't have the strength or the coordination, and her arm fell limply back to the carpet. Webb's heart leaped wildly. He picked up her hand and cradled it in his. "Roanna?" At his tone, Lucinda pulled away from Gloria, frantically scrambling closer. Her expression was both terrified and hopeful. Roanna took 2 deep breaths, and her eyelids fluttered open. Her gaze was unfocused, confused, but she was regaining consciousness, and that was what mattered. Webb had to swallow a lump in his throat. "Roanna," he said again, leaning over her, and with an obvious effort she looked at him, blinking as she tried to clear her vision. "You're fuzzy," She mumbled. He could hardly breathe. His heart was pounding so violently. He placed her fingers against his rough cheek. "Yeah, I need to shave." "Not that," she said, her words slurred. She took another deep breath, as if exhausted. "4 eyes." Lucinda gulped back her sobs, choked laughter mingling with the tears as she reached for Roanna's other hand. A tiny frown pulled at Roanna's brow. "My head hurts," she announced in confusion, and closed her eyes again. Her speech was clearer. She tried again to touch her head, but Webb and Lucinda were each holding a hand, and neither of them was inclined to let go. "I imagine it does," Webb said, forcing himself to speak calmly. "You've got a hell of a bump back there." "Did I fall?" she murmured. "I guess so," he replied, not wanting to alarm her until he knew something for certain. Brock and Greg came panting back up the stairs. Brock was wearing only a pair of jeans, zipped but not snapped, and his sturdy chest gleamed with sweat. He had picked up a poker from somewhere, and Greg had taken the time to get the .22 squirrel rifle from its rack over the fireplace in the den. Webb looked inquiringly at them, and they shook their heads. He got away. Greg mouthed silently. Sirens were wailing in the distance. Greg said, "I'd better put this up before the sheriff gets here. I'll let them in." He went back downstairs to return the rifle to its rack, lest he alarm a deputy already on edge with adrenaline. Roanna tried to sit up. Webb put his hand on her shoulder and pressed her back down, alarmed at how little effort it took to do so. "No, you don't. You're going to stay right here until a medic says it's all right for you to move." "My head hurts," she said again, a bit truculently. It had been so long since he'd heard that tone in her voice that he couldn't help grinning, despite the terror that had been clawing at his insides and was only now beginning to truly subside. "I know it does, honey. Sitting up will only make it worse. Just lie still." "I want to get up." "In a minute. Let the paramedics take a look at you first." She gave an impatient sigh. "All right." But before the sirens had wound to a stop outside, she was trying again to sit up, and he knew she was disoriented. He'd seen it before in injured people. The instinct was a primitive one. To get up, keep moving, put distance between yourself and whatever had caused the injury. He could hear Greg explaining as he led a veritable parade of people up the stairs. There were 6 paramedics and at least that many deputies, with more arriving, from the sound of the sirens as additional vehicles speeded up the road. Webb and Lucinda were shouldered to the side as the paramedics, 4 men and 2 women, gathered around Roanna. Webb backed against the wall. Lucinda clung weakly to him, trembling, and he put a supporting arm around her. She leaned heavily against him, using his strength, and with dismay he felt how fragile her once strong body felt in his grip. More deputies arrived, and the sheriff. Bully Watts was retired now, but the new sheriff, Carl Bashirs, had been Bully's chief deputy for 9 years before being elected sheriff, and he had worked on Jessie's case. He was a compactly muscular man with iron-gray hair and cold, suspicious eyes. Bully had operated with a sort of good-old-boy Andy Taylor kind of manner. Bashirs was more brusque, straight to the point, though he had learned to temper the bulldog, straight-ahead tactics he'd learned in the Marines. He began gathering the family together, ushering them to the side. "Folks, let's get out of the medic's way now and let them take care of Miss Roanna." His steely gaze lit on Webb. "Now, what happened here?" Until then, Webb hadn't realized the similarities between what had happened to Roanna tonight and Jessie's death 10 years earlier. He had been concentrating on Roanna, terrified for her, taking care of her. The old, cold fury began to build in him as he realized Bashir suspected him of attacking Roanna, perhaps trying to kill her. He ruthlessly suppressed his anger, though, because now wasn't the time for it. "I heard Roanna scream," he said in as even a tone as he could manage. "The sound came from the front of the house, and I was afraid she'd gotten up without turning on any lights and fallen down the stairs. But when I got here, I saw her lying just where she is now." "How did you know it was Roanna screaming?" "I just did," he said flatly. "You didn't think it could be anyone else in the house who'd gotten up?" Lucinda gathered herself, galvanized by the obvious suspicion in Bashir's voice. "Not usually," she said in a firm tone. "Roanna suffers from insomnia. If anyone is wandering around the house at night, it's likely to be her." "But you were awake," Bashir said to Webb. "No, I woke up when I heard her scream." "We all did," Gloria put in. "Roanna used to have nightmares, you know, and that's what I thought was happening. Webb ran past my door just as I opened it." "You're sure it was Webb?" "I know it was," Brock put in, squarely facing the sheriff. "I was right behind him." Bashir looked frustrated, then shrugged, evidently deciding he didn't have a tie between the two events after all. "So, did she fall or what?" The dispatcher said it was a call for the paramedics and the sheriff's department. "Just as I got to her," Webb said, "I heard something downstairs." "Like what?" Bashir's eyes sharpened again. "I don't know. A crash." Webb looked at Brock and Greg. "Brock and I went downstairs to take a look," Greg said. "A lamp had been knocked over in the den. I went outside while Brock checked the rest of the house." He hesitated. "I think I saw someone running, but I couldn't swear to it. My eyes hadn't adjusted to the dark." "What direction?" Bashir asked briefly, already beckoning to one of his deputies. "To the right, toward the highway." The deputy approached, and Bashir turned to him. "Yeah, I'll get some lights and check the yard on the other side of the driveway. There's a heavy dew tonight, so if anybody's been through there, it'll show on the grass. There may have been an intruder in the house." The deputy nodded and departed, taking several of his fellows with him. One of the paramedics came over. He had obviously leaped out of bed to answer the call. A ball cap covered his uncombed hair, and his eyes were puffy from sleep. But he was alert, his gaze sharp. "I'm pretty sure she's going to be all right, but I want to transport her to the hospital to be checked out and to have that cut in her head stitched up. Looks like she's got a mild concussion, too. They'll probably want to keep her for 24 hours, just to make certain she's okay." "I'll go with her," Lucinda said, but suddenly staggered. Webb grabbed her. "Lay her down on the floor," the paramedic said, reaching for her, too. But Lucinda batted their hands away and pulled herself erect once more. Her color still wasn't good, but she glared fiercely at them. "Young man, I will not lie down on the floor. I'm old and upset, that's all. You tend to Roanna and don't pay any attention to me." He couldn't treat her without her permission, and she knew it. Webb looked down at her and thought about picking her up and carrying her to the hospital himself, bullying her into letting a doctor check her. She must have known what he was thinking, because she looked up and managed a smile. "It's nothing to fret about," she said. "Roanna's the one who needs seeing to." "I'll go with her to the hospital, Aunt Lucinda," Lynette said, surprising everyone. "You need to rest. You and Mama stay here. I'll go put on some clothes if y'all will gather up the things she'll need." "I'll drive," Webb said. Lucinda started to protest again, but Webb put his arm around her. "Lynette's right. You need to rest. You heard what the paramedic said. Roanna will be all right. It would be different if she were in danger, but she isn't. Lynette and I will be there with her." Lucinda clutched his hand. "You'll call me from the hospital. Let me talk to her?" "Just as soon as she's settled," he promised. "They'll have to do x-rays first, I imagine, so it could take a while. And she might not feel like talking," he warned. "She'll have a hell of a headache. Just let me know she's all right." With that, Lucinda and Gloria went down the long hall to the back bedrooms to gather the personal items Roanna would need for even a short stay in the hospital. Webb and Lynette went to their own rooms to dress. It took him less than 2 minutes, and he reached Roanna's side just as they were transferring her to a stretcher to carry her downstairs. She was fully conscious now, and her eyes were wide with alarm as she looked up at him. He took her hand again, folding her cold, slender fingers against his rough, warm palm. "I don't like this," she said fretfully. "If I need stitches, why can't I just drive to the emergency room? I don't want to be carried." "You have a concussion," he replied. "It's not safe for you to drive." She sighed and gave in. He squeezed her hand. "Lynette and I are going to be with you. We'll be right behind the ambulance." She didn't protest again, and he almost wished she had. Every time he looked at her, he was hit by another wave of panic. She was paper white, what part of her face that wasn't covered by blood. The dark, rusty stain was spread over her face and neck, where it had run down from the laceration on her scalp. Lynette came hurrying down, carrying a small overnight case, just as they were sliding the stretcher into the ambulance. "I'm ready," she said to Webb, already moving past him toward the garage. Sheriff Bashir fell into step beside Webb. "The boys found marks in the dew," he said. "Looks like someone took out running across the yard. Somebody's been messing with the lock on the kitchen door, too. There's some scratches on the metal. Miss Roanna's lucky. If she came face to face with a burglar and a bump on the head's all she got. Remembering how she had looked like a crumpled little doll lying in the hall, with blood spreading around her, Webb thought Bashir's definition of lucky was different from his own. "I'll be at the hospital later on to ask her some questions," the sheriff continued. "We'll do some more checking around here." The ambulance was pulling out. Webb turned away and strode to the garage, where Lynette was waiting for him. It took several hours and a shift change at Helen Keller Hospital before Roanna had been scanned, stitched, and settled into a private room. Webb impatiently waited in the hallway, while Lynette helped her to clean up and get dressed in a fresh nightgown. The bright morning sun was shining through the windows when he was finally allowed to re-enter the room. She was lying in bed, looking almost normal now that most of the blood had been washed away. Her hair was still matted with it, but that would have to be taken care of later. A white pad covered the stitches in the back of her head, and stretchy gauze had been wrapped around her head to hold the bandage in place. She was very pale, but all in all she looked much better. He eased down on the side of the bed, careful not to jar her. "The doctor told us to wake you up every hour. That's a hell of a thing to do to an insomniac, isn't it?" he teased. She didn't smile, as he'd hoped. "I think I'll save you the trouble and just stay awake." "Do you feel like talking on the phone?" Lucinda was frantic. Carefully, she pushed herself higher in the bed. "I'm okay. It's just a headache. Will you dial the number for me?" Just a headache from a bruised brain, he thought grimly, as he picked up the receiver and punched the number for an outside line, then the number at Davencourt. She still thought she'd fallen, and no one had told her any differently. Sheriff Bashir wasn't going to get a lot of information from her. Roanna talked briefly to Lucinda, just long enough to reassure her that she felt all right, a blatant lie, then gave the phone back to Webb. He was going to give Lucinda his own reassurances, but to his surprise it was Gloria who came on the line. "Lucinda had another spell after y'all left," she said. "She's too stubborn to go to the hospital, but I've called her doctor, and he's going to stop by this morning." He glanced at Roanna. The last thing she needed to hear right now was that Lucinda was ill. "Keep her in line," he said briefly, and lowered his voice as he turned away, so Roanna wouldn't be able to hear him. "I'm not going to say anything to the others now, so don't mention it to them just yet. I'll call in a couple of hours and check on her." He got off the phone just as Sheriff Bashir came in and tiredly settled himself into one of the 2 chairs in the room. Lynette was in the other, but Webb wasn't inclined to sit anyway. He wanted to be closer to Roanna's side. "Well, you're looking better than the last time I saw you," Bashir said to Roanna. "How do you feel?" "I don't believe I'll go dancing tonight," she said, in that solemn way of hers, and he laughed. "Don't guess you will. I want to ask you a few questions if you feel up to it." A puzzled look crossed her face. "Of course." "What do you remember about last night?" "When I fell? Nothing. I don't know how it happened." Bashir shot a quick look at Webb, who gave a tiny shake of his head. The sheriff cleared his throat. "The thing is, you didn't fall. It looks like someone broke into Davencourt last night, and we figure you walked right up on him." If Roanna had been pale before, now she was absolutely white. Her face took on a pinched, frightened expression. "Someone hit me?" she murmured. She didn't say anything else, didn't move. Webb, watching her closely, had the distinct impression she was drawing in on herself, holding everything inside, and he didn't like it. Deliberately, he reached out and took her hand, squeezing it to let her know she wasn't alone, and he didn't give a damn what conclusions Bashir drew about his action. "You don't remember anything?" the sheriff persisted, though his gaze flickered briefly to their clasped hands. "I know everything's confused now, but maybe you caught a glimpse of him and you just haven't realized it yet. Let's take it step by step. Do you remember leaving your room?" "No," she said tonelessly. Her hand was motionless in Webb's grip. Once she would have been clinging to him, but now she didn't hold on to him at all. It wasn't just that she didn't seem to need him anymore, but that she didn't want to even be around him. For a while, when she had been so confused, all the barriers had been down, and she had seemed to be comforted by his presence, to need him. But now she was pulling away from him again, putting emotional distance between them, even though she made no effort to physically pull away. Because of what had happened between them yesterday? Or was it something else? a detail about her injury. Did she remember something after all? Why didn't she want to tell the sheriff? "What's the last thing you remember?" Bashirs asked. "Going to bed." "Your folks say you have insomnia. Maybe you were awake and you heard something and went to see what it was." "I don't remember," she said. The pinched look was more pronounced. He sighed and got to his feet. "Well, don't fret about it. A lot of folks don't remember at first what happened right before they took a bump on the noggin, but sometimes it comes back to them after a while. I'll be checking back with you, Miss Roanna. Webb, come on out in the hall with me and I'll tell you what we've done so far." Webb went with him, and Bashir strolled down the hall toward the elevators. "We followed the trail through the weeds all the way to that pasture road that cuts off from the highway, just past the turnoff going up to Davencourt," he said. "I figure he left his car parked there, but it's been a couple of weeks since we've had any rain, and the ground was too hard for us to get any tread marks. Just to be sure, we brought in a couple of dogs, and they followed the trail as far as the pasture road, too, but nothing after that. It's a good place to hide a car. The brush is so thick, anything parked even 20 yards up the road would be damn hard to see, even in the daylight, much less at night." "He got in through the kitchen door?" "That's what it looks like. We couldn't find any other sign of entry." Bashirs snorted. "I thought he was a fool at first for not going in through some of those fancy glass doors y'all got all over the house, but maybe he was pretty smart. You think about it, the kitchen is the best place. Everyone should be upstairs in bed at that time of night, so we don't want to risk waking anyone by going through any of the upper veranda doors. The doors on the patio are on the side of the house, visible from the stables. But the kitchen door is on the back, and you can't see it from the driveway, the stables, or anywhere else." They had reached the elevators, but Bashirs didn't stop to punch the button to call it. He and Webb strolled on to the end of the hall, out of earshot of anyone getting off the elevator on that floor. "Was anything taken?" Webb asked. "Not that anyone can tell. That lamp's knocked over in the den, but except for that and the lock on the kitchen door, nothing looks like it was touched. Don't know what he was doing in the den unless he got rattled when Miss Roanna screamed. I suppose he ran back downstairs looking for a quick way out, but the front door has a double lock on it, and he couldn't figure it out in the dark. He ran into the den, saw it doesn't have an outside door, and accidentally blundered into the lamp. Looks like he finally went out the kitchen door, same as he got in." Webb roughly ran his hand through his hair. "This won't happen again," he said. "I'll have a security system installed this week." "Y'all should already have had one." Bashirs gave him a look of disapproval. "Booley used to go on and on about how easy it would be to break into that house, but he never could talk Miss Lucinda into doing anything about it. You know how old folks are. With the house so far out of town, she felt safe." "She didn't want to feel like she was in a fortress," Webb said, remembering the comments Lucinda had made over the years. "This will probably change her mind. Don't bother with one of the systems that automatically call for help because y'all are so far out of town it would be a waste of money. Put in a loud alarm that'll wake everyone up if you want, but remember that wires can be cut. Your best bet is to put good locks on the doors and windows and get a dog. Everybody should have a dog." "Lucinda's allergic to dogs," Webb said wryly. He wasn't about to get one now and make her miserable for the few remaining months of her life. Bashir sighed. "Guess that's why you never had one. Well, forget that idea." They turned and walked back toward the elevators. "Miss Lucinda had another spell after y'all left." "I know, Gloria told me." "Stubborn old woman," Bashirs commented. They reached the elevators, and this time he punched the button. "Call me if Roanna remembers anything, 'cause otherwise we don't have jack shit." Roanna rested quietly the remainder of the day, though she was troubled by nausea. The doctor ordered a mild medication to remedy that, and she ate most of her lunch, a light meal of soup and fruit. Lynette was surprisingly good in a sick room, making sure Roanna had plenty of ice water in the bedside pitcher where she could reach it, and helping her to the bathroom when she needed to go. Otherwise, she sat patiently, reading a magazine she'd bought in the gift shop, or watching television with the sound turned low. Webb was restless. He wandered in and out of the room, moodily watching Roanna's face whenever he was there. Something about her manner bothered him more and more. She was too quiet. She had reason to be upset and alarmed, but instead she was showing very little response to anything. She avoided meeting his gaze and pleaded a headache when he tried to talk to her. The nurses checked on her regularly and said she was doing okay. Her pupil responses were normal, but still he was uneasy. He called back twice to check on Lucinda, but both times Lucinda answered the phone herself and wouldn't let him talk to Gloria. "I'm fine," she said crossly. "Don't you think the doctor would have put me in the hospital if anything serious was wrong? I'm old, I have cancer, and my heart isn't what it used to be. What else do you think could be wrong? Frankly, I can't think why I'd bother even taking medicine for a cold." Both times she asked to talk to Roanna, and both times Roanna insisted that she felt well enough to talk. Webb listened to her side of the conversation and realized how guarded she sounded, as if she were trying to hide something. Had she seen her assailant after all? If so, why hadn't she told Bashirs? There was no reason he could think of for her to keep something like that secret, no one she would be protecting. She was definitely hiding something, though, and he was determined to find out what. Not right now, not while she was still rocky, but as soon as she was home, he was going to sit her down in a private place for a little talk. Lynette said she would stay overnight, and Webb finally left at 9 that night. He was back at 6:30 the next morning, though, ready to take Roanna home as soon as she was released. She was ready, already dressed in street clothes, and looking much better than she had the day before. 24 hours of enforced rest had done her a lot of good, even under the circumstances. "Did you sleep any?" he asked. She shrugged. "As much as anyone does in a hospital, I suppose." Behind her, Lynette met his eyes and shook her head. It was after 8 when the doctor came in and checked her pupil responses, then smiled and told her to go home. "Take it easy for about a week," he said, "then see your family doctor for a checkup." Webb drove them home then, easing over every bump and railroad track in an effort not to jar her head. Everyone at home at the time came out to meet her, and his plan to have a private talk with her was soon demolished. He didn't have a chance to be alone with her all day long. She was promptly put to bed, though she complained a bit irritably that she would rather be in her chair, but nothing would satisfy Lucinda except bed rest. Lucinda and Gloria fussed over her. Bessie was in and out at least 10 times asking if she was comfortable, and Tansy left her kitchen domain to personally bring up the meal trays she had prepared with Roanna's favorites. Even Corliss stirred herself to visit, and uncomfortably asked if she was all right. Webb kept watch, knowing he'd get his chance. It didn't come until late that night when everyone else had gone to bed. He waited in the darkness, watching the veranda, and as he had expected, it wasn't long before a light came on in the next room. He knew her veranda doors were locked because he'd locked them himself before leaving her room the last time. He went out into the hallway, where the lights had been left burning at night since Roanna had been hurt, and quietly entered her room. She had gotten out of bed, and was once again ensconced in that huge, soft-looking chair, though she wasn't reading. He supposed her head still hurt too much for her to do any reading. Instead, she'd turned on her television, with the sound so low he could barely hear it. She looked around with a guilty expression when the door opened. "Got you," he said softly, shutting the door behind him. Immediately, he caught a hint of uneasiness in her face before she smoothed her expression to blankness. "I'm tired of being in bed," she explained. "I've rested so much I'm not in the least bit sleepy." "I understand," he said. She'd been in bed for 2 days. No wonder she was sick of it. "That isn't what I wanted to talk about." "I know." She looked down at her hands. "I made a fool of myself day before yesterday. It won't happen again." So much had happened since then that for a moment he stared blankly at her, then realized she was talking about what had happened when they were riding. He'd been a clumsy idiot, and typically Roanna was taking the blame for it. "You didn't make a fool of yourself," he said harshly, walking over to the veranda doors to check them again, just to make certain they were locked. "I didn't want to take advantage of you, and I handled it all wrong." He stood there, watching her reflection in the glass. "But that's something we'll talk about later. Right now, I want to know what it is you aren't telling the sheriff." She kept her gaze on her hands, but he saw how still she went. Nothing. He could see the guilt, the discomfort, even in the reflection. "Roanna." He turned around and went over to her, squatting down in front of the chair and taking her hands in his. She was sitting in what was evidently her favorite position, with her feet pulled up onto the seat and tucked under her nightgown. He looked at the bandage on her head, rather than the shadowy peaks of her nipples poking against the white cloth, because he didn't want anything to distract him from what he wanted to find out, and just being close to her was bad enough. You can fool the others, but they don't know you the way I do. I can tell when you're hiding something. Did you see who hit you? Do you remember more than you're telling? No, she said miserably. Then what is it? Nothing. Ro? He said warningly. Don't lie to me. I know you too well. What are you hiding? She bit her lip, worrying it between her teeth, and her golden brown eyes lifted to him, filled with a distress so intense he almost reached out for her in comfort. I walk in my sleep, she said. He stared at her, astounded. Whatever he'd been expecting, that wasn't it. What? I'm a sleepwalker. I guess that's part of the reason I have insomnia, she explained in a soft tone, looking down again. I hate waking up in strange places, not knowing how I got there, what I've done, if anyone has seen me. I only do it when I'm in a deep sleep, so you don't sleep, he finished. He felt himself shattering inside as he realized the sheer enormity of the burden she carried, the pressure under which she lived. God, how did she stand it? How did she function? For the first time he sensed the slender core of pure steel in her. She wasn't little, needy, insecure Roanna any longer. She was a woman, a Davenport, Lucinda's granddaughter, with her share of the Davenport strength. You were sleepwalking night before last. She inhaled deeply. I must have been. I was so tired I went to sleep as soon as I got in bed. I don't remember anything until I woke up in the hall with a splitting headache and you and Lucinda leaning over me. I thought I had fallen, though I've never had any accidents before when I was sleepwalking. Jesus. He stared at her, shaken by the image that came to mind. She had walked up to the burglar like a lamb to slaughter, not seeing him even though her eyes had been open. Sleepwalkers looked awake, but they weren't. Possibly the burglar even thought she could identify him. Attempted burglary and assault weren't crimes that warranted murder to avoid arrest, but she could be in danger anyway. Not only were new locks going on everywhere, as well as an alarm system that would wake the dead if there was an unauthorized intrusion, but he would make damn certain everyone in the county knew she had a concussion and didn't remember anything about the incident. An article about the attempted burglary had been in the paper, and as a follow-up, he would have that information printed as well. Why didn't you tell the sheriff that you walk in your sleep? Lynette was there, she said, as if that were reason enough. It was, but it took him a moment to think it through. No one knows, do they? She gave a slight shake of her head, then winced and stopped the motion. It's embarrassing, knowing that I wander around in my nightgown, but it's more than that. If anyone knew... Again, it didn't take a genius to follow her thoughts. Corliss, he said grimly. You're afraid the little bitch would play nasty tricks on you. He rubbed his thumbs over the backs of her hands, feeling the slender, elegant bones just under the skin. She didn't respond to that, just said, It's better if no one knows. She won't be here much longer. He was glad he could make that promise. Roanna looked startled. She won't? Why? Because I told her she'd have to move out. She can stay until Lucinda... She can stay for a few more months, if she behaves herself. If she doesn't, she'll have to leave before then. Lynette and Greg will have to find another place to live, too. Greg makes good money. There's no excuse for them to be sponging off Lucinda the way they have. I think living here was Lynette's decision. Hers and Gloria's. Probably. But Greg could have said no. I don't know about Brock. I've always liked him, but I didn't expect him to be a moocher. Brock has a plan, Roanna explained, and unexpectedly a faint smile touched her pale lips. He's living here so he can save as much money as possible before he gets married. He's going to build his own house. He and his fiancée have already had an architect draw up the blueprints. Webb stared at her mouth, enchanted by that tiny, spontaneous smile. He hadn't had to coax that one out of her. Well, at least that's a plan, he grumbled, to hide his reaction. Gloria and Harlan are in their 70s. I'm not going to make them move. They can live here the rest of their lives if they want. I know you don't want the house crammed with relatives, she said. I'll be moving out, too. You aren't going anywhere," he interrupted harshly, rising to his feet. She looked at him in bewilderment. "This is your home, damn it! Did you think I was trying to tell you to get out?" He couldn't keep the anger out of his voice, not just at the thought of her leaving, but that she had thought he would want her to. "I'm just a distant cousin, too," she reminded him. "How would it look for us to be living here together, even with Gloria and Harlan here? It's different now because the house is so full, but when the others move out, people will gossip if I don't, too. You'll want to get married again someday, and—" "This is your home," he repeated, grinding his teeth together in an effort to keep his voice down. "If one of us has to move out, I will." "You can't do that," she said, shocked. "Davencourt will be yours. It wouldn't be right for you to leave, just so I'll have a place to stay." "Haven't you ever thought that it should be yours?" he snapped, goaded beyond endurance. "You're the Davenport. Don't you resent the hell out of me for being here?" "No." "Yes." She watched him for a moment, her eyes shadowed and unreadable as the words lay between them. "I don't resent you, but I envy you, because Davencourt is going to be yours. You were raised with that promise. You shaped your life around taking care of this family, this house. Because of that, you've earned it, and it should be yours. I knew when I went to find you in Arizona that Lucinda would change her will, giving everything to you again. We discussed it beforehand. But even though I envy you, I've never thought of Davencourt as mine. It's been home since I was 7 years old, but it wasn't mine. It was Lucinda's, and soon it'll be yours." She sighed and gingerly rested her head back against the chair. "I have a degree in business administration, but I got it only because Lucinda needed help. I've never been interested in business and finance, while you thrive on it. The only kind of work I've ever wanted to do is train horses. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in business meetings. You take that part of it, and welcome to it. I won't be left destitute, and you know it. I have my own inheritance." He opened his mouth, and she held up her hand to stop him. "I'm not finished. When I'm no longer needed here—" She paused, and he knew she was thinking of Lucinda's death, as he did. It was always there, looming in their future, whether they could bring themselves to speak openly of it or not. "When it's over, I'm going to set up my own stables, my own house. For the first time, something will belong to me, and no one else will ever be able to take it away." Webb's fists clenched. Her gaze was very clear, yet somehow distant, as if she looked back at all the things and people that had been taken from her when she'd been too young and helpless to have any control over her life. Her parents, her home, the very center of her existence. Her self-esteem had been systematically stripped from her by Jessie, with Lucinda's unknowing assistance. But she had had him as her bulwark until he, too, had turned from her. And since then, Roanna had allowed herself to have no one, to care for nothing. She had, in effect, put herself in dormancy. While her life was on hold, she had devoted herself to Lucinda. But that time was coming to an end. When Lucinda died, Roanna planned to leave. He glared down at her. Everyone else wanted Davencourt, and they weren't entitled to it. Roanna was legitimately entitled to it, and she didn't want it. She wanted to leave. He was so pissed off that he decided he'd better go back to his room before he really lost his temper, something she wasn't in any shape to endure and that he didn't want to do anyway. He stalked to the door, but paused there for the last word. "We'll work all that out later," he said. "But you are not moving out of this house." Chapter 18. It was the day of Lucinda's welcome home party for him, and as Webb drove home, he wondered how big of a disaster it would be. He didn't care, but it would disturb Lucinda a great deal if things didn't go exactly as she had planned. From what he'd experienced that afternoon, things weren't looking good. It hadn't been much, not even a confrontation, but as a barometer of public sentiment, it had been fairly accurate. He'd had lunch at the Painted Lady with the chairman of the Agricultural Commission, and the comments of the two women behind him had been easily overheard. "He certainly has a lot of brass on his face," one of the women had said. She hadn't raised her voice, but neither had she lowered it enough to ensure she couldn't be heard. "If he thinks 10 years is long enough for us to forget what happened, well, he has another thing coming." Lucinda Davenport never could see any fault in her favorites, the other woman commented. Webb had looked across at the commissioner's face, which was turning dark red as the man studiously applied himself to his lunch and pretended he couldn't hear a thing. You'd think even the Davenports would balk at trying to force a murderer down our throats, the first woman said. Webb's eyes had narrowed, but he hadn't turned around and confronted the women. Suspected murderer or not, he'd been raised to be a Southern gentleman, and that meant he wouldn't deliberately embarrass the ladies in public. If men had been saying the same things, he would have reacted differently. But not only were the two verbal snipers female, they were rather elderly from the sound of their voices. Let them talk. His hide was tough enough to take it. But the social matriarchs wielded a lot of power, and if they all felt the same way, Lucinda's party would be ruined. He didn't care for himself. If people didn't want to do business with him, fine, he'd find someone who did. But Lucinda would be both hurt and disappointed, and blame herself for not defending him 10 years ago. For her sake, he hoped. The windshield shattered, spraying Webb with tiny bits of glass. Something hot hummed by his ear, but he didn't have time to worry about it. His reflexive dodge had jerked the steering wheel in his hand, and the right wheels of the car bumped violently as the car veered onto the shoulder of the road. Grimly, he fought for control, trying to ease the car back onto the pavement before he hit a hole or a culvert that would send him careening into the ditch. He was effectively blinded by the shattered windshield, which had held together, but turned white with a thick webbing of fractures. A rock, he thought, though the truck in front of him had been far enough away that he wouldn't have expected the tires to throw a rock that far. Maybe a bird, but he would have seen something that big. He got all 4 wheels back onto the pavement, and the car's handling smoothed. Automatically he braked, looking out the relatively undamaged right side of the windshield in an effort to judge his distance to the shoulder of the road and whether or not he would have enough room to pull off. He was almost to the side road that led to Davencourt's private road. If he could reach the turnoff, there wouldn't be as much traffic. The windshield shattered again, this time farther to the right. Part of the broken glass sagged from the frame, little diamond bits held together by the safety film that prevented the glass from splintering. Rock hell, he thought violently. Someone was shooting at him. Quickly, he leaned forward and punched the safety film with his fist, tearing it down so he could see in front of him. Then he pushed the gas pedal to the floor. The car rocketed forward, the force jerking him back in the seat. If he stopped and gave the shooter a stationary target, he'd be dead, but it was damn hard to make an accurate shot at someone going 85 miles an hour. Remembering that hot humming he'd heard just beside his right ear after the first shot, he made a rough estimate of the trajectory of the first bullet, and mentally placed the gunman on a high bank just past the cutoff for the side road. He was almost to the road now, and if he turned onto it, the gunman would have a broadside shot at him. Webb kept the gas pedal down and roared past the cutoff, then past the thickly wooded pasture road where Bashirs thought the burglar had hidden his car. Webb narrowed his eyes against the whistling wind and stood on the brakes, spinning the steering wheel as he threw the car into a state trooper turnaround, a maneuver he'd mastered when he'd been a wild-ass teenager running this same road with its long, flat straightaway. Smoke boiled from his tires as they left rubber on the pavement. Another car blew past him, horn blaring. His car rocked and skidded, then straightened out, with its hood pointing back in the direction from which he'd come. This was a 4-lane divided highway, so that meant he was going the wrong way against traffic. 2 cars were headed straight toward him. He hit the gas again. He reached the pasture road just before he would have collided head-on with one of those cars and took the turn on 2 wheels. He braked immediately and threw the transmission into park. He jumped out of the car before it stopped rocking, dodging into the thick cover to the side and leaving the car to block the exit from the pasture road, just in case this was where the shooter had left his car. Was it the same man who had broken into the house, or coincidence? Anyone who used this highway on a regular basis, which was thousands of people, could have noticed the pasture road. It looked like it was a hunting road leading up into the woods, but the trees and bushes cleared out after about 1/4 of a mile and opened up onto a wide field that butted up against Davencourt land. Fuck coincidence, he whispered to himself as he weaved his way silently through the trees, taking advantage of the natural cover to keep anyone from getting a clear shot at him. He didn't know what he'd do if he came face to face with someone carrying a hunting rifle, while he himself was barehanded, but he didn't intend for that to happen. His had been a fairly typical rural upbringing in spite of, or perhaps because of, the advantage of living at Davencourt. Lucinda and Yvonne had made certain he fit in with his classmates, and the people he'd be dealing with the rest of his life. He'd hunted squirrel and deer and possum, learning early how to slip through thick woods without making a sound, how to stalk game that had eyes and ears a lot better than his. The rustlers who had taken his cattle and hightailed it into Mexico had found out how good he was at tracking and at not being seen if he didn't want to be. If the gunman was in here, he'd find him, and the man wouldn't know he was anywhere around until it was too late. There was no other vehicle parked on the pasture road. Once he'd established that, Webb hunkered down and listened to the sounds around him. 5 minutes later, he knew that he was stalking the wind. No one was there. If he'd figured the trajectory correctly, then the shooter had taken another route off that high bank. He stood up and walked back to his car. He looked at the demolished windshield, with those 2 small holes punched in it, and got seriously pissed off. Those had been good shots. Either one or both of them could have killed him if the angle of fire had been corrected just a hair. He opened the door and leaned in, examining the seats. There was a ragged hole in the back of the driver's headrest, just about an inch from where his right ear had been. The bullet had had enough power, even after going through the windshield, to completely pierce the seat and make an exit hole in the back windshield. The second bullet had torn a hole in the back seat where it entered. He picked up the cellular phone, flipped it open, and called Carl Bashirs. Carl drove out without lights or sirens at Webb's request. He didn't even bring a deputy with him. Keep it quiet, Webb had said. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Now, Carl walked around the car, looking at every detail. "Damn, Webb," he finally said. "Someone's got a real hard-on for you." "Tough. I'm not in the mood to get fucked." Carl cast a quick look at Webb. There was a cold, dangerous look on his face, an expression that boded ill for anyone who crossed him. Everyone knew Webb Talent had a temper, but this wasn't temper, this was something else, something deliberate and ruthless. "Got any ideas?" he asked. "You've been back in town, what, a week and a half? You're making enemies real fast, serious ones." "I think it's the same man who broke into the house," Webb said. "Interesting theory." Carl thought about it, stroking his jaw. "So you don't think it was just a burglar?" "Not now, I don't. Nothing has happened at Davencourt for the past 10 years until I came home." Carl grunted and stroked his jaw some more as he studied Webb. "Are you saying what I think you're saying?" "I didn't kill Jessie," Webb growled. "That means someone else did. Someone who was in our rooms. Normally, I would have been there. I never did go in for the late-night bar scene, and I didn't fool around with other women. Maybe Jessie surprised him, the way Roanna did. Roanna met up with him in the front hall. Mine and Jessie's rooms were on the front left side, remember? Corliss has the rooms now. I sleep in a bedroom on the back. But the so-called burglar wouldn't have known that, would he?" Carl whistled softly between his teeth. "That would make you the intended victim all along, which means this is the 3rd attempt to kill you." "I tend to believe you, son, mainly because there wasn't a reason for you to kill Miss Jessie. That's what had us so buffaloed 10 years ago. Whoever did it must have thought it was real funny, you being blamed for killing her. That would be better than killing you himself. Now, who hated you enough to try to kill you 10 years ago and stay mad this long?" "Damn if I know," Webb said softly. For years he'd thought Jessie's secret lover must have killed her. But with these new developments, that didn't make sense. It would have made sense for the murderer to try to kill him, but not for him to kill Jessie. It would even have been reasonable, if he wanted to think of murder as reasonable, for the two of them to plot to kill him. That would get him out of the way, and Jessie would have inherited more of the Davenport fortune. If she had simply divorced him, her inheritance wouldn't have been as much, because despite Jessie's threats, she had to have known that Lucinda wouldn't have disinherited him just because they'd divorced. To her credit, he didn't think Jessie had been involved in a plot to murder him. Like Roanna, she had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. But for Jessie, the bad timing had been fatal. Carl took a length of string from his pocket and tied one end of it around a pen. "Come hold this windshield up as straight as you can," he said, and Webb complied. Carl passed the free end of the string through the first bullet hole, threading it through until the pen caught on the outside and held. Then he tied the other end around another pen, this time securing the string under the pen's clip, and passed that pen through the holes in the back of the headrest. He looked at the trajectory and whistled softly again. At the distance he was shooting from, if he'd adjusted his sights just a teeny bit to the right, that bullet would have caught you smack between the eyes. "I noticed it was a fine shot," Webb said sarcastically. Carl grinned. "Thought you might be a man who appreciated good marksmanship. How about the second bullet?" "It went on through the trunk." "Well, any good deer rifle would shoot a bullet with that much power over that distance. No way of tracing it, even if we could have found one of the slugs." He eyed Webb. "You took a chance, stopping here like this." "I was mad." "Yeah, well, if there's a next time, cool off before you decide to go after someone who's armed. I'll have the car towed in and my boys will go over it, but I don't think we'll find anything that will help us." "In that case, I'd just as soon no one else knows about this. I'll take care of the car." "Mind telling me why you want to keep it quiet?" "Number one, I don't want him on guard. If he's relaxed, maybe he'll make a mistake. Number two, you can't do a whole hell of a lot anyway. You can't give me an escort everywhere I go, and you can't keep a 24-hour watch on Davencourt. Number three, if Lucinda finds out, it just might kill her." Carl grunted. "Webb, your folks need to know to be careful." "They do. The so-called burglar spooked them. We have new deadbolt locks now, more secure windows, and we're wired to an alarm that if it goes off, will set every dog inside a 30-mile radius to howling. It's not any secret in Tuscumbia that we've done this either." "So you think he knows, and isn't likely to try getting into the house again?" "He's gotten in twice before without any trouble. Instead of trying it again, this time he tried to shoot me off the road. Sounds as if he heard the news." Carl crossed his arms and stared at him. "Miss Lucinda's big party is tonight." "You think he could be among the guests?" Webb said. He'd already thought of that himself. "I'd say there's a good chance. You might want to take a look at the guest list and see if you recognize the name of someone you didn't get along with, somebody who came out on the short end of some business deal. Hell, he wouldn't even have to be invited. From what I hear, so many people will be there that he could waltz right in and no one would notice." "You were invited, Carl. Are you coming?" "Couldn't keep me away. Booley will be there, too. Is it okay if I run all of this by him? That old dog is still pretty sly, and if he knows to be watching, he might see something." "Sure. Tell Booley. But no one else, you hear?" All right, Carl grumbled. He looked at Webb's car again. "You want me to give you a ride up to the house?" "No, everyone would ask questions. Take me back to town. I have to get something else to drive anyway, and I'll arrange to have this one taken care of. As far as anyone is concerned, I had car trouble." He looked at his watch. "I'll be pushing it to get home in time for the party." The guests were due to arrive in only half an hour, and Webb was nowhere around. All of the family was already there, including his mother and Aunt Sandra. Yvonne was beginning to pace, because it wasn't like Webb to be late to anything, and Lucinda was growing increasingly fretful. Roanna sat very still, holding her own worry inside. She didn't let herself think about car accidents, because she couldn't bear it. Her own parents had died that way, and since then she shrank from the very idea of an automobile accident. If she passed one on the highway, she never rubbernecked, but carefully kept her gaze averted and got past the accident site as soon as she could. Webb couldn't have been in an accident. He simply couldn't. Then they heard the front door open, and Yvonne rushed to the door. "Where have you been?" Roanna heard her demand with a mother's asperity. "I had car trouble," Webb replied, as he took the stairs 2 at a time. He was back downstairs in 15 minutes, freshly shaved, and wearing the black tie apparel on which Lucinda had insisted. "Sorry I'm late," he said to everyone, as he crossed to the liquor cabinet and opened the doors. He poured himself a shot of tequila and tossed it back, then set the glass down and gave them a reckless grin. "Let the games begin." Roanna couldn't take her eyes off him. He looked like a buccaneer, despite the fineness of his clothes. His thick, dark hair was still black with dampness, and brushed into a severe style. He moved with the lithe grace of a man accustomed to formal clothes, without a trace of self-consciousness. The jacket sat perfectly on his broad shoulders, and the trousers were just snug enough to look trim without being binding. Webb had always worn his clothes well, no matter what they were. She had thought no one could look better than he did in jeans and boots and chambray work shirt, and now she thought no one looked better in black tie. Jet studs marched down the front of his snow-white shirt, which had rows of tiny tucks, and matching jet cufflinks gleamed darkly at his thick wrists. She hadn't talked privately with him since the night he'd come to her room, and she had told him why she hadn't seen the burglar. Webb had forbidden her to work at all until the family doctor had checked her and given her the all-clear, which he'd done just the day before. Truth to tell, for the first several days after she'd gotten home from the hospital, she hadn't felt like working or doing anything except sitting very still. The headache had been persistent, and if she had moved around much, she suffered a recurrence of that nausea that went with concussion. It was only in the past 2 days that the headache had gone away, and the nausea with it. She didn't think she would risk dancing tonight, though. Webb had been busy, and not just with work. He had overseen the installation of steel-reinforced doors on the main entrances, deadbolt locks on even the French doors, and an alarm system that had made her pull a pillow over her head to buffer the sound when it was tested. If she couldn't sleep, and wanted the veranda doors open so she could enjoy the fresh air, first she had to punch in a code on a small box installed by the window of every room. If she opened the doors without entering the code, the resulting blast would jolt everyone out of their beds. Between her headache and his work, there simply hadn't been time for a private talk. In the drama of her injury, most of her embarrassment had faded away. After his midnight visit to her room, the subject hadn't come up again, as if they both wanted to avoid it. "My, you look handsome," Lucinda said now, eyeing Webb up and down. "Better than you did before, if you don't mind my saying so. Wrestling cows, or whatever it was you did in Arizona, certainly kept you in shape." "Steers," he corrected, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "And yes, I wrestled a few of them." "You said you had car trouble," Yvonne said. "What's wrong with it?" "The transmission went out," he said smoothly. "I had to have it towed." "What are you driving, then?" "A pickup truck." His eyes gleamed greenly as he said it, and Roanna saw the fine tension in him, a sort of heightened state of alertness, as if he were poised for some sort of crisis that only he anticipated. At the same time, there was an obvious amusement in the line of his mouth, and she saw him glance expectantly at Gloria. "A truck?" Gloria said with disdain. "I hope it doesn't take long to get your car repaired." The amusement became even more pronounced, though Roanna wondered if she was the only one who saw it. "Doesn't matter," he said, and grinned in wicked relish. "I bought the truck." If he'd expected a tirade, Gloria didn't disappoint him. She launched into a lecture on how it looks for one of our family to drive such a common vehicle. When she segued into the part about the image they had to uphold, Webb's eyes gleamed even brighter. He said, "It's four-wheel drive, too. Big tires, like the kind bootleggers use so they can get into the woods." Gloria stared at him, aghast and momentarily silenced as her face turned red. Lucinda was hiding her smile behind her hand. Greg coughed and turned away to look out the window. Corliss was also looking out the window. She said, "My God, it looks like that scene in Field of Dreams." Lucinda, understanding exactly what she meant, stood up and said with evident satisfaction, "Of course it does. If I give a party, they will come." That remark elicited laughter from everyone except Roanna, but Webb noticed that a smile briefly touched her lips. That was the third one, he thought. Soon the house was brimming over with laughing, chattering people. Some of the men wore black tie, but most of them were in dark suits. The women were arrayed in a variety of styles, ranging from above-the-knee cocktail dresses to tea-length to more formal long gowns. Everyone in the Davenport and Talent families wore long gowns, again at Lucinda's direction. She knew exactly how to make an impression and set the tone. Lucinda looked good, better than she had in a long time. Her white hair was in a queenly twist on the back of her head, and her pale peach gown, aided by a skillful application of cosmetics, lent its delicate color to her face. She had known what she was doing by insisting on peach-colored lights. While Lucinda held court with her friends, Roanna quietly saw to it that everything ran smoothly. The caterer was very efficient, but disaster had been known to strike even the most rigidly organized of parties. Waiters hired for the evening moved through the crowd with trays laden with glasses of pale gold champagne, or with a dazzling array of hors d'oeuvres. For those who had heartier appetites, a huge buffet had been set up. Out on the patio, the band had already begun playing old standards, luring people outside to dance under the peach fairy lights. Roanna noticed Webb moving through the crowd, talking easily with people, stopping to tell a joke or make a few remarks about politics, then going on to another group. He seemed perfectly relaxed, as if it hadn't occurred to him that anyone might look askance at him, but still she could see his increased tension in the hard, bright glitter of his eyes. No one would say anything derogatory about him in his presence, she realized. There was a power about him that made him stand out even in this crowd of social elites, a personal assurance that not many people had. He really didn't give a damn what any of them thought, not for his own sake at least. He came across as both relaxed and self-assured, but ready to act if necessary. Around 10 o'clock, when the party had been going strong for over 2 hours, he came up behind her as she was surveying the buffet table to make certain nothing needed replenishing. He stood so close that she felt the heat of his big body, and he rested his right hand on her waist. "Are you feeling all right?" he asked in a low voice. "Yes, I'm fine," she said automatically, as she turned to face him, repeating the same words she had used at least 100 times that night in answer to the same question. Everyone had heard about the burglar and her concussion and wanted to know about it. "You look fine," everyone else had said, but Webb didn't. Instead, he was looking at her hair. The stitches in her scalp had been removed just the day before when she had gone to the family doctor. Today, in preparation for the party, she had gone to her hairdresser, who had gently arranged her hair in a sophisticated twist that concealed the small shaved patch. "Can you tell?" she asked anxiously. He knew what she meant. "No, not at all. Is your head still sore?" "Just a little. It's tender rather than actually sore." He lifted his hand from her waist and flicked one of her dangling earrings, setting the gold stars to dancing. "You look good enough to eat," he said quietly. She blushed, because she had hoped she looked attractive tonight. The creamy gold of her gown complemented her warm complexion and the dark chestnut of her hair. She looked up at him, and her breath caught in her chest. He was looking down at her with a hard, intense, hungry cast on his face. Time suddenly seemed to stand still around them, people fading from her consciousness, the noise and music muted. Her blood throbbed through her veins slowly, powerfully. This was the way he had looked the day they'd gone riding together. She had mistaken it for lust, or had she been mistaken? They were utterly alone there in the middle of the crowd. Her body quickened, her breath coming fast and shallow, her breasts rising as if to his touch. The ache of wanting him was so intense that she thought she would die. "Don't," she whispered. "If you don't mean it, don't." He didn't reply. Instead, his gaze moved slowly down to her breasts, lingered, and she knew her nipples were visibly erect. A muscle twitched in his jaw. "I want to make a toast." Lucinda knew how to make herself heard in a crowd without appearing to raise her voice. Slowly, the chatter of hundreds of voices stilled, and everyone turned toward her as she stood slightly alone, frail but still queen. The spell that had held Roanna and Webb in its grip was shattered, and Roanna shuddered in reaction as they both turned to face Lucinda. "To my grand-nephew, Webb Talent," Lucinda said clearly, and lifted her glass of champagne to Webb. "I missed you desperately while you were away, and I'm the happiest old lady in Colbert County now that you're back." It was another of her masterful strokes, forcing people to toast him, acknowledge him, accept him. All over the room glasses were lifted to Webb, Champagne was drunk to his return, and a chorus of "Welcome home" filled the room. Roanna, whose hands were empty, gave him a fleeting, rueful smile. "Number 4, he thought. That was 2 in one night." Her nerves felt raw from the silently charged interval that had passed between them. She slipped away into the crowd and worked her way outside to make certain everything was okay on the patio. Couples strolled over the grounds, their way lit by the thousands of lights woven into the trees and bushes, the maze of electrical cords carefully covered with foam stripping and taped over so no one would trip over them. The band had moved out of old standards, having sufficiently warmed up the dancing crowd, and was now playing more lively tunes, specifically Rock Around the Clock. At least 50 people were bopping their hearts out on the dance floor. The tune ended to applause and laughter, and then there was one of those errant little pockets of silence in which the words "killed his wife" were clearly heard. Roanna stopped, her expression freezing. The silence spread as people looked uncomfortably at her. Even the band members stood still, not knowing what was going on, but aware that something had happened. The woman who had been talking turned around, her face dark red with embarrassment. Roanna stared steadily at the woman, who was a Kofelt, a member of one of the oldest families in the county. Then she looked around at all the other faces, frozen in the lovely peach light as they watched her. These people had come to Webb's home, enjoyed his hospitality, and still talked about him behind his back. It wasn't just Cora Kofelt who had been unlucky enough to be heard. All of these faces were guilty, because they too had been saying the same thing she had. If they had possessed any good judgment to begin with, she thought with growing fury, they would have realized 10 years ago that Webb couldn't possibly have killed his wife. It was common courtesy that a hostess do nothing to embarrass one of her guests, but Roanna felt anger move through her. She trembled with the rush of emotion, the sheer energy. It flowed through her until even her fingertips tingled. She had endured a lot on her own account, but by God, she wasn't going to stand there and let them slander Webb. "You people were supposed to have been Webb's friends," she said in a clear, strong voice. She had seldom in her life been angrier, except at Jessie, but this was a different kind of anger. She felt cool, perfectly in control of herself. "You should have known 10 years ago that he would never have harmed Jessie. You should have supported him instead of putting your heads together and whispering about him. Not one of you, not one, expressed any sympathy to him at Jessie's funeral. Not one of you spoke up in his behalf. But you've come to his house tonight as guests. You've eaten his food, you've danced, and you're still talking about him." She paused, looking from face to face, then continued. "Perhaps I should make my family's position clear to everyone in case there's been any misunderstanding. We support Webb. Full stop. Period. If any one of you here feels you can't associate with him, then please leave now, and your association with the Davenports and the Talents will be at an end." The silence on the patio was thick, embarrassed. No one moved. Roanna turned to the band. "Play." "Something slow," Webb said from behind her. His hand, hard and warm, curled around her elbow. "I want to dance with my cousin, and her head is still too sore for bopping." A spatter of self-conscious laughter ran around the patio. The band began playing Blue Moon, and Webb turned her into his arms. Other couples moved together and began swaying to the music, and the crisis was over. He held her with the distance of cousins, not the closeness of a man and a woman who had lain naked together amid tangled sheets. Roanna stared at his throat as they danced. "How much did you hear?" she asked, her voice quiet and level once more. "Everything," he said carelessly. "You were wrong about one thing, though." "What was that?" A rumble of thunder sounded in the distance, and he looked up at the dark sky as a sudden cool breeze arrived with the promise of rain. After days of teasing, it looked as if a storm was finally coming. When he glanced back down at her, his green eyes were glittering. "There was one person who offered me sympathy at Jessie's funeral." Chapter 19. The party was over, the guests gone home. The band had unplugged and loaded up, and they too were gone. The caterer and her staff had cleaned, washed, and efficiently stored everything in 2 vans and driven away, tired but well paid. Lucinda, exhausted by the superhuman effort she had made that night, had gone immediately up to bed, and everyone else had soon followed. The storm had lived up to its promise, arriving with great sheets of lightning, window-rattling thunder, and torrents of rain. Roanna watched all the drama from the dark safety of her room, snugly curled in her chair. The veranda doors were thrown open so she could get the full effect of it, smell the freshness of the rain, and watch the wind sweep it across the land in battering waves. She was cuddled under a light, baby-soft afghan, deliciously chilled by the dampness in the air. She was relaxed and a little drowsy, hypnotized by the rain, her body sinking into the chair's comforting depths in utter relaxation. The worst of the storm had already passed, and the rain had settled down into a steady, heavy downpour, accompanied by an occasional flash of lightning. She was content to sit there, remembering, not the scene on the patio, but that moment before Lucinda's toast, when she and Webb had been caught in a private bubble of suspended time, desire pulsing thickly between them. It had been desire, hadn't it? Sweet, hot. His gaze had drifted, as heated as a torch, down to her breasts. They had throbbed, her nipples lifting to him. She hadn't been mistaken in his intent. She couldn't have been. Webb had wanted her. Once she would have gone to him, heedless of everything except her desire to be with him. Now she remained in her own room, watching the rain. She wouldn't chase after him again. He knew that she loved him. He'd known it all her life. The ball was now in his court, for him to hit it back or let it go by. She didn't know what he would do, or if he would do anything at all, but she had meant what she'd told him at the party. If he wasn't serious in his attentions, then she didn't want them. Her eyes drifted shut as she listened to the rain. It was so soothing, so peaceful. She felt at rest, whether or not she slept that night. A faint scent of cigarette smoke came to her. She opened her eyes, and he was there, standing in the open doors, watching her. His gaze bored through the darkness of the room. The sporadic flashes of lightning revealed her to him, her eyes shadowed and calm, her body relaxed and waiting. Waiting. In the same brief moments of illumination, she could see the way he lounged there, with one shoulder against the doorframe, a negligent posture that in no way concealed the tension in his coiled muscles, the intensity of the way he watched her, like a predator focusing on its prey. He had partially undressed. His coat was gone, and his black tie. The snowy white shirt was unbuttoned and pulled free of his pants, and it hung open across his broad chest. A half-smoked cigarette was in his hand. He turned and flicked it over the veranda railing out into the rain, and then he was silently crossing the room to her, his tread lithe and pantherish. Roanna didn't move, didn't say anything in either welcome or rejection. This move was his. He knelt in front of the chair and put his hands on her legs, smoothing the afghan across her knees. The heat of his touch burned her through the covering. "God knows I've tried to stay away from you," he muttered. "Why?" she asked, her voice low, the question simple. He gave a rough laugh. "God knows," he said again. Then he tugged gently on the afghan, pulling it away from her, and dropping it to the floor beside the chair. Just as gently, he slipped his hands under the hem of her nightgown and caught her ankles. He pulled her legs out of their tucked position, straightening them, and spread them so that he was between them. Roanna caught a deep, shuddering breath. "Are your nipples hard?" he whispered. She could barely speak. "I don't know." "Let me see." And he slid his hands all the way up her body under the nightgown and closed his fingers over her breasts. Until he touched them, she hadn't realized how desperate she had been for this. She moaned aloud at the relief, the pleasure. Her nipples stabbed his palms. He rubbed his thumbs over them and laughed softly. "I do believe they are," he whispered. "I remember the way they taste, the way they feel in my mouth." Her breasts lifted into his hands with every quick, sighing breath. Desire was coiling hotly in her loins, loosening her, turning her flesh warm and pliable to his touch. He lifted the nightgown up and over her head, pulling it away and dropping it to the floor as he had the Afghan. She sat naked before him in the huge chair, her slender body dwarfed by its bulk. Lightning flickered again, briefly revealing the details of breast and loin, tightly puckered nipples and open thighs. His breath hissed through his teeth, his broad chest expanding. Slowly, he stroked his hands up her legs, pushing her thighs wider and wider apart until she was fully exposed to him. The damp night air washed over her, the breeze cooling the heated flesh between her legs. The feeling of exposure, of vulnerability, was too sharp to be borne, and with a soft, panicked sound she tried to close her legs. His hands tightened on her thighs. "No," he said. Slowly he leaned forward, letting his body touch her, lightly pressed down on her, and his mouth closed over hers with a sweetness, a tenderness that was devastating. The kiss was as gentle as a butterfly's wings, as leisurely as summer. With the utmost delicacy he cherished her mouth, lingered over the kiss. At the same time his wicked fingers moved boldly between her legs, opening the secret folds that protected the soft opening of her body. One big finger probed at her, making her squirm. Then it pushed deep inside. Roanna arched helplessly, moaning into his mouth, overcome by the startling sense of being penetrated. He kept on kissing her, the sweetness of his mouth gentling her for the marauding thrust of his fingers. It was almost diabolical, that contrast of intensity, arousing every aspect of her sensuality. She was both seduced and ravished, enticed and taken. His lips left her mouth, slid hotly down her throat, then were at her breasts. He sipped delicately, sucked hard. Roanna sank into a dark, whirling storm of pure desire, trembling with need. She put her hands on his head, feeling the thick, cool silk of his hair between her fingers. She felt dizzy, drunk with arousal, with the heated, musky scent of his skin. He was hot, so hot, his body heat burning through his shirt. His mouth moved downward, over her trembling stomach muscles. His tongue probed her shallow navel, making her loins clench wildly as a bolt of pleasure shot through her. Down, down. He gripped her buttocks hard, pulling them forward so that her bottom was right on the edge of the chair, then draped her legs over his shoulders. She made an incoherent sound of panic, of helpless anticipation. "I told you," he muttered. "Good enough to eat." Then he kissed her, his mouth hot and wet, his tongue swirling around her straining, yearning nub. Her hips lifted wildly, her heels digging into his back. She cried out, muffling the sound with her own hand. She couldn't stand it. It was too intense. It was torture and ecstasy all at once, and her hips bucked in an effort to escape the sensation. He gripped her bottom tighter, pulling her harder against his mouth, and his tongue stabbed deep into her. She climaxed violently, shuddering, biting her hand to keep from screaming from the force of it. When the sensations finally ebbed and released her from their dark whirlpool, she lay sprawled limply in the chair, with her legs still spread on his wide shoulders. She couldn't move. She had no strength, not even enough to open her eyes. Whatever he wanted to do to her now, she was open, compliant, completely vulnerable to his desire. He lifted her thighs off his shoulders, and she felt him moving, felt the brush of bare skin against her as he stripped out of his shirt. She forced her heavy eyelids open as he undid his pants and pushed them down. His urgency was a hot, wild thing. He hooked one arm around her bottom and dragged her forward even more, off the chair and onto his thighs, onto his thick, thrusting penis. It speared upward into her, so hard that she felt bruised, so hot that she felt burned. Her weight aided in her own penetration, pushing her down so that he went even deeper, and she choked on a soft scream. Webb groaned, leaning back on his hands so that his body arched powerfully beneath her. "You know what to do," he said from between clenched teeth. "Ride." She did. Automatically her body responded, rising and falling, her thighs clasping his hips, flexing as she lifted herself almost completely off him, only to slide back down. She rode him slowly, so that she took him by increments. Her body was magic, moving with the fluid grace that had always captivated him. She enveloped him with a downward glide, then tormented him with the threat of release as she moved upward again, almost off of him. No, then back down, and he groaned at the wet, heated relief of being surrounded by her flesh, held, caressed. He was stallion hard inside her, and finally she rode him hard, moving fast, slamming herself down onto him. Sensation built unbearably, and he thrust upward, hard. Helplessly she cried out, her sweet inner flesh pulsing and hugging him as she came again. A harsh cry tore out of his throat, and he reared up, throwing her back against the chair. He pinned her to it with his weight as he plunged and bucked, spurting hotly into her. He lay heavily on her, trembling and sweating. His release had been so powerful that he couldn't speak, couldn't think. Some time later, a measure of strength returned to his muscles, and he withdrew from her, bringing a wordless murmur of protest from her lips. He stood and kicked his pants off, then lifted her up into his arms and carried her to the bed. He stretched out on the bed beside her, and she curled into his embrace and went to sleep. Webb buried his face against her hair and let the darkness claim him, too. Some unknown time later, she moved out of his arms and got up from the bed. Webb awoke at once, disturbed by her absence. He blinked sleepily at the pale form of her naked body. "Ro," he murmured. She didn't answer, but walked calmly, deliberately toward the door. Her bare feet were silent. It almost looked as if she were drifting over the floor. The hair stood up on the back of his neck, and he shot out of bed. His hand slapped against the door just as she reached out for the doorknob. He peered at her face. Her eyes were open, her expression as serene as a statue's. "Ro," he said, his voice rough. He put his arms around her and pulled her against him. "Wake up, darling. Come on, baby, wake up." He shook her a little. She blinked once or twice and yawned as she cuddled closer. He held her tighter and felt tension slowly rob her body of pliancy as she realized that she was out of bed, standing at the door. "Webb?" Her voice was choked, shaken. She shivered, her skin roughening with a chill. He picked her up and carried her back to the bed, sliding her beneath the warm covers and getting in beside her. He held her close to the warmth of his own body, held her as the shivers became shudders. "Oh, my God," she said against his shoulder, the words almost toneless with strain. "I did it again. I don't have any clothes on. I almost walked out of here naked." She began pushing against him, trying to squirm away. "I need my nightgown," she said frantically. "I can't sleep like this." He controlled her struggles, pressing her down into the mattress. "Listen to me," he said. But she kept trying to pull away from him, and finally he rolled on top of her, ruthlessly controlling her delicate body with his much bigger, stronger one. "Shh, shh," he murmured against her ear. "You're safe with me, baby. I woke up as soon as you moved away from me. You don't have to worry. I won't let you leave this room." Her breath was coming in gasps, and 2 tears rolled out of the corners of her eyes into the hair at her temple. He rubbed the wet tracks with his beard-stubbled cheek, then kissed the last traces away. She was soft beneath him. His penis was stiff and urgent. He tugged her thighs apart. "Hush now," he said, and stabbed deeply into her. She gasped again, but stilled at his penetration. He lay on her and felt her slowly calm. It was a gradual process, her body changing beneath him, around him, as her distress faded, and her physical awareness of him and what he was doing increased. "I won't let you leave," he whispered in reassurance, as he began to move inside her. At first she was simply quiescent, accepting his possession, and that was enough. Then his hunger grew, and he wanted more than her compliance, and he began stroking her in ways that made her cry out, made her flesh heat, and begin to press urgently against him. She began to climax, and he pressed deep into her, pulsing with his own release. Afterward, she tried again to get up, to put on her nightgown, but he held her tightly. She needed to trust him, to be able to fall asleep knowing that he would wake up if she tried to leave, that he wouldn't let her roam the house in defenseless sleep. Until she had that assurance, sleep would remain difficult for her. Roanna huddled against him, devastated by what had almost happened. She began to cry again, choked sobs that she tried to stifle. She hadn't cried in years, but she was helpless to stop, as if the very fierceness of the pleasure she received from his lovemaking had battered down the walls of her defenses so that she couldn't hold any emotion at bay. It was too much, all of it, everything that had happened, since Lucinda had sent her to Arizona in search of Webb. Within an hour of finding him, she had been lying beneath him, and nothing had been the same since. How long it had been? 3 weeks? 3 weeks that comprised shattering ecstasy and devastating pain, 3 weeks of tension and sleepless nights and fear, and the more recent days when she had felt herself changing inside, facing life, and in the process beginning to live again. She loved Webb, loved him so much that she felt it in every pore of her body, every particle of her soul. Tonight he had made love to her, not with anger, but with a breathtaking possessiveness and sensuality. She hadn't gone to him, he had come to her, and he was holding her as if he never intended to let her go. But if he did, if, when morning came, he said it had been a mistake, she would survive. It would hurt, but she would go on. She had learned that she could endure almost anything, that her future was still out there. Oddly, realizing that she could live without him made his presence all the sweeter. She cried until she couldn't any more, and he held her the entire time, stroking her hair, murmuring to her. Exhausted both emotionally and physically, she slept. It was 6 o'clock when she woke, the morning already bright and sweet, the storm long gone, and the birds singing with mad abandon. The veranda doors were still standing open, and Webb was leaning over her. "Thank God," he muttered roughly, as he saw her eyes flutter open. "I don't know how much longer I could have waited." Then he mounted her, and she forgot about the morning, about the household awakening around them. For all his impatience, he made love to her with a lingering enjoyment they hadn't been able to savor the night before. When it was over, he gathered her trembling body close and wiped the tears, this time of ecstasy, from her eyes. "I think we've found the cure for your insomnia," he teased, his voice still hoarse and strained from his own climax. She gave a hiccuping little laugh and buried her face against his shoulder. Webb closed his eyes, that small, happy sound reverberating through his entire body. His throat clogged and his eyes burned. She had laughed. Roanna had laughed. Her small laugh died away. She kept her face pressed to him, and her fingers moved along his rib cage. "I can handle not sleeping," she said quietly, "but knowing that I walk in my sleep terrifies me." He moved his hand down her spine, stroking each vertebrae. "I promise you," he said, "that if you're in bed with me, I won't let you leave the room." She shivered, but it was from the delicious sensations his stroking fingers were causing as they moved along her spine, probing and caressing. She arched inward, the movement pressing her body more firmly against him. "Don't try to distract me," she said. "I really would feel more secure if I wore my nightgown." He shifted so that he was lying to face her, gathering her in. "But I don't want a nightgown between us," he murmured, coaxing her. "I want to feel your skin, your breasts. I want you to go to sleep and know that I won't let anything happen to you, unless I'm the one doing it." She was silent, and he knew that he hadn't convinced her, but for now she wasn't going to argue the point. Slowly he combed his fingers through her tangled curls, letting the strands drift down so that the sunlight caught them, highlighting the reds and golds and richest browns. He thought of the night he had first taken her, and damned himself for his callousness. He thought of the empty nights since then, when he could have been making love to her, and damned himself for his stupidity. "I thought I was being noble by not taking advantage of you," he said in lazy amusement. "Stupid," she said, rubbing her cheek against his hairy chest. She nuzzled one of his flat nipples and caught it with her teeth, lightly biting. He sucked in his breath, undone by her uncomplicated sensuality. He tried to explain further. "I blackmailed you into that first night. I didn't want you to think you had no choice." Dumb. She tilted her head back and looked up at him, whiskey eyes drowsy with sensual completion. "I thought you didn't want me." "Ye gods," he muttered. "And you called me dumb?" She smiled and returned her head to its resting place on his chest. Number 5. They were coming more often now, he thought, but were just as precious. He thought of the shots that someone had taken at him the day before, of the danger she had already faced because of him. He should get the hell away from Davencourt, out of her life, for her safety and that of everyone else in the house. But he couldn't, because he had already been careless of her safety even before returning to Davencourt. He put his hand on her belly, spanning the narrow distance between her hip bones. For a moment he studied the contrast between his big, rough, sun-browned hand and the silky smoothness of her stomach. He had made it a principle all his life to protect a woman from pregnancy, and AIDS had made the practice even more sensible. All his fine principles had flown out the window when he'd had Roanna beneath him. Not once had he worn a rubber when he was making love to her, not in Nogales and not last night. He flattened his palm on her belly. "Have you had a period since that night in Nogales?" His tone was soft, even, but the words hung between them as if he had shouted. She went very still in that way of hers, motionless except for her breathing. Finally, she replied with caution, "No, but I've never been regular. A lot of times I'll completely skip a month." He'd wanted certainty, but realized he wasn't going to find it yet. He rubbed his hand over her stomach, then up to lightly cup a breast. He loved her breasts, so firm and high and elegantly shaped. He watched in sensual delight as the nipple immediately began to pucker, standing up as if begging for attention. Were her nipples slightly darker than they had been that first night? God, he loved her reaction, the immediate response to him. "Have your breasts always been this sensitive?" "Yes," she whispered, her breath catching as pleasure flooded through her. At least they were whenever he looked at them, or touched them. She could no more stop her reaction to him than she could halt the tides. He wasn't immune himself. Though it hadn't been long since they'd made love, his sex stirred as he watched color flush her breasts and cheeks. "How did you manage to stay virgin for 27 years?" he marveled, thrusting himself against the cleft of her bare thighs. "You weren't here," she said simply, and the open honesty of her love humbled him. He nuzzled her hair, feeling himself grow more urgent. "Can you take me again?" To make his meaning plain, he pushed his erection even harder against her. For answer, she lifted her thigh, sliding it along his hip up to his waist. Webb reached down and guided himself to the soft, swollen opening and pushed inside. He didn't feel any urgent need for orgasm, just the need for her. They lay together, gently rocking to keep the level of sensation. The morning was getting older, and the chances were increasing that they would be caught naked in bed together. Of course, everyone was more likely to sleep late today after the party last night, so he judged it fairly safe to indulge themselves for a while longer. He didn't want to embarrass her, but neither did he want to let her go. He loved being inside her, loved the tight clasp of her body. They began to slip apart, and he put his hand on her bottom to anchor her to him. She might not think so, but he'd bet the ranch that she was pregnant, and the thought of her carrying his baby at once thrilled him to his bones and scared him half to death. Maybe it wasn't the most romantic conversation to be having while they were making love, but he tilted her chin up and looked square into her eyes so she would know he meant it. "You have to eat more. I want you to put on another 15 pounds, minimum." A shadow of insecurity darkened her eyes, and he cursed aloud even as he thrust deeper into her. "Don't look like that, damn it. After last night, there's no way you can doubt how much you turn me on. Hell, what about right now? I wanted you when you were 17, and I sure as hell want you now, but I also want you strong and healthy enough to carry my baby." It took her a moment to catch her breath after that strong thrust. She moved against him, an enticing wiggle to make herself more comfortable. "I don't think I'm—" she began, then stopped, and her whiskey eyes widened. "You wanted me then?" she whispered. "You were sitting on my lap," he said wryly. "What did you think, that I was carrying a lead pipe around in my pocket?" He thrust again, letting her feel every inch of him. "And after the way I kissed you—" "I kissed you," she corrected. Her face was growing flushed, and she clung tighter to him. "You started it, but I didn't push you away, did I? As I remember, it took about 5 seconds before I had my tongue halfway down your throat." She made a little hum of pleasure, perhaps at the memory, more likely at what he was doing to her now. A hard surge of sensation brought him to the realization that the need for orgasm was abruptly urgent for both of them. He stroked her bottom, trailing his fingers down the cleft until he reached the point of their union. Gently he rubbed her, feeling how stretched and tight her soft flesh was around him. She whimpered, arched, and dissolved. It took only 2 thrusts for him to join her, and they strained together in completion. He was still sweating a long time later when he maneuvered out of her arms and out of bed. "We have to stop before someone comes looking for us," he muttered. Swiftly he dressed, stepping into wrinkled black pants and picking up his equally wrinkled shirt. He leaned down to kiss her. "I'll be back tonight." He kissed her again, then straightened, winked at her, and sauntered out onto the veranda as casually as if it were perfectly natural for him to be leaving her room half-naked at 8 o'clock in the morning. She didn't know if anyone saw him or not, because she jumped up, grabbed her nightgown, and darted into the bathroom. She was still quivering with excitement and pleasure as she showered. Her skin was so sensitive from his love-making that even the act of bathing felt sexual. She couldn't believe the raw sexuality of the night, but her body had no such difficulty. Her hands moved over her wet abdomen. Was she pregnant? It had been 3 weeks since Nogales. She didn't feel any different, she didn't think. But then it had been an eventful 3 weeks, and her attention hadn't been on her menses. Her periods were so irregular anyway that she never paid much attention to the calendar or how she felt. He seemed oddly certain, though, and she closed her eyes as sweet weakness made her tremble. She was glowing when she went down to breakfast. Webb was already there, halfway finished with his usual hefty meal. But he paused with his fork in mid-air when she entered the room. She saw his eyes linger on her face, then slip down her body. Tonight, she thought. Tonight, he'd promised. She filled her plate with more than she usually took and made an effort to eat most of it. It was Saturday, but there was still work to be done. Webb had already gone into the study, and Roanna was lingering over her second cup of coffee when Gloria came down. "Lucinda isn't feeling well," she said fretfully as she began dipping scrambled eggs onto a plate. "Last night was too hard on her." "She wanted to do it," Roanna said. "It was important to her." Gloria looked up, and her eyes were sheened with tears. Her chin wobbled a bit before she controlled it. "It was silly," she grumbled. "All that trouble for a party." But Gloria knew, as they all did, that had been Lucinda's last party, and she had wanted to make it memorable. It had been her effort to set aright the wrong she felt she had done to Webb 10 years ago by not standing up for him. Lucinda had been holding her decline at bay by sheer willpower, because there had still been things she wanted to accomplish. Those things were done now, and she had no more reason to fight. The snowball was rolling downhill now, picking up speed, and hurtling toward its inevitable end. From long, quiet talks with Lucinda, Roanna knew this was what she wanted. but it wasn't easy to let go of the woman who had been the family's bulwark for so long. Bully Watts called Webb that afternoon. "Carl told me what happened," he drawled. "Interesting as hell." "Thanks," Webb said. Bully chuckled, the sound ending in a wheeze. "Carl and I both watched the crowd last night, but we didn't see anything out of the way except for that little scene on the patio. Roanna was something, wasn't she?" "She took my breath away," Webb murmured. And he wasn't thinking just of the love-making that had happened later. She had been standing in the middle of the crowd like a pure golden candle, her head high, her voice loud and clear. She hadn't hesitated to wade into battle on his behalf, and the last part of him that had held on to the image of little Roanna had faded away. She was a woman, stronger than she knew, and perhaps beginning to realize that strength. She was a Davenport, and in her own way, every bit as queenly as Lucinda. Bully's voice intruded into his thoughts. "Have you thought of anybody who would carry a grudge against you for that long? A grudge serious enough that Jessie was killed because of it?" Webb sighed tiredly. "No, and I've racked my brain trying to come up with something. I've even gone over old files, hoping I'll notice a detail, remember something that would make sense out of all this. Well, keep thinking. That's what bothered me about Jessie's murder from the beginning. There just didn't seem to be any sense to it, no reason that I could see. Hell, even drive-by shootings have a reason behind them. So whoever killed Jessie, and I'm saying now that I don't believe you did it, killed her for a reason no one else knows. If your theory's right, then the reason didn't apply to her anyway. Someone was after you, and she got in the way." "Come up with a motive," Webb said, "and we come up with the killer. That's the way it's always worked for me. And let's hope we can figure it out before he takes another shot at me, or someone else gets in his way." He hung up and rubbed his eyes, trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together, but they simply refused to fit. He stretched and stood up. He had to go into town on an errand, so he had a decision to make. Play it safe and take a roundabout route, or drive his usual route and hope he got shot at so he'd have another chance at catching the gunman, assuming the shot missed. Some choice. Lucinda came down for supper that evening, the first time all day she'd been out of her room. Her color was waxy, and the palsy in her hands was worse than it had been before, but she was jubilant over the success of the party. Several of her friends had called her during the course of the day and told her it had been simply wonderful, which meant she had accomplished her aim. They were all at the table except for Corliss, who had gone out earlier in the day and hadn't yet returned. After chattering excitedly for several minutes, Lucinda looked at Roanna and said, "Dear, I'm so proud of you. What you said last night really made a difference." Everyone else, except for Webb and Roanna, looked confused. Lucinda had never missed much that was going on, though probably it was one or more of her cronies who had filled her in on what had happened on the patio. "What?" Gloria asked, looking from Lucinda to Roanna and back. "Oh, Cora Cofelt made a snide remark about Webb, and Roanna took up for him. She managed to make everyone feel ashamed of themselves." "Cora Cofelt?" Lynette was aghast. "Oh, no, she'll never forgive Roanna for embarrassing her." "On the contrary. Cora herself called me today and apologized for her own bad manners. Admitting when you're wrong is the mark of a lady." Roanna didn't know if that was a dig at Gloria or not, for Gloria had certainly never admitted being wrong about anything. Lucinda and Gloria loved each other, and in a crisis they could each be relied on to support the other, but their relationship had its sharp edges. Webb's eyes met hers, and he smiled. Slowly, blushing a little, she smiled in return. "Number 6, he thought triumphantly. The front door slammed, and heels clattered unsteadily across the foyer tile. "You!" Corliss yelled. "Where is everybody? You—" "Damn it!" Webb said violently, shoving his chair back from the table. The alarm went off, shrieking like all the fiends in hell. Everyone jumped and covered their ears. Webb ran from the room, and after a second Brock followed him. "Oh, no, the horses!" Roanna cried, and darted for the door. When the alarm had been tested, the horses had all panicked. Webb had debated changing the alarm to one less shrill, but had opted for the safety of his family over the nervousness of the horses. The god-awful racket stopped as she reached the hall, and instead she heard Corliss whooping with uncontrollable laughter and Webb cussing with every breath he drew. Brock turned on Corliss and yelled, "Shut up!" Everyone else piled into the hall behind Roanna as Corliss straightened from where she was clinging to the huge carved newel post at the bottom of the stairway. Corliss's face twisted with fury. She worked her mouth and spat a gob of saliva at her brother. "Don't tell me to shut up!" she sneered. The spit missed Brock, but he looked down at the wet splatter on the floor with disgust etched on his face. Lynette stared at her daughter in horror. "You're drunk!" she gasped. "So?" Corliss demanded belligerently. "Just having a little fun. Nothing wrong with that." Webb gave her a look that would have frozen antifreeze. "Then you can have your fun somewhere else. I warned you, Corliss. You have a week to find somewhere else to live. Then I want you out." "Oh, yeah?" She laughed. "You can't throw me out, big boy. Aunt Lucinda might have one foot in the grave, but until they're both there, this place isn't yours." Lynette covered her mouth with her hand, staring at Corliss as if she didn't recognize her. Greg took a threatening step forward, but Webb stopped him with a look. Lucinda drew herself up, her expression hardening as she waited for Webb to handle the situation. 3 days, he grimly said to Corliss. "And if you open your mouth again, the deadline will be tomorrow morning." He glanced at Roanna. "Come on, we better go help get the horses settled down." They went out the front door and around the house. They could hear the horses' frightened whinnies as soon as they stepped outside, and the thuds as the ones in the stable kicked frantically at their stalls. Webb's long legs made one stride for every 2 of hers, and Roanna was practically running to keep up with him. Loyal and the few stable hands who were still at work at that hour were doing their best to soothe the terrified animals, crooning to them, trying to hold them still. True, most of the words they were using were lurid curse words, but they were uttered in the softest of tones. Roanna ran into the stable and added her own special croon to the lullaby. The horses outside were just as frightened as the animals in the stable, but they weren't as likely to hurt themselves because they had room to run. The horses in the stable were mostly animals with injuries or illnesses, and they could damage themselves even more in their panic to escape. "Hush," Loyal said to the hands, and they fell silent, letting Roanna sing. They all continued their petting, but Roanna's voice had a unique quality to it that caught the attention of every animal in the stable. She'd had the gift from childhood, and Loyal had used it more than once to settle a frightened, nervous horse. Webb moved down the rows of stalls, stroking sleek, sweating necks, just as they were all doing. Roanna sang softly, going from stall to stall, her voice pitched at just the right tone, so that the horses' ears pricked forward as if trying to catch every note. Within 5 minutes, all the occupants of the stalls were calm, if still sweating. "Get some cloths, boys," Loyal murmured. "Let's get my babies dried off." Roanna and Webb helped with that, too, while Loyal checked each animal for any new injury. They all seemed to be all right, except for their original ailments, but Loyal shook his head at Webb. "I don't like that damn squeal," he said flatly. "And the horses ain't going to get used to it. It's too high-pitched. Hurts their ears. Hurts mine, too, come to that. What the hell happened?" "Corliss," Webb said disgustedly. "She's shit-faced and didn't enter the code when she came in." Loyal scowled. What Miss Lucinda was thinking to let that little bitch, pardon my French, move into Davencourt, I don't know. Neither do I, but she's moving out within 3 days. Not soon enough, if you ask me. Webb looked around and located Roanna at the far end of the stable. "There's some trouble going on, Loyal. Until it's settled, I'm keeping the alarm because it's loud enough to wake you even down here, and we may need your help." "What kind of trouble, boss?" "Someone shot at me yesterday. I think it's the same person who broke into the house last week, and maybe even the same person who killed Jessie. After Corliss leaves, if that alarm goes off, then it's a real emergency. In a worst-case scenario, you may be the only one who can help us." Loyal eyed him consideringly, then gave one abbreviated nod. "Reckon I'll make sure my rifle's cleaned and loaded," he said. "I'd appreciate it." "Miss Roanna doesn't know, does she?" "No one does except for me, Sheriff Bashirs and Bully Watts, and now you. It's hard to catch someone if they're looking for the trap." "Well, I hope this varmint gets caught real soon, because I'm not going to rest easy as long as I know that damn siren could go off at any time and make every horse here go wild." Chapter 20. The house was still in an uproar when Webb and Roanna returned to it, with Corliss now sitting on the stairs weeping hysterically and begging Lucinda not to let Webb throw her out. Not even her own mother was taking her side this time. Drunkenness was bad enough, but to spit at her brother was totally unacceptable. Brock was nowhere in sight, probably having removed himself from the temptation to do physical damage to his sister. To Corliss's sobbing entreaties, Lucinda merely gave her a cold look. "You're right, Corliss. Despite my own foot in the grave, I am still the owner of this house, and as the owner I give Webb full authority to act on my behalf, no questions asked." "No, no," Corliss moaned. "I can't leave. You don't understand." "I understand that you're leaving," Lucinda replied, not bending an inch. "You're disgusting. I suggest you go to your room now, before Webb's threat to make you leave in the morning begins to sound even more delightful than it already does." "Mama," Corliss turned to Lynette, a pleading expression on her tear-blotched face, "tell her to let me stay." "I'm very disappointed in you," Lynette said softly, and stepped past her daughter on her way upstairs. Greg leaned down and hauled Corliss to her feet. "Upstairs," he said sternly, turning her around and bodily forcing her upward. They all watched until the pair reached the top of the stairs and turned toward Corliss's suite. They could hear her sobbing until a door closed firmly behind her. Lucinda sagged. "The ungrateful little wretch," she muttered. Her skin tone was even more waxy than before. "Are the horses all right?" she asked Roanna. "None of them were injured, and they're quiet now." "Good." Lucinda put a trembling hand to her eyes, then took a deep breath and straightened her shoulders once more. "Webb, could I talk to you, please? We need to go over some details." "Of course." He put a supporting hand under her arm to steady her as they walked to the study. He glanced over his shoulder at Roanna, and their eyes met. His were steady and warm with promise. "Go finish your supper," he said. When he and Lucinda were alone in the study, she dropped heavily onto the couch. She was breathing hard and perspiring. "The doctor said that my heart's giving out too, damn it," she muttered. "There, I've used a cuss word." She peeped up at Webb to see his reaction. He couldn't help grinning at her. "You've used them before, Lucinda. I've heard you cuss that roan mare you used to ride until it was a wonder her ears didn't singe and drop off." "She was a bitch, wasn't she?" The words were fondly uttered. As hard-headed as the mare had been, Lucinda had always gotten the best of her. Until just a few years before, Lucinda had been strong enough to handle almost any horse she straddled. "Now, what details do you want to discuss?" "My will," she said baldly. "I'm having the lawyer in tomorrow. I'd better get that chore taken care of, because it's beginning to look like my time's a bit shorter than I expected." Webb sat down beside her and took her frail, palsied hand in his. She was too shrewd and mentally tough for him to even consider trying to comfort her with platitudes, but damn it, he hated to let her go. "I love you," he said. "I was damn mad at you for not defending me after Jessie was killed. It hurt like hell that you thought I could have done it. I still hold a grudge about that, but I love you anyway." Tears swam briefly in her eyes, then she blinked them away. "Of course you hold a grudge. I never thought you'd totally forgive me. God knows I don't deserve that consideration. But I love you too, Webb. I always knew you were the best choice for Davencourt." "Leave it to Roanna," he said. His own words took him by surprise. He'd always thought of Davencourt as his, always expected to have it. He'd worked hard for it. But as soon as the words were out of his mouth, he knew they were right. Davencourt should be Roanna's. Despite what Lucinda thought, despite even what Roanna thought, She was more than capable of handling it. Roanna was tougher and smarter than any of them knew, even including herself. Webb was only now beginning to understand the strength of her character. For years, everyone had thought of her as fragile, irreparably damaged emotionally by the trauma of Jessie's death. But instead, Roanna had been protecting herself and enduring. It took a special kind of strength to endure, to accept what couldn't be changed and simply hunker down and wait it out. More and more lately, Roanna was coming out of her shell, showing her strength, standing up for herself with a quiet maturity that didn't attract much attention, but was there. Startled, Lucinda blinked several times. Roanna? Don't you think I've talked this over with her? She doesn't want it. She doesn't want to spend her life reading financial statements and watching stock reports, he corrected. But she loves Davencourt. Give it to her. You mean split the inheritance? Lucinda asked in bewilderment. Give the house to her and the financial holdings to you? She sounded shocked. That had never been done. Davencourt and all it entailed had always been kept intact. No, I mean leave it all to her. It should be hers anyway. Roanna needed a home. She had told him so herself. She needed something that was hers, that could never be taken away from her. She's never really felt as if she belonged anywhere, and if you leave everything to me, she'll feel as if she wasn't good enough to have Davencourt, even if she did agree to the terms of the will. She needs her home, Lucinda. Davencourt should have Davenports living here, and she's the last one. But, of course she would live here. Lucinda looked at him uncertainly. I never thought that you would make her leave. Oh dear, that would look funny, wouldn't it? People would talk. She told me that she plans to buy her own place. Leave Davencourt? The very idea shocked Lucinda. But this is her home. Exactly, Webb said softly. Well, Lucinda sat back, mulling over this change in her plans. Except it wasn't a change, she realized. It was simply leaving everything as it already stood, with Roanna as her heir. But what will you do? He smiled, a slow smile that lit his entire face. She can hire me to handle the financial dealings for her, he said lightly. Suddenly, he knew exactly what he wanted, and it was like a light being turned on inside him. Better yet, I'm going to marry her. Lucinda was truly speechless now. It was an entire minute before she could manage a squeaky, "What?" I'm going to marry her, Webb repeated with growing determination. I haven't asked her yet, so keep it quiet. Yes, he was going to marry her, one way or the other. It felt as if a piece of the puzzle had suddenly been placed in its correct position. It felt right. Nothing else would ever be as right. Roanna had always been his, and he had always been Roanna's. Webb, are you sure? Lucinda asked anxiously. Roanna loves you, but she deserves to be loved in return. He gave her a level look, his eyes very green, and she fell silent in astonishment. Well, she said again. He tried to explain. Jessie, I was obsessed with her, I suppose, and in a way I loved her because we grew up together, but it was mostly ego on my part. I never should have married her, but I was so locked into the idea of inheriting Davencourt and marrying the crown princess that I didn't realize what a disaster our marriage would be. Roanna, now, I've loved her for as long as she's been alive, I reckon. When she was little, I loved her like a brother, but now she's all grown up, and I'm damn sure not her brother. He sighed, looking back over the years at how relationships had gotten tangled up with inheritances. If Jessie hadn't been killed, we'd have gotten divorced. I meant what I said that night. I was fed up, through with her. And if we'd been divorced, instead of things happening the way they did, I'd have been married to Roanna for a long time now. The way Jessie died split us all apart, and I've wasted 10 years because of a grudge. Lucinda searched his face, looking for the truth, and what she found made her sigh with relief. You really do love her. So much it hurts. Gently, he squeezed Lucinda's fingers, taking care not to hurt her. She smiled at me 6 times, he confided, and laughed once. Laughed? Tears welled again in Lucinda's eyes, and this time she let them fall. Her lips trembled. I'd like to hear her laugh again, just once more. I'm going to try real hard to make her happy, Webb said. When do you plan to get married? As soon as possible, if I can talk her into it. He knew Roanna loved him, but convincing her that he loved her in return might take some doing. Once she would have married him under any circumstances, but now she would quietly turn stubborn if she thought something wasn't right. On the other hand, he wanted Lucinda to be at their wedding, so that meant it had to happen quickly, while she was still able to attend. And there might be another, more private reason for a quick wedding. Oh, posh! Lucinda scoffed. You know she would walk through fire to marry you. I know she loves me, but I've learned not to think she'll automatically do anything I ask. Those days are long gone. I wouldn't like having a doormat for a wife anyway. I want her to have the confidence to stand up for what she wants, the way she stood up for you, the way she's always stood up for me. When no one else had been there, Roanna had been at his side, slipping her little hand into his and offering what comfort she could. She had been far stronger than he, strong enough to make the first move, to reach out. She deserves the inheritance, he said. But besides that, I don't want her to ever feel that she had to please me in order to stay at her home. She might feel the same way about you, Lucinda pointed out. Whenever you're nice to her, she might think it's only because she holds the purse strings. I've been in that situation, she added dryly, no doubt thinking of Corliss. Webb shrugged. I'm not a pauper, Lucinda, as you know damned well since you had me investigated. I have my Arizona holdings, and they're going to be worth a good-sized fortune before I get through with them. I assume Roanna read the same report you did, so she knows my financial situation. We'll be equals, and she'll know that I'm with her because I love her. I'll take care of the financial dealings if she really isn't interested. I don't know if she'll want to stay involved with that part of it or not. She says she doesn't like it, but she has the Davenport knack, doesn't she? In a different way, Lucinda smiled. She pays more attention to people than she does to numbers on a sheet of paper. You know what she really wants to do, don't you? No, what? Train horses. She laughed softly. I might have known. Loyal has been using some of her training ideas for years now, and I have to say we have some of the best-behaved horses I've ever been around. She's magic with a horse. They're where her heart is, so that's what I want her to do. You've always had horses just for the pleasure of it, because you love them, but Roanna wants to get into it as a business. You have it all planned out, don't you? She smiled fondly at him, because even as a boy, Webb had mapped out his strategy, then followed through on it. No one else around here knows about your properties out west. People will talk, you know. That I married Roanna for her money, that I was determined to get Davencourt any way I could, that I'd married Jessie for it, and then when she died moved on to Roanna. I see you've thought of all the angles. He shrugged. I don't give a damn about the angles as long as Roanna doesn't believe any of them. She won't. She has loved you for 20 years, and she'll love you for another 20. Longer than that, I hope. Do you know how lucky you are? Oh, I've got an idea, he said softly. He was surprised it had taken him so long to get that idea, though. Even though he'd known that he loved Roanna, he hadn't thought of it as a romantic, erotic love. He'd been stuck in the big brother mode even after they had kissed the first time, and he'd almost lost control. He hadn't been jolted out of it until she had walked up to him in the bar in Nogales, a woman, with a gap of 10 years between their meetings, so he hadn't seen her grow up. That night was burned in his memory, and still he'd struggled with the misapprehension that he had to protect Roanna from his own lust. God, what a dope. She positively reveled in his lust, which made him about the luckiest man alive. Now, all he had to do was convince her to marry him, and clear up the small matter of attempted murder. His own. Roanna was standing out on the veranda watching the sunset when he entered her room. She turned and glanced over her shoulder when she heard the door open. She was gilded by the last rays of the sun, turning her skin golden, her hair glinting red and gold. He came on through and out onto the veranda with her, turning to lean against the railing so that he faced the house and her. Looking at her was so damn easy. He kept rediscovering the angles of those chiseled cheekbones, seeing anew the golden light in her whiskey-colored eyes. The open collar of her shirt let him see enough of her silken skin to remind him how silky she was all over. He felt the beginning twinges of lust in his groin, but nevertheless asked an utterly prosaic question. "Did you finish your supper?" She wrinkled her nose. No, it was cold, so I ate a slice of lemon icebox pie instead. He scowled. "Tansy made another pie? She didn't tell me." "I'm sure there's some left," she said comfortingly. She looked up at the vermilion streaks in the sky. "Are you really going to make Corliss leave?" "Oh, yes." He let both his satisfaction and determination come through in those two words. She started to speak, then hesitated. "Go on," he urged. "Tell me, even if you think I'm wrong." "I don't think you're wrong. Lucinda needs peace now, not constant turmoil." Her expression was distant, somber. "It's just that I remember what it's like to be terrified of having nowhere to live." He reached out and caught a tendril of her hair, winding it around his finger. "When your parents died?" "Then, and later, until I was 17. Until Jessie died, she meant, but she didn't say it. I was always afraid that if I didn't measure up, I'd be sent away." "That would never have happened," he said firmly. "This is your home. Lucinda wouldn't have made you leave." She shrugged. "They were talking about it. Lucinda and Jessie, that is. They were going to send me away to college. Not just to Tuscaloosa. They wanted me to go to some women's college, in Virginia, I think. It was someplace far enough away that I couldn't come home regularly." "That wasn't why?" He sounded shocked. He remembered the arguments. Lucinda had thought it would be good for Roanna to be away from them, force her to mature, and Jessie, of course, had egged her on. He saw now that to Roanna it must have seemed that they didn't want her around. "That's what it sounded like to me," she said. "Why did it change when you were 17? Was it because Jessie was dead and wasn't there to keep bringing up the subject?" "No." That remote look was still in her eyes. "It was because I didn't care anymore. Going away seemed like the best thing to do. I wanted to get away from Davencourt, from people who knew me and felt sorry for me because I wasn't pretty, because I was clumsy, because I was so socially graceless." Her tone was matter-of-fact, as if she were discussing a menu. "Hell," he said wearily. "Jessie made a career out of making you miserable, didn't she? Damn her. It should be against the law for people under the age of 25 to get married. I thought I was king of the mountain when I was in my early 20s, so damn sure I could tame Jessie and turn her into a suitable wife. My idea of suitable, of course. But there was something missing in Jessie. Maybe the ability to love, because she didn't love anyone. Not me, not Lucinda, not even herself. I was too young to see it, though." He rubbed his forehead, remembering those last horrible days after her murder. Maybe she did love someone, though. Maybe she loved the man whose baby she carried. I'll never know. Roanna gasped, shock running through her. She turned to face him. "You knew about him?" she asked incredulously. Webb straightened away from the railing, his gaze sharpening. "I found out after she was killed." He caught her shoulders, his grip urgent. "How did you know?" I saw them together in the woods." She wished she had controlled her reaction to finding out he knew about Jessie's lover, but it had been such a shock. She had protected that secret all these years, and he'd known anyway. But she hadn't known that Jessie was pregnant when she was killed, and that made her feel sick. "Who was it?" His tone was hard. "I don't know. I'd never seen him before." "Can you describe him?" "Not really." She bit her lip, remembering that day. "I only saw him once, the afternoon of the day Jessie was killed, and I didn't get a good look at him. I didn't tell you then because I was afraid." She paused, a look of unutterable sadness crossing her face. I was afraid you'd fly off the handle and do something dumb and get in trouble, so I kept quiet. And after Jessie was killed, you didn't say anything because you thought I would be arrested, that they'd say I killed her because I'd found out she was cheating on me. He'd kept his silence on the same subject and nearly choked on his bitterness. It made him ache inside to know that Roanna had kept the same secret, and for the same reason. She had been so young, already traumatized by finding Jessie's body, and briefly being suspected of murder herself, hurt by his own rejection of her, and still she'd kept quiet. Roanna nodded, searching his face. The sunlight was fading fast, and the shades of twilight were veiling them in mysteriously shadowed blues and purples, wrapping them in that brief moment when the earth hovered between day and night, when time seems to stop, and everything seems richer, sweeter. His expression was guarded, and she couldn't tell what he was thinking or feeling. "So you kept it to yourself," he said softly. "To protect me. I'll bet you nearly choked on it, with Jessie accusing us of sleeping together when you'd just seen her with another man." "Yes," she said, her voice strained as she remembered that horrible day and night. "Did she know you'd seen her?" "No, I was quiet. In those days I was good at sneaking around." The glance she gave him was full of wry acknowledgment of what an undisciplined handful she had been. "I know," he said, his tone as wry as her look. "Do you remember where they met?" "It was just a clearing in the woods. I could take you to the area, but not to the exact spot. It's been 10 years. It's probably grown over by now." "If it was a clearing, why couldn't you see the man?" "I didn't say I couldn't see him." Feeling uncomfortable, Roanna moved restlessly under his hands. "I said I couldn't describe him." Webb frowned. "But if you saw him, why can't you describe him?" "Because they were having sex," she said in stifled exasperation. "He was naked. I'd never seen a naked man before. Frankly, I didn't look at his face." Webb dropped his hands in astonishment, peering at her through the fading twilight. Then he began to laugh. He didn't just chuckle, he roared with mirth, his entire frame shaking. He tried to stop, took one look at her, and started again. She punched him on the shoulder. "Hush," she muttered. "I can just hear you telling Booley about it," he chortled, almost choking with laughter. "Sorry, Sheriff. I didn't notice his face because I was looking at his woof." This time she punched him in the belly. The breath rushed out of him, and he bent over, clutching his stomach and still laughing. Roanna lifted her chin. "I was not," she said with dignity, looking at his woof. She strode into her room and started to close the veranda doors in his face. He barely slipped through the rapidly shrinking opening. Roanna set the alarm for the doors, then pulled the curtains closed over them. He slipped his arms around her before she could move away, pulling her snugly back against him. "I'm sorry," he apologized. "I know you were upset." "It made me sick," she said fiercely. "I hated her for cheating on you." He bent to rub his cheek against her hair. "I think she must have been planning to have the baby and pretend it was mine. But first she had to get me to have sex with her, and I hadn't touched her in 4 months. There was no way in hell she could pass it off as mine as things stood. When she caught us kissing, she probably thought all her plans had gone up in smoke. She knew damn well I wouldn't pretend the baby was mine just to prevent a scandal. I'd have divorced her so fast her head would spin. She was crazy jealous of you anyway. She wouldn't have been nearly as furious if she had caught me with anyone else." "Me?" Roanna asked incredulously, turning her head to stare at him. "She was jealous of me? Why? She had everything." "But you were the one I protected, from her most of the time. I took your side, and she couldn't stand that. She had to be first in everything and with everybody." No wonder she was always trying to talk Lucinda into sending me away to college. She wanted you out of the way. He brushed her hair to one side and lightly kissed her neck. "Are you certain you can't describe the man you saw her with?" I'd never seen him before, and since they were lying down I couldn't really see his face. I got the impression that he was older, but I was only 17. 30 seemed old to me then. His teeth nipped at her neck, and she shivered. She could feel him losing interest in his questions. Quite literally, in fact. His growing erection pushed at her bottom, and she leaned back against him, closing her eyes as warm pleasure began to fill her. Slowly he slid his hands up her body and put his palms over her breasts. "Just what I thought," he murmured, making his love bites to her earlobe. "What?" she gasped, reaching back to brace her hands on his thighs. "Your nipples are already hard. Are you fixated on my breasts?" "I must be," he murmured, and assorted other body parts, too. He was very hard now. Roanna turned into his arms, and he walked her backward to the bed. They fell down upon it, Webb bracing his weight on his arms to keep from crushing her, and in the cool darkness their bodies came together with a fire and intensity that left her weak and shaking in his arms. He held her close to his side, her head cradled on his shoulder. Left weak and boneless, utterly relaxed, Roanna felt drowsiness begin to ease over her. Evidently he was right about her insomnia. Tension had kept her sleepless for 10 years, but after his love-making she was too relaxed to resist. But sleep was one thing. The sleepwalking was something else entirely, and disturbed her on a much deeper level. She said, "I need to put on my nightgown." "No." His refusal was instant and emphatic. His arms tightened around her as if he would prevent her from moving. "But if I walk in my sleep, you won't. I'm going to hold you all night long. You won't be able to get out of bed without waking me up." He kissed her long and slow. "Go to sleep, sweetheart. I'll watch over you." But she couldn't. She could feel the tension coming back, invading her muscles. A habit of 10 years' duration couldn't be broken in a single night, or even 2. Webb might understand the dread she felt at the thought of walking through the night so defenselessly, but he couldn't feel the panic and helplessness of not waking up in the same place where she'd gone to sleep, not knowing how she'd gotten there or anything that had happened. He felt the tension that kept her from relaxing. He held her closer, tried to soothe her with reassurances, but finally he evidently came to the conclusion that nothing would help except complete exhaustion. She had thought she was accustomed to his love-making, that she already knew the extent of his sensuality. She found that she was wrong. He brought her to climax with his hands, with his mouth. He put her astride his hard-muscled thigh and rocked her to completion, though she clutched at him and begged him to fill her. Finally he did, pulling her off the bed and turning her so that she was on her knees, bent over with her face buried in the covers. He drove into her from behind, slamming into her buttocks with the force of his thrusts, reaching around to the front of her sex to caress her at the same time. She cried out hoarsely and stifled the sound against the mattress as she climaxed a 4th time, and still he wasn't finished. She was dissolving, going beyond peaks to a state where the pleasure simply went on and on, like the waves of the tide. It happened again, fast, and she reached back to grab his hips and pull him hard into her as she pulsed around him. Her action caught him by surprise, and with a low, savage cry he joined her, shuddering and jerking as he came. They were both shaking violently, so weak they could barely crawl back onto the bed. Sweat dripped from their bodies, and they clung together like shipwreck survivors. This time there was no way to fight off the sleep that claimed her as surely as he had. She woke once, only enough to be aware that he was still holding her, just as he had promised, and she drifted back to sleep. The next time she awoke, she was sitting up in bed, and Webb's fingers were hard around her wrist. "No," he said softly, implacably. "You aren't going anywhere." She went back into his arms and began to believe. She woke for the last time at dawn, when he got out of bed. "Where are you going?" she asked, yawning and sitting up. "To my room," he replied, pulling on his pants. He smiled at her, and she felt herself melting inside all over again. He looked tough and sexy, with his dark hair tousled and his jaw darkened with beard stubble. His voice was still rough with sleep, and his eyelids were a little puffy, giving him a heavy-lidded, just-had-sex look. "I have to get something," he said. "Stay right there, and I mean right there. Don't get out of bed." "All right, I won't." He left by the hallway door, and she lay back down and cuddled under the sheet. She wasn't certain she could get out of bed. She remembered the night that had just passed. the things that had happened between them. She ached deep inside, and her thighs felt weak, sore. That hadn't been mere lovemaking. That had been a melding that went beyond the mere physical. There were deeper levels of intimacy than she had ever imagined, and yet she knew there were still delights as yet untasted. He was back in only a moment, carrying a plastic bag with the pharmacist's name on it. He placed the bag on the bedside table. "What's that?" she asked. He shucked off his pants again and got into bed beside her, tucking her close to his side. An early pregnancy test. She stiffened. "Webb, I really don't think—" "It's possible," he interrupted. "Why don't you want to know for certain?" "Because I—" She stopped herself that time, and her eyes were somber when she looked up at him. "Because I don't want you to feel obligated." He went still. "Obligated?" he asked carefully. "If I'm pregnant, you'll feel responsible." He snorted. "Damn right, I'd be responsible." "I know, but I don't want—" "I want you to want me for myself," she said softly, trying to hide the longing, but knowing that she hadn't quite succeeded. "Not because we were careless and made a baby." "Want you for yourself," he repeated just as softly. "Haven't the last 2 nights given you an idea about that?" "I know you want me physically." "I want you. Period." He cupped her face in his hand, stroking his thumb over the soft curve of her mouth. His eyes were very serious. "I love you, Roanna Francis. Will you marry me?" Her lips trembled under his touch. When she'd been 17, she had loved him so desperately that she would have jumped at any chance to marry him under any conditions. She was 27 now, and she still loved him desperately, loved him enough that she didn't want to trap him into another marriage in which he would be miserable. She knew Webb, knew the depth of his sense of responsibility. If she were pregnant, he would do anything to take care of his child, and that included lying to the mother about his feelings for her. "No," she said, her voice almost soundless as she refused what she wanted most on this earth. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye. He didn't insist, didn't lose his temper, though she had halfway expected that. His expression remained serious, intent, as he caught the tear with a gentle thumb. "Why not?" "Because you're asking in case I'm pregnant." "Wrong. I'm asking because I love you." "You're just saying that." And she wished he would stop saying it. In how many dreams had she heard him whisper those words? It wasn't fair that now he should say it, now when she didn't dare let herself believe him. Oh, God, she loved him, but she deserved to be loved for herself. At last she knew the truth of that, and she couldn't cheat herself of that final dream. "I'm not just saying anything. I love you, Ro, and you have to marry me." Under the serious expression was a certain smugness. She studied him, looking beneath the surface with her somber brown gaze that saw so much. There was a self-satisfied glint deep in his green eyes, a fierce triumph, the way he had always looked when he pulled off a difficult deal. "What have you done?" she asked, her eyes widening with alarm. Amusement curled the edges of his mouth. "When Lucinda and I talked last night, we agreed that it would be better to leave the terms of her will as they stand. Davencourt will be better off in your hands." She went white. "What?" she whispered, something almost like panic edging into her tone. She tried to pull away from him, but he forestalled the movement, cuddling her even closer, so that her next protest was muffled against his neck. "But it's been promised to you since you were 14. You worked for it. I even married Jessie for it," he finished calmly. "I know." "That was the bargain. You'd come back if Lucinda changed her will in your favor again." She felt a great hollow fear growing in the pit of her stomach. Davencourt was the lure that had brought him back, but she and Lucinda had both been aware that he had built his own life in Arizona. Maybe he preferred Arizona to Alabama. Without Davencourt to keep him here, after Lucinda died, he would leave again, and after these past 2 nights, she didn't know if she could stand it. That's not quite true. I didn't come back because of the bargain. I came back because I needed to tie up old loose ends. I needed to make my peace with Lucinda. She was a big part of my life, and I owe her a lot. I didn't want her to die before we cleared the air between us. Davencourt is special, but I've done all right in Arizona, he said in calm understatement. I don't need Davencourt, and Lucinda thought you didn't want it. I don't, she said firmly. I told you, I don't want to spend my life in business meetings and studying stock reports. He gave her a lazy smile. Pity, when you're so good at it. I guess you'll have to marry me and I'll do it for you. Unlike you, I get my kicks making money. If you marry me, you can very happily spend your time raising kids and training horses, which is what you would have been doing even if Lucinda had left Davencourt to me. The only difference now is that it will all belong to you, lock, stock, and barrel, and you'll be the boss. Her head was whirling. She wasn't quite certain that she'd heard what she thought she'd heard. Davencourt was going to be hers, and he was staying anyway? Davencourt was going to be hers. I can hear those wheels turning, he murmured. He tilted her head up so that she was looking at him. I came back for one final reason, the most important one. I came back because of you. She swallowed. Me? You. Very gently, he stroked one finger down her spine to the cleft of her buttocks, then retraced the caress up her back. She shivered delicately, melting against him. He knew what he was doing with that small, delicate touch. His purpose wasn't to arouse her, but to soothe her, reassure her, re-establish the trust with which she gave her body over to him during love-making. The very fact that he wasn't making love to her now was proof of how intent he was on accomplishing his aim. Let me see if I can make this any clearer, he mused softly, brushing his lips against her forehead. I loved you when you were a snot-nosed kid. Into so much mischief, it's a wonder my hair didn't turn prematurely gray. I loved you when you were a teenager, with long, skinny legs and eyes that broke my heart every time I looked at you. I love you now that you're a woman who makes my brain go soft, my legs go weak, and my dick get hard. When you walk into a room, my heart damn near jumps out of my chest. When you smile, I feel as if I've won a Nobel Prize, and your eyes still break my heart. The soft litany washed over her like the sweetest of songs, soaking into her flesh, her soul, her very being. She wanted so much to believe him, and that was why she was afraid she would let her own desires convince her. When she didn't speak, he began those gentling caresses again. Jessie really did a number on you, didn't she? She made you feel so unloved and so unwanted that you still haven't gotten over it. Haven't you figured out yet that Jessie lied? Her whole life was a lie. Don't you know that Lucinda dotes on you? With Jessie dead, she was finally able to get to know you without Jessie's poison ruining everything, and she adores you. He picked up her hand and carried it to his lips, where he kissed each fingertip, then began nibbling on the sensitive pads. Jessie's been dead 10 years. How long are you going to continue letting her ruin things for you? Roanna tilted her head back, searching his expression with solemn, wondering eyes. With a sense of amazement, she realized she had never seen him look more determined or more intent. That hard face looking back at her was the face of a man who had made up his mind and was damn sure going to get what he wanted. He meant it. He didn't want to marry her because she would have Davencourt, because he could have had it without any strings. Lucinda would have honored her bargain. He didn't want to marry her because she might be pregnant. As if he were reading her mind, and perhaps he was, he said, I love you. I can't tell you how much because the words don't exist. I've tried to count the ways, but I'm no Browning. It doesn't matter if you're pregnant or not. I want to marry you because I love you. Period. All right, she whispered, and trembled at the enormity of the step she was taking, and from the joy that was blooming inside her. Her breath whooshed out of her as he crushed her to his chest. You know how to make a man sweat, he said fiercely. I was getting desperate. What do you think about getting married next week? Next week? She all but shouted the words, at least as much as she was able to, crushed against his chest the way she was. You didn't think I was going to give you time to change your mind, did you? She could hear the smile in his voice. If you have your heart set on a big church wedding, I suppose I can wait if it doesn't take too long to arrange. Lucinda, well, I think we should be married within a month at the most. Tears sprang to her eyes. That soon? I hoped she would last through the winter, maybe see another spring. I don't think so. The doctor told her that her heart is failing, too. He rubbed his face against her hair, seeking comfort. She's a tough old bird, he said roughly, but she's ready to go. You can see it in her eyes. They held each other quietly for a moment, already grieving for the woman around whom the entire family revolved. But Webb wasn't a man to be deterred for long from his set course, and he leaned back from her, giving her an inquiring look. About that wedding. I don't want a big church wedding, she said forcefully, shuddering at the idea. You did that with Jessie, and I don't want to repeat it. I was miserable that day. Then what kind of wedding do you want? We could have it here, in the garden, or at the country club. Do you want just family present, or invite our friends, too? I know you have some, and maybe I can scare up a couple. She pinched him for that remark. You know darn well you have friends, if you can bring yourself to forgive them and let them be friends again. I want to get married in the garden. I want our friends to be here, and I want Lucinda to walk with me down the aisle if she's able. A big wedding would be too much for her, too. One corner of his lip quirked at all of those decisive I wants. He suspected that before long, even though she professed not to be interested in Davencourt's business concerns, she would be poking her nose into it, butting heads with him over some of his decisions. He couldn't wait. The thought of Roanna arguing with him made him weak with delight. Roanna had always been stubborn, and she still was, even though her methods had changed. We'll work out the details, he said. We'll get married next week if we can. 2 weeks max, all right? She nodded, smiling a little mistily. Number 7, he thought triumphantly. And this one had been open, natural, as if she were no longer wary about showing joy. Twisting, he reached for the plastic bag on the bedside table and withdrew the contents. He opened the box, read the instructions, then gave her the small plastic wand with a wide slot on the side. Now, he said, with a determined glint in his green eyes, go pee-pee on the stick. 10 minutes later, he knocked on the bathroom door. What are you doing? He asked impatiently. Are you all right? Yes, she said in a muffled voice. He opened the door. She was standing nude in front of the sink, her face blank with shock. The plastic stick lay on the rim of the bowl. Webb looked at the stick. The slot had been white. Now it was blue. It was a simple test. If the color of the slot changed, the test was positive. He eased his arms around her, pulling her into the comforting warmth of his body. She was pregnant. She was going to have his baby. You really didn't think you were, did you? He asked curiously. She shook her head, her expression still stunned. I don't feel any different. I imagine that will start changing soon. His big hands slid down to her flat belly, gently massaging. She could feel his heart thumping hard and fast against her back. His penis rose to jut insistently against her hip. He was excited. He was aroused. She was stunned at the realization. She had been thinking he would feel only responsibility for the baby. She hadn't considered that he would be excited at the prospect of being a father. You want the baby, she said, her amazement plain in both face and voice. You wanted me to be pregnant. I sure as hell did. His voice was rough, and he tightened his arms around her. Don't you want it? Her hand drifted downward, lightly settling over the place where her child, his child, was forming inside her. Radiant wonder lit her face, and her gaze met Webb's in the mirror. Oh, yes, she said softly. Chapter 21. Corliss slipped into Roanna's bedroom. She was alone upstairs because all the others had either gone to work or were downstairs at breakfast. She had been trying to eat, but with her pounding headache and upset stomach, it had been more of a pretense than anything else. She needed some coke, just a little of it, to make her feel better, but all the money she'd gotten before was already gone. When Webb and Roanna had entered the breakfast room, she had made a point of getting up and leaving in dignified, offended silence. But they hadn't cared, the bastards. She had stopped just outside the door and listened, waiting to hear what they said about her. They hadn't mentioned her at all, as if she weren't important enough for discussion. Webb had told her to leave Davencourt, and poof, just like that, she didn't matter anymore. Instead, Webb had announced that he and Roanna were getting married. Married! Corliss couldn't believe it. The thought made her mind fog with rage. Why would anyone, especially someone like Webb, want to marry a mealy-mouth like Roanna? Corliss hated the bastard, but she didn't underestimate him. Despite what he'd said, she could have handled Roanna, she was sure of it. She couldn't handle Webb, though. He was too hard, too mean. He was going to throw her out of Davencourt, and that's why she had to get rid of him. She couldn't leave Davencourt. She felt sick with panic at the prospect. Nobody seemed to care that she needed to live here. She couldn't go back to that dinky little house in Sheffield, back to being just a poor relation to the rich Davenports. She was somebody now, Miss Corliss Spence of Davencourt. If Webb threw her out, she'd become a nobody again. She wouldn't have any means of getting money for her expensive little habit. The thought was unbearable. She had to get rid of Webb. She prowled through Roanna's room. She'd get to the money, but first she wanted to poke around a little. She'd gone first into Webb's room, hoping to find something of his she could use, but, surprise, surprise, it didn't look as if he'd slept there. His bed was perfectly made, not a wrinkle in it. Somehow she couldn't see him making his own bed, not the arrogant Webb talent. Well, wasn't he the sly one? No wonder he hadn't wanted his old suite. He'd chosen this room beside Roanna's so they would have a cozy little arrangement alone here at the back of the house. She'd gone then into Roanna's room, and sure enough the bed was a wreck, and both pillows bore the imprint of a head. Whoever would have thought it of prissy Roanna, who didn't even date? But she sure didn't mind screwing from the looks of that bed. Smart of her, too. Corliss hated to admit it, but this was one time Roanna had been the smart one. She'd made certain Webb wouldn't tell her to leave by setting herself up as a convenient source of sex, and somehow she'd convinced him to marry her. Maybe she was better in bed than she looked. Corliss would have slept with him herself if she'd thought of it. It pissed her off that she hadn't. She wandered into the bathroom and opened the mirrored door to the medicine cabinet. Roanna never kept anything interesting in there. No birth control pills or condoms, no diaphragm, just toothpaste and boring shit like that. She didn't even have any good cosmetics Corliss could borrow. She glanced down at the small trash can and went still. Well, well, she said softly, bending down to pick up the box. A do-it-yourself pregnancy test. So that was how Roanna had done it. She was a fast worker. Corliss had to give her that. She must have made her plans and gotten in bed with him first thing when she'd gone to Arizona. She probably hadn't expected to get pregnant so fast, but what the hell? Sometimes you took a chance and hit the jackpot. Wouldn't Harper Neely be interested in hearing about this? She didn't bother with the money after all. This was too good to wait. Quickly, she slipped out of Roanna's room and went back to her own. Harper was her only hope. He was one strange dude. He scared her, but he excited her, too. He looked like there was nothing too low or raunchy for him to do, nothing he would balk at. It was weird the way he hated Webb, almost to the point he couldn't think about anything else, but that was to her advantage. Harper had messed up twice, but he would keep trying. He was like a gun. All she had to do was point him and fire. She called him to set up a meeting. Harper's eyes gleamed with a cold, feral light that made Corliss shiver inside with both fear and satisfaction. His reaction had been more than she'd expected. "Are you sure she's pregnant?" he asked softly, leaning back in his chair so that the front legs came off the floor. He was poised on the back legs of the chair like an animal preparing to spring. "I saw the damn test," Corliss replied. "It was on top in the trash can, so she must have done it just this morning. Then they came downstairs all smiley-faced, and Webb said they're getting married. What about my money?" Harper smiled at her, his eyes so very blue and empty. Money. Panic nibbled at her nerves. She needed some money. She'd been in too much of a hurry to get out of Roanna's room, and now she really needed a line or two to hold her steady. She was really on edge. She only had 2 days left before Webb made her move. Harper had to do something, but the waiting was killing her. She wouldn't be able to hold it together unless she could get just a little coke to tide her over. "You never said anything about money," he drawled, and his smile made cold shivers go over her again. Nervously, she looked around. She didn't like this place. She met Harper at a different place every time, but always before the locations had been public. A truck stop, a bar, places like that. After the first time, they'd always met out of town, too. This time he'd given her directions to a ratty little trailer out in the middle of nowhere. There were junk cars in the yard, and discarded carcasses of old chairs and box springs piled haphazardly against the trailer, as if they'd just been tossed outside and never thought of again. The trailer was tiny, consisting of a cramped little kitchen with a cramped little table, and 2 chairs as the dining area, a cracked naugahyde couch, and a 19-inch television sitting on a rickety end table. And beyond that she could see a closet-sized bathroom and a bedroom in which the double bed took up most of the floor space. Dirty dishes, beer bottles, crumpled cigarette packs, overflowing ashtrays, and dirty clothes littered every surface. This wasn't where Harper lived. There had been a different name, crudely lettered on the mailbox, but she couldn't remember what it was. He'd said the trailer belonged to a friend. Now she wondered if the friend had ever heard of Harper Neely. "I've got to have money," she blurted. "That was the deal." "Nope. The deal was you'd pass along information about talent, and I'd take care of your problem for you." "Well, you've done a piss-poor job of it," she snapped. He blinked slowly, his cold blue gaze growing even colder, and belatedly she wished she'd kept her mouth shut. "It's taking longer than I expected," she said, moderating her tone to a plea. "I'm broke, and I need things. You know how girls are." "I know how cokeheads are," he said indifferently. "I'm not a cokehead," she flared. "I just use a little every now and then to settle my nerves." "Sure, and your shit don't stink either." She flushed, but something in the way he was looking at her made her afraid to push him any further. Nervously, she got up from the couch, peeling her thighs from the naugahyde where sweat had made her stick to the damn thing. She saw his gaze drop down to her legs, and she wished she hadn't worn shorts. It was just so damn hot, and she hadn't expected to be sitting on naugahyde, for God's sake. She wished she hadn't worn these shorts especially, but they were her favorites because they were so short and tight, and they were white besides, which really showed off her tan. "I gotta go," she said, trying to hide her agitation. Harper had never tried anything with her, but then they'd never been in a place where he could. It wasn't that he was ugly, far from it for an old dude, but he scared the living shit out of her. Maybe if they'd been someplace where she wasn't so alone, like a motel, where someone would hear if she screamed, because Harper looked like a man who made women scream. "You ain't wearing any panties," he observed, never moving from his balanced position on the back legs of the chair. "I can see your pussy hair through your shorts." She knew that. That was one reason she liked the shorts so much. She loved the way men glanced at her, then did a double-take and looked again, with their eyes all bugged out and their tongues all but flapping like a dog's. It made her feel sexy, hot. But when Harper looked at her, she didn't feel hot. She felt scared. He tilted even further back in the chair and reached into the right pocket of his jeans. He pulled out a baggie filled with about an ounce of white powder, twisted into a little pouch, and secured with red yarn tied around the neck of the pouch. The yarn drew her gaze, held it. She'd never seen a cocaine bag tied up with red yarn before. It looked exotic, unreal. He swung the little bag back and forth. "Would you rather have this or money?" "Money," she tried to say, but her lips wouldn't form the words. Back and forth the little bag went, back and forth. She stared at it, hypnotized, fascinated. There was snow in that little bag, a Christmas present, all tied up with red yarn. "Maybe just a taste," she whispered. Just a taste, that was all she needed. A little snort to chase away the edginess. Carelessly, he turned and swiped everything off the surface of the dirty little table, knocking newspapers and ashtrays and dirty dishes to the floor, where it joined the rest of the litter and looked right at home. The owner of the trailer might not even notice. Then he untied the red yarn and carefully poured a portion of the white powder onto the table. Eagerly, Corliss started forward, but he gave her a cold look that stopped her in her tracks. "Just wait," he said. "It's not ready for you yet." A magazine insert, one of the stupid little cards that magazines stuck all through the pages, giving the reader an opportunity to become a subscriber, was lying on the floor. Harper picked it up and began to divide the tiny white mound into uniform lines on the table. Corliss watched his quick, sure movements. He'd done this before, many times. That puzzled her, because she thought she knew how to spot the cokers, and Harper didn't have any of the signs. The little lines were perfect now, 4 of them. They weren't very long, but they would do. She quivered, staring at them, waiting for the word that would release her from her position. Harper took a piece of straw from his pocket. It was a regular soda straw, cut down to not much longer than an inch. It was shorter than she liked, so short she'd have to bend down right over the table and take care that her hand didn't brush the lines and disturb them. But it was a straw, and when he held it out to her, she eagerly took it. He pointed to a place on the floor. "You can stand there." The trailer was so tiny that it was only 1 step forward. She took it, then looked at the table and back at him. She would have to bend all the way forward and stretch to reach the lines. "That's too far," she said. He shrugged. "You'll manage." She reached out and braced her left hand on the table and carefully held the little straw in her right. She bent forward, inching, hoping she wouldn't fall and turn the table over. The lines came closer, and she lifted the straw to her nose, already anticipating the rush, the sizzle of ecstasy as her head expanded, the glow. "You're not doing it right," he said. She froze, her gaze still on those sweet little lines. She had to have them. She couldn't wait much longer, but she was afraid to move, afraid of what would happen if she moved before Harper said she could. "You have to drop your drawers first." His voice was expressionless, as if they were playing May I. But now she knew what he wanted, and relief almost made her knees sag. It was just screwing, nothing important. So what if he was older than anyone else she'd ever screwed? The little lines beckoned, and how old he was didn't matter. Hastily she straightened and unbuttoned her shorts, let them drop to her ankles. She started to step out of them, but he stopped her again. "Leave them there. I don't want your legs spread. It's tighter when they're together." She shrugged. Whatever cranks your tractor. She didn't pay any more attention to him as he moved behind her. She bent forward, eagerly focused on the cocaine. Left hand braced on the table, right hand holding the straw. The tip of the straw touched the white powder, and she inhaled sharply just as he shoved into her, driving deep, the force of his thrust making the straw skid across the table and knock the cocaine out of its neat lines. She was dry, and he heard her. She chased after the coke with the straw, and he shoved again, making her miss. She whimpered, frantically adjusting her position, and inhaling as hard as she could to suck up any particle the tip of the straw might touch. The coke was scattered all over the table. There was no point in trying to aim, only to time her inhalations as his thrusts rhythmically pushed her forward. Corliss held the short straw to her nose, avidly sweeping the tip across the table, sucking hard through her nose as she went back and forth, and it didn't matter any more that he was hurting her, damn him, because she was managing to inhale enough, and the glow, the rush, was spreading through her. She didn't care what he did as long as he could get the coke for her, and as long as he took care of Webb Talent before the bastard kicked her out of Davencourt. That afternoon, when Roanna returned from a meeting of the Historical Society, she opened the garage door and saw that Corliss had returned before her, and taken advantage of her absence to take her parking slot again. Sighing, she pressed the button on the remote control to lower the garage door again and parked her car to the side. Corliss would be gone in 2 days. She could be patient that long. If she said anything about the parking space, there would be another big scene that would upset Lucinda, something she wanted to avoid. She was walking across the yard to the back door when something moved softly in her heart, and she stopped and looked around. It was one of the most beautiful days she'd ever seen. The sky was a deep, pure blue, and the air was unusually clear, without the usual haze of humidity. The heat was so intense it was like a touch, releasing the rich, heavy fragrance from the rose bushes, which had been carefully cultivated over decades and were laden with blooms. Down at the stables, the horses were prancing around and tossing their glossy heads, full of energy. That morning, Webb had asked her to marry him, and above all that, she was carrying his child. Pregnant. She was actually pregnant. She was still a little stunned, as if it couldn't possibly be happening to her, and she had been so distracted she had no idea what had been discussed at the Historical Society meeting. She was accustomed to being the only person inhabiting her body. How did she get used to the concept of someone else living inside her? It was alien, and it was frightening. How could something so strange be so precious? She was so happy she wanted to weep. That, too, felt alien. She was happy. She examined the emotion cautiously. She was going to marry Webb. She was going to raise kids and horses. She looked up at the huge old house and felt a wave of pure elation and possessiveness sweep over her. Davencourt was hers. It was her home now, truly and for real. Yes, she was happy. Even with Lucinda's inevitable passing coming closer and closer, she was filled with a rich contentment. Webb was right. Jessie had poisoned enough of her life, convinced her that she was too ugly and clumsy for anyone to love her. Well, Jessie had been a spiteful bitch, and she'd been lying. Roanna felt the knowledge seep into her pores. She was a capable, likable human being, and she had a special talent with horses. She was loved. Lucinda loved her. Loyal loved her. Bessie and Tansy loved her. Gloria and Lynette had been concerned when she'd been injured, and Lynette had been surprisingly helpful. Brock and Greg liked her. Harlan, well, who knew about Harlan? But most of all, Webb loved her. Sometime during the day, the certainty of that had penetrated the layers of her soul. Webb loved her. He'd loved her all her life, just as he'd said. He was certainly aroused by her, which meant that her looks weren't all that odd either. She smiled a private little smile as she remembered how he'd made love to her the night before, and again that morning, after the pregnancy test had shown positive. There was no doubting his physical reaction to her, any more than he could doubt her desire for him. "I saw that," he said, from where he lounged in the kitchen doorway. She hadn't heard him open the door. "You've been standing there daydreaming for 5 minutes, and you just got a mysterious little smile on your face. What are you thinking about?" Still smiling, Roanna walked toward him, her brown eyes heavy-lidded and filled with an expression that made him catch his breath. "Writing," she murmured as she walked past, deliberately brushing her body against his. And whoops. His own eyes grew heavy, and color stained his cheekbones. It was the first seductive move Roanna had made toward him, and it had brought him to a full, immediate erection. Tansy was behind him in the kitchen, cheerfully going about her daily baking and concocting. He didn't care if she noticed his aroused state. He turned around and silently, purposefully followed Roanna. She glanced over her shoulder at him as they went up the stairs, her face glowing with promise. She walked faster. The bedroom door was barely closed behind them before Webb had her in his arms. Getting married involved running a lot of errands, Roanna thought the next morning as she drove down the long, winding private road. The guest list for the wedding was much smaller than the one for Lucinda's party had been, with a total of 40 people, including family, but there were still details to be taken care of. She and Webb were to have their blood tests later that afternoon. This morning she had arranged for the flowers and the caterer and the wedding cake. Normally, wedding cakes took weeks to prepare, but Mrs. Turner, who specialized in wedding cakes, had said she could do an elegantly simple one in the 11 days left until the chosen wedding date. Roanna understood that elegantly simple was a tactful way of saying less elaborate, but that was what she preferred anyway. She had to stop by Mrs. Turner's house and pick out the design she liked best. She also had to shop for a wedding gown. If she couldn't find anything she liked in the Quad Cities on such short notice, she would have to go to Huntsville or Birmingham. Fortunately, Yvonne had been ecstatic about the prospect of Webb's second marriage. She had tolerated Jessie, but never really liked her. Roanna suited her to a T, and she had even said that she'd always wished Webb had waited for Roanna to grow up rather than marrying Jessie. Yvonne had thrown herself into the preparations, taking over the onerous chore of invitations and volunteering to handle the logistics of everything else once Roanna had made her choices. Roanna reached the side road and stopped, waiting for an oncoming car to pass. Her brakes felt mushy when she applied them, and she frowned, experimentally pumping the pedal again. This time it felt fine. Perhaps the level of brake fluid was low, though she kept the car well maintained. She made a mental note to stop at a service station and have it checked. She turned right onto the side road, traveling toward the highway. The car that had just passed was at least 100 yards ahead of her. Roanna gradually accelerated, her thoughts drifting to the style of gown she wanted, something simple, in ivory rather than pure white. She had some gold-hued pearls that would look gorgeous with an ivory gown, and a fairly slim skirt in the Empire style would suit her far better than a full-skirted fairy princess gown. There was a curve in the road, then a stop sign, where the road intersected with Highway 43, a busy 4-lane highway, with traffic continually zooming past. Roanna rounded the curve and saw the car ahead of her halted at the stop sign, left turn signal blinking, waiting for an opening in the traffic to enter the highway. A car turned onto the side road coming toward her, but the traffic was too heavy for the car stopped at the intersection to make it across to the other side. Roanna put her foot on the brake pedal to slow down, and the pedal went to the floorboard without any resistance at all. Alarm shot through her. She pumped the pedal again, but there was no response the way there had been the first time. If anything, the car seemed to pick up speed. She had no brakes, and both lanes of the road were occupied. Time warped, stretching like elastic. The road elongated in front of her, while the oncoming car loomed twice its normal size. Thoughts flashed through her mind, lightning fast. Webb, the baby. A deep ditch was to the right, and the shoulder was narrow. There was no room for her to swing past the car at the intersection, even if there hadn't been the danger of shooting across 4 lanes of traffic. Webb, dear God, Webb. She gripped the steering wheel, anguish almost choking her as the seconds churned past, and she ran out of time. She couldn't die now, not when she had Webb, when his child was just beginning its life inside her. She had to do something. But she already knew what to do, she realized, memory gleaming like a bright thread through the terror that threatened to engulf her. She'd been a terrible driver, so she had taken a driving course when she was in college. She knew how to handle skids and lousy road conditions. She knew what to do in case of brake failure. She knew what to do. The car was shooting forward, as if it were on a downhill course, and the roadway was greased. The driving instructor's voice sounded in her head, calm and prosaic. Don't take a solid hit if you can help it. Don't let yourself hit anything head-on. That's when the worst damage occurs. Turn the car. Slide into a collision. Dissipate the force. She reached for the gear shift. Don't try to put it into park, she thought, remembering those long-ago lessons. The instructor had said it likely wouldn't go into park anyway. She could hear his voice as clearly as if he was sitting beside her. Put the gear into low range and pull the emergency brakes. The emergency brakes work on a cable, not on pneumatic pressure. A loss of brake fluid won't affect them. The stopped car was just 50 yards ahead now. The oncoming car was less than that. She pulled the gear shift into low and reached for the emergency brake lever, pulling it with all her strength. Metal shrieked as the transmission ground down, and black smoke boiled up from her tires. The stench of burning rubber filled the car. The rear end of the car will likely come around. Steer out of the skid if you can. If you don't have room and you see you're going to hit someone or be hit, try to maneuver so it's an indirect collision. Both of you will be more likely to walk away. The rear end swung into the other lane in front of the oncoming car. A horn blared, and Roanna caught a glimpse of a furious, terrified face, just a blur in the windshield. She turned into the skid, felt the car begin to slide in the other direction and quickly spun the steering wheel to correct that skid, too. The oncoming car swept past with inches to spare, horn still blaring. That left only the car in her lane, still sitting patiently at the stop sign, turn signal blinking. 20 yards. No more room, no more time. With the left lane clear now, Roanna sent the car into a spinning slide across it. A cornfield stretched out on the other side of the road, nice and flat. She left the road and plunged across the shoulder, the car still skidding sideways. She crashed into the fencing, wood splintering, and a whole section came down. The car plowed down head-high stalks of corn as it bumped and thudded across the furrows, clods of dirt flying in all directions. She was thrown forward, and the seat belt bit hard into her hips and torso, jerking her back as the car shuddered to a stop. She sat there with her head resting on the steering wheel, too weak and dazed to get out of the car. Numbly, she took stock of herself. Everything seemed to be all right. She became aware that she was trembling uncontrollably. She'd done it. She heard someone yelling. Then there was a tapping on the window beside her. "Ma'am? Ma'am? Are you all right?" Roanna lifted her head and stared into the scared face of a teenage girl. Willing her shaking limbs to obey, she unclipped the seatbelt and tried to get out. The door didn't want to open. She shoved, and the girl pulled from the outside, and together they forced it open enough for Roanna to climb out. "I'm okay," she managed to say. "I saw you run off the road. Are you sure you're okay? You hit that fence pretty hard." "The fence got the worst of it." Roanna's teeth began chattering, and she had to lean against the car or sink to the ground. "My brakes failed." The girl's eyes widened. "Oh, gosh. You ran off the road to keep from hitting me, didn't you?" "It seemed like a better idea," she said, and her knees sagged. The girl sprang forward, sliding an arm around her. "You are hurt." Roanna shook her head, forcing her knees to stiffen as the girl showed signs of bursting into tears. "No, I'm just scared, that's all. My legs feel like limp noodles." She took a few deep, steadying breaths. "I have a cell phone in the car. I'll just call someone to come." "I'll get it for you," the girl said, wrenching the door open wider and scrambling inside to find the cellular phone. After a brief search, she located it under the right front seat. Roanna took some more calming breaths before she called home. The last thing she wanted to do was unduly alarm Webb or Lucinda, so that meant she had to steady her voice. Bessie answered the phone, and Roanna asked for Webb. He came on the line a moment later. "You haven't been gone 5 minutes," he teased. "What else have you thought of?" "Nothing," she said, and was proud of how calm she sounded. "Come down to the intersection and get me. I had trouble with the brakes on my car and ran off the road." He didn't reply. She heard a violent, muffled curse. Then there was a clatter, and the phone went dead. "He's on his way," she said to the girl, and pressed the end button on the phone. Webb bundled Roanna into his truck, thanked the teenager for checking on her, and drove back to Davencourt so fast that Roanna clung to the overhead strap to steady herself. When they reached the house, he insisted on carrying her inside. "Put me down," she hissed, as he swung her up into his arms. "You'll have everyone worried to death." "Hush," he said, and kissed her hard. "I love you, and you're pregnant. Carrying you makes me feel better." She looped her arm around his neck and hushed. She had to admit the warmth and strength of his big body was very soothing, as if she were absorbing some of it through her skin. But as she had predicted, the fact that she wasn't walking on her own brought everyone scurrying, frightened questions on their lips. Webb carried her into the living room and placed her on one of the couches as carefully as if she were made of fine crystal. "I'm all right, I'm all right," she kept saying to the chorus of questions. "I'm not even bruised." "Get her something hot and sweet to drink," Webb said to Tansy, who rushed to obey. "Decaffeinated," Roanna called after her, thinking of the baby. After assuring himself for the 10th time that she was unhurt, Webb stood up and told her he was going out to have a look at her car. "I'll go with you," she said in relief at the prospect of escaping from all the cosseting, getting up, but she was immediately drowned out by a chorus of protests from the women in the household. "You most certainly will not, young lady," Lucinda said, at her most autocratic. "You've had a shock to your system, and you need to rest." I'm not hurt, Roanna said again, wondering if anyone was actually listening to what she said. Then I need for you to rest. It would fret me no end if you went off gallivanting when common sense says you should give yourself time to get over the shock. Roanna gave Webb a speaking glance. He lifted one eyebrow and shrugged, not at all sympathetically. Can't have you gallivanting, he murmured, and dropped his gaze lower to her belly. Roanna sat back down, warmed by the silent communication, the shared thought about their child. And while Lucinda was blatantly using emotional blackmail to get her way, it was done out of genuine concern, and Roanna decided there wouldn't be any harm in letting herself be fussed over for the rest of the day. Webb went outside to get into his truck, and stared thoughtfully at the spot where Roanna's car had been parked. There was a dark, wet stain on the ground, visible even from where he was. He walked over and hunkered down, examining the stain for a moment before touching it with his finger, then sniffing the oily residue. Definitely brake fluid. A lot of it. She must have had only a little fluid left in the lines, and it would have been pumped out the first time she used her brakes. She could have been killed. If she had gone across the highway instead of into a cornfield, she very likely would have been seriously injured, at the least, if not killed outright. A cold sense of dread touched him. The shadowy, unknown assailant could have struck again, but this time at Roanna. Why not? Hadn't he done it before with Jessie? And with more success, too. He didn't use the cellular phone, with its insecure channels, or go back inside to face the inevitable questions. Instead, he walked down to the stables and used Loyal's phone. The trainer listened to the conversation, his thick graying brows pulling together as his eyes began to snap with anger. "You think somebody tried to hurt Miss Roanna?" he demanded as soon as Webb hung up. "I don't know. It's possible. The same person who broke into the house? If her brakes have been sabotaged, then I'd have to say yes. That would mean he was here last night, messing around with her car." Webb nodded, his expression stony. He tried not to let his imagination run away with him until he knew for certain if Roanna's car had been tampered with. But he couldn't stop the stomach-tightening panic and anger at the thought of the man being so close. He drove out to the intersection, all the while carefully scanning around him. He didn't think this would be a trap designed to get him out in the open, because there was no way to predict exactly where Roanna's accident would happen. Though he was acutely aware that this was roughly the same location where he had been shot at from ambush, he was more afraid that this hadn't been aimed at him, but specifically at Roanna. Maybe she hadn't simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time the night she'd been hit on the head. Maybe she'd been lucky instead, that she'd managed to scream and alert the household before the bastard had been able to finish the job. Jessie had been killed, but by God, he wouldn't let anything happen to Roanna. No matter what he had to do, he'd keep her safe. He parked the truck on the shoulder next to the downed section of fencing and waited for the sheriff. It wasn't long before Bashirs drove up, and Booley was riding in the front seat with him. The two men got out and joined Webb, and together they waded through the flattened corn stalks to where the car sat. They were all grim and silent. After the other two incidents, it was asking a bit much to believe that Roanna's brakes had failed on their own, and they all knew it. Webb lay down on his back and wormed his way under the car. Broken corn stalks scraped his back, and tiny insects buzzed around his ears. The smell of grease and brake fluid filled his nostrils. "Carl, hand me your flashlight," he said, and the big flashlight was passed under the car to him. He turned it on and directed the beam to the brake line. He spotted the cut almost immediately. "Y'all want to take a look at this?" he invited. Carl lay down and grunted as he squirmed under the car to join Webb, cussing as the cornstalks gouged his skin. "I'm too old for this," he muttered. "Ouch!" Booley declined to join them, as the weight he'd added since retirement would have made it a tight fit for him. Carl hauled himself into position next to Webb, and scowled when he saw the line. "The son of a bitch," he growled, lifting his head to examine the line as close as he could without touching it. Cut almost through. A nice, fresh, clean cut. Even if she'd managed to make it onto the highway okay, she'd have wrecked when she got to the stoplight on 157. Guess it was pure luck she ran into this field the way she did. Skill, not luck, Webb said. She took some driving courses in college. No fooling. Wish more folks would take something like that. Then we wouldn't have to pick pieces of them up off the highway. He glanced at Webb, saw the tightening of his mouth, and said, "Sorry." Carefully, they wormed their way out from under the car, though Carl cussed again when a stalk caught his shirt and tore a small hole in it. "Did you check the other cars at the house?" Booley asked. "I took a quick look under all of them. Roanna's was the only one touched. She usually parks in the garage, but she left her car outside last night." "Now that's a bit coincidental." Carl scratched his chin, a sign that he was thinking. "Why didn't she park in the garage?" "Corliss was parked in her slot. We've had some trouble with Corliss lately, and I told her she had to move out. I started to make her move her car, but Ro told me to leave it alone and not cause a fuss that would upset Lucinda." "Maybe you should have made that fuss anyway. You reckon Corliss would do something like this? I'd be surprised if she knew a brake line from a fishing line." "She got any friends who would do it for her?" "I've been away for 10 years, Webb replied. "I don't know who she hangs out with. But if she had anyone tamper with a brake line, it would be mine, not Roanna's." "But yours was in the garage. Corliss has a control for the doors. We all do. If she was behind it, it wouldn't matter if the car was inside the garage or not." Carl scratched his chin again. "None of this ties together, does it? It's like we've got pieces from 10 different puzzles and nothing goes together. It just don't make a lick of sense." "Oh, it all fits," Booley said grimly. "We just don't know how." Chapter 22. The house was quiet that night when Webb finally entered Roanna's room. As usual, she was curled up in her chair with a book in her lap, but she looked around with a warm welcome in her eyes. "What took you so long?" "I had some last-minute paperwork I needed to do. With all the excitement today, I'd forgotten about it." He knelt in front of her, searching her eyes with his. "Are you honestly okay? You aren't hiding anything from me?" "I'm fine. Not a single bruise. Do you want me to pull off my clothes and show you?" His eyes turned smoky, and his gaze dropped to her breasts. "Yes." She felt herself begin to warm and soften inside, and her nipples beaded the way they always did when he looked at her. He laughed softly, but got to his feet and caught her hands, pulling her up. "Come on." She thought they were going to the bed, but instead he directed her to the door. She gave him a confused look. "Where are we going?" "To another bedroom." "Why?" she asked, bewildered. "What's wrong with this one?" "Because I want to try another bed." "Yours?" "No," he said briefly. Roanna resisted the pressure on her back as he urged her toward the door. She turned and gave him a long, steady regard. "Something's wrong." She said it as a statement, not a question. She knew Webb too well. She'd seen him angry, and she'd seen him amused. She knew when he was tired, when he was worried, when he was aggravated as all hell. She thought she'd seen him in all his moods, but this one was new. His eyes were hard and cool, with an alertness that made her think of a hungry cat stalking prey. "Let's just say I'd feel better if you were in a different room tonight." "If I go, will you tell me why?" That blade-like gaze sharpened even more. "Oh, you'll go," he said softly. She drew herself up and faced him, not backing down an inch. "You can reason with me, Webb Talent, but you can't order me around. I'm not a fool or a child. Tell me what's going on." Just because she loved him to distraction didn't mean she couldn't think for herself. He looked briefly frustrated, because once she wouldn't have balked at doing anything he told her. But she'd been a child then, and now she was a woman. He needed to be reminded of that every so often. He made a rapid decision. "All right, but come on. And be as quiet as you can. I don't want to wake anyone. When we get to the other room, don't turn on any lights either." "The bed won't have any sheets on it," she warned. "Then bring something to put around you in case you get cold." She picked up her Afghan and went quietly with him down the hall to one of the unoccupied bedrooms, the last one on the left side. The curtains were open, letting in enough light from the quarter moon that they could see how to maneuver. Webb went over to the windows and looked out, while Roanna sat down on the bed. "Tell me," she said. He didn't turn away from the windows. "I suspect we might have a visitor tonight." She thought about it for a few seconds, and her stomach nodded at the obvious answer. "You think the burglar will come back?" He gave her a brief glance. "You're quick, you know that? I don't think he was a burglar. But yes, I think he'll come." He could see the side lawn from this room, she realized, while from either of their rooms he could have seen only the back. If he isn't a burglar, why would he come back? Webb was silent a moment, then said, "Jessie's killer was never caught." She was suddenly chilled, and pulled the Afghan around her shoulders. You think whoever killed Jessie was in the house again that night, and hit me?" "I think it's possible. Your accident today wasn't an accident, Ro. Your brake line had been cut, and someone took a couple of shots at me the other day when I was late getting here for the party. I didn't have car trouble. My windshield was shot out." Roanna sucked in a deep, shocked breath, her mind reeling. She wanted to jump up and yell at him for not having said something before. She wanted to throw something. She wanted to get her hands on whoever had tried to shoot him. She couldn't do any of that, however. If she wanted him to finish telling her what was going on, she had to sit there and not make a lot of noise. She pulled herself together and tried to reason it out. "But why would whoever killed Jessie want to kill you? And me?" "I don't know," he said in frustration. "I've gone over and over everything that happened before Jessie died, and I can't think of anything. I didn't know she had a lover until Booley told me she was pregnant when she died, but why would he have killed Jessie? It would have made sense if he'd tried to kill me, but not Jessie. And if Jessie was killed because of something else she was doing, there wouldn't be a reason for the killer to come after you and me. We don't know who he is, and after 10 years he should feel safe from discovery, so why take the risk of starting it all again?" "So you don't think her lover is the one?" "I don't know. There's no reason for it. On the other hand, if I'm the real target, and have been all along, that means Jessie died because she was my wife. I thought she might have surprised the killer the same way you did, and he killed her so she couldn't identify him. I made sure it's common knowledge that you can't remember anything about the night you were attacked, so he wouldn't have that as a reason for coming back. But when your brake line was cut, I knew it had to be more than that. Tampering with your car was directed specifically at you." "Because we're getting married," she said, feeling sick inside. "But how could he have found out so fast? We just decided yesterday morning." "You started making arrangements yesterday," Webb said, shrugging. "Think of the people you called, all the people they must have told. News travels. Whoever it is must hate me a lot, to go after first Jessie, then you." "But Jessie's death had to be unplanned," Roanna argued. "No one could have known that y'all would argue that night, or that you would have gone to a bar. Normally you would have been at home." "I know," he said, exhaling hard in frustration. "I can't think of a reason for any of it. No matter how I look at it, some of the details don't fit." She got up from the bed and went over to him, needing his closeness. He put his arms around her and hugged her to him, tucking the Afghan more securely around her shoulders. She laid her head on his chest, softly breathing in the warm, musky scent of his skin. It was unthinkable that anything should happen to him. "Why do you think he'll come back tonight?" "Because he's made several attempts in a short period of time. He keeps coming back, trying something different. Loyal is watching from the stables. If he sees anything, he'll call me on the cellular phone, then notify the sheriff." "Are you armed?" He tilted his head toward the dresser. "There." She turned her head, and in the dimness could see a darker shape lying on top of the dresser. Abruptly, she knew what was different about his mood. This was how he must have been when he tracked the rustlers into Mexico, the hunter, the predator. Webb was a man not normally inclined to violence, but he would kill to protect his own. He wasn't excited or on edge. The thud of his heart beneath her head was steady. He was coolly, ruthlessly determined. "What if nothing happens tonight?" she asked. "Then we'll watch again tomorrow night. Eventually, we'll get him." She stood with him for a long time, staring out at the moonlit night until her eyes ached. Nothing moved, and the crickets chirped undisturbed. "You're sure the alarm is on?" He pointed to the code box beside the veranda doors. A tiny green light was steadily shining. A red light flashed if a door was opened, and if the code wasn't entered within 15 seconds, the alarm sounded. Webb appeared to have the patience of Job and the stamina of a marathoner. He stood unmoving, keeping watch, but Roanna couldn't manage to stand still for that length of time. She paced slowly around the dark bedroom, hugging the Afghan around her, until Webb said softly, "Why don't you lie down and get some sleep?" "I have insomnia, remember?" she shot back. "I only sleep after—" She stopped, and he chuckled. "I could say something crude, but I won't. I kind of like this strange type of insomnia," he teased. "It gives me incentive." "I haven't noticed that you needed any." "After we've been married 30 years or so, I might." He broke off, every line of his big body tensing. Roanna didn't hurry to the window, though that was her first urge. She was wearing a white nightgown. Her appearance at the window might be spotted. Instead, she whispered, "Do you see someone?" "The son of a bitch is slipping up the outside stairs," he murmured. "I didn't see him until just now. Probably Loyal didn't either." He took the cellular phone from his pocket and punched the numbers for Loyal's private line. A few seconds later, he said quietly, "He's here, coming up to the veranda by the outside stairs." That was all. He closed the phone and returned it to his pocket. "What do we do?" she whispered. "Wait and see what he does. Loyal is calling the sheriff. Then he's coming over as backup." He shifted his position a little, so he had a better angle to watch the silent intruder. The moonlight slanted across his face. "He's going around to the front. He's out of sight now." A red light blinked, catching Roanna's attention. She stared at the code box. "Webb, he's in the house. The light's blinking." He swore softly and moved across the room to get the pistol from the top of the dresser. Still watching the light, Roanna said, startled, "It stopped blinking. It's green again." He swung around and stared at the code box. Someone let him in. His voice was almost soundless, but laden with a quiet menace that didn't bode well for someone. Corliss. He kicked off his shoes and silently went to the door. "What are you going to do?" Roanna asked fiercely, trying to keep her voice down. It was difficult, with anger and fear rushing through her veins with every beat of her heart. She trembled with the need to go with him, but she forced herself to stand still. She had no means of protecting herself, and the last thing he needed was to have to worry about her. Try to get behind him. He opened the door the tiniest crack, looking down the hallway for the intruder. He couldn't see anything. He decided to wait, hoping the man would give away his position. He thought he heard a faint whisper of sound, but couldn't be certain. Seconds ticked past, and Webb took the risk of opening the door a bit more. He could see all the way to the front of the house now, on this side of the house, and the hallway was empty. He slipped out of the room and down the back hallway, his bare feet soundless on the carpet, keeping close to the wall. When he approached the corner, he slowed, lifting the pistol and pulling the hammer back. With his back flattened against the wall, he took a quick look around the corner. A dark figure loomed at the other end of the hallway. Webb jerked back, but not in time. He'd been seen. A thunderous shot reverberated through the house, and plaster flew from the wall. Webb swore viciously, even as he threw himself into the open, rolling, bringing his own weapon around. He squeezed off a shot, the heavy pistol bucking in his hand, but the dark figure at the other end darted toward Lucinda's door. Smoke filled the hallway, and the stench of cordite burned in his nostrils as Webb scrambled to his feet and threw himself forward. As he'd expected, the shots had the entire family opening their doors, poking their heads out. "God damn it, get back in your rooms!" he yelled furiously. Gloria ignored him and stepped completely out into the hallway. "Don't swear at me," she snapped. "What on earth is going on?" Behind her, the assailant stepped out into the hallway, but Gloria was between them and Webb couldn't get off a shot. Roughly, he shoved her, and with a cry, she sprawled to the floor. And he froze, suddenly helpless. The man had one arm hooked around Lucinda's neck, holding the frail old woman in front of him as a shield. The gun was steady in his other hand, the barrel laid against Lucinda's temple, and a savage grin was on his face. "Unload the gun real slow," he ordered, backing toward the front hallway. Webb didn't hesitate. There was an expression on the man's face that told him Lucinda would be dead if he didn't obey. With deliberate movements, he flipped open the cylinder and removed all the bullets. "Throw them behind you," the man said, and Webb obeyed, tossing the bullets down the hallway. "Now kick the gun toward me." Carefully he bent and placed the empty weapon on the carpet, then took his foot and shoved it toward the man, who made no move to pick it up. He didn't have to. He had separated the bullets from the weapon, so there was no way anyone could pick up a bullet, get to the pistol and reload it, then fire before he could shoot them. Lucinda was standing very still in his grip, as colorless as her nightgown. Her white hair was rumpled, as if he had dragged her from her bed, and perhaps he had, though more likely she had jumped up at the first shot and was coming to see what had happened when he grabbed her. The man looked around, his savage grin growing even bigger as he saw all the people standing frozen in their bedroom doors, except for Gloria, who was still lying on the carpet and whimpering softly. "Everybody!" he suddenly bellowed. "I want to see everybody. I know who you all are, so if anybody tries to hide, I'll put a bullet in the old biddy's head. You got 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Harlan stepped out of the bedroom and bent to help Gloria to her feet. She clung to him, still whimpering. Greg and Lynette came out of their rooms, ashen-faced. 4. Webb saw Corliss and Brock appear from the other hallway. The man looked around. "There's one more," he said, sneering. "We're missing your little broodmare, Talent. Where is she? You think I'm fooling around about killing this old bitch?" No, Webb thought. No. As much as he loved Lucinda, he couldn't bear the thought of risking Roanna. "Run," he silently pleaded with her. "Run, darling. Get help. Run." The man looked to the left and gave a pleased laugh. "There she is. Come on out, darling. Join the happy crowd." Roanna slipped forward, moving to stand between Corliss and the front double doors of the veranda. She was as pale as Lucinda, her slender figure almost insubstantial. She stared at the man and gasped, going even whiter. "Well, ain't this nice?" the man crowed, grinning at Roanna. "I see you remember me." "Yes," she said faintly. "That's good, because I remember you real well. Me and you got some unfinished business. You gave me a scare when you walked up on me here in the hall that night, but I heard tell that little bump on the head gave you a concussion, and you don't remember nothing about it, that right?" "Yes," she said again, her eyes huge and dark in her white face. He laughed, evidently pleased by the irony. His cold eyes swept over them all. "A real family reunion. All of you get together over here in the front hall, under the light, so I can see all of you real good." He moved back out of reach, holding Lucinda's head arched back as Webb silently shepherded the others forward, grouping them together with Corliss, Brock, and Roanna. Webb spared a single murderous look at Corliss. She was watching the man as if fascinated, but there wasn't a single flicker of fear on her face. She had let him in, and she was too stupid to realize he would kill her too. All of them were dead, unless he did something. He tried to move closer to Roanna, hoping that perhaps he could shield her with his body, that somehow she might survive. The man said, shaking his head. "You stand still, you bastard." "Who are you?" Gloria shrilled. "Turn loose of my sister!" "Shut up, bitch, or I'll feed the first bullet to you." "It's a good question," Webb said. He stared at the man with a cool, hard gaze. Who the hell are you?" Lucinda spoke, her bloodless lips moving. "His name," she said clearly, "is Harper Neely." The man gave a rough, feral laugh. "I see you've heard of me." "I know who you are. I made it a point to find out." "Did you now? That's real interesting. Wonder why you never visited. We're family after all." He laughed again. Webb didn't want his attention on Lucinda. Didn't want him watching any of them except himself. "Why, goddammit?" he snarled. "What do you want? I don't know you. I've never even heard of you." If he could stall long enough, Loyal might be able to work himself into position and do something, or the sheriff would arrive. All he had to do was stall. "Because you killed her," Neely said viciously. "You killed my girl, you fucking bastard." "Jessie?" Webb stared at him, astonished. "I didn't kill Jessie." "God damn you, don't lie!" Neely roared, jerking the pistol from Lucinda's temple to point it at Webb. "You found out about us and you killed her." "No," Webb said sharply. "I didn't. I didn't have any idea she was cheating on me. I didn't know until after the autopsy when the sheriff told me she was pregnant. I knew it couldn't be mine." "You knew. You knew and you killed her. You killed my girl and you killed my baby. And I'm going to make you watch while I kill your baby. I'm going to shoot this little bitch right in the stomach, and you're going to stand there and watch her die, and then I'm going to do you." "He didn't kill Jessie!" Lucinda's voice rang out over Neely's. She lifted her white head high. "I did." The pistol wavered slightly. "Don't try to mess with me, old woman," Neely panted. Webb kept his attention glued to Neely. The man's eyes were gleaming hotly, sweat beading on his face as he worked himself into a frenzy. He was planning to kill 9 people. He'd already wasted 1 shot. The pistol was an automatic. How many bullets did it have in the clip? Some carried as many as 17, but still, after the first shot, he could hardly expect them all to stand there like sheep waiting for the slaughter. He had to realize that he was in an almost impossible situation, but that made him all the more unstable. He had nothing to lose. "I killed her," Lucinda repeated. "You're lying. It was him. Everybody knows it was him." "I didn't mean to kill her," Lucinda said calmly. "It was an accident. I was scared. I didn't know what to do. If Webb had actually been arrested, I would have confessed. But Booley couldn't find any evidence because there wasn't any. Webb didn't do it." She gave Webb a look of sorrow, of love, of regret. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "You're lying!" Neely howled, jerking her hard against him and tightening his arm around her throat. "I'll break your goddamn neck if you don't shut up!" Greg jumped for him. Quiet, unassuming Greg, who had let Lynette run their lives without even opening his mouth to give an opinion. Lynette screamed, and Neely jerked back, firing once. Greg stumbled and fell forward, all of his coordination suddenly gone, his legs and arms moving spasmodically. He sprawled on the floor, his chest heaving and his eyes wide with surprise. Then he gave a funny little cough that turned into a moan as blood slowly spread beneath him. Lynette stuffed her fingers into her mouth, staring in horror at her husband. She started forward, instinctively going to him. "Don't move!" Neely screamed, waving the pistol erratically. "I'll kill the next one who moves!" Corliss was staring down at her father, her mouth open, her expression stunned. "You shot my daddy," she said in amazement. "Shut up, you fucking bitch! Stupid!" he sneered. "You're so fucking stupid!" Webb caught the faintest movement out of the corner of his eyes. He didn't dare move, didn't dare turn his head, as terror seized him. Roanna shifted again, just the slightest of movements, taking her a fraction of an inch closer to the doors. On the code box to the left of the doors, Webb saw the green light change to red. Roanna had opened the door. 15 seconds. The deafening blare would be all the diversion he would get. He began counting, hoping he could time it right. Tears streamed down Corliss's face as she stared down at Greg, feebly writhing on the floor. "Daddy," she said. She looked back at Neely, and her face twisted with rage, and something else. "You shot my daddy!" she screamed, lunging at Neely, her hands extended like claws. He pulled the trigger again. Corliss skidded. Her torso jerked backward even as her feet tried to keep moving. Lynette screamed hoarsely, and the pistol swung unevenly toward her. The alarm went off, the shrill, deafening sound, painful in its intensity. Neely's finger tightened on the trigger even as Webb was moving, and the bullet plowed into the wall right over Lynette's head. Neely shoved Lucinda to the side, his free hand coming up to cover one ear as he tried to bring the pistol around. Webb hit him, driving one shoulder hard into the man's stomach, slamming him back against the wall. With his left hand, he grabbed Neely's right wrist, holding it up so he couldn't shoot anyone else, even if he pulled the trigger. Neely shoved back, gathering himself. He was enraged and as strong as an ox. Brock threw himself into the fray, adding his strength to Webb's, as they both forced Neely's arm back, pinning it to the wall, but still the man pushed back against them. Webb drove his knee upward, slamming it into Neely's groin. A choked, guttural sound exploded from him, then he gasped soundlessly, his mouth working. He began sliding down the wall, taking them with him, and the movement wrenched his arm free of their grasp. Webb grabbed for the gun as the three of them sprawled on the floor in a tangle. Neely got his breath back with a high-pitched shriek of laughter, and only then did Webb realize that the shriek of the alarm had stopped, that Roanna had silenced it as quickly as she had set it off. Neely was scrabbling around, turning his body, still laughing in that shrill, maniacal tone that made the hair stand up on Webb's neck. He was staring at something and laughing as he struggled, squirming on the floor, trying to bring the pistol around one more time. Roanna. She was kneeling beside Lucinda, tears running down her face as she looked from her grandmother to where Webb was struggling with Neely, obviously torn between the two of them. Roanna. She was a perfect target, a little isolated from everyone else because Lynette, Gloria, and Harlan had rushed to Greg and Corliss. Her nightgown was a pristine white, perfect, impossible to miss at this range. The gray metal of the barrel inched around, despite his and Brock's best efforts to hold Neely's arm still, to wrestle the gun away from him. Webb roared with fury, a great rush of it that surged through his muscles, his brain, obscuring everything in a red tide. He lunged forward that extra inch, his hand clamping down on Neely's, slowly forcing the gun back, until he literally broke it free as the bones in Neely's thick fingers popped under the pressure. He screamed, writhing on the floor, his eyes going blank with pain. Webb staggered to his feet, still holding the gun. "Brock," he said in a low, harsh voice. "Move." Brock scrambled away from Neely. Webb's face was cold, and Neely must have read his death there. He tried to surge upward, reaching for the gun, and Webb pulled the trigger. At almost point-blank range, one shot was all he needed. The reverberation faded away, and in the distance he could hear the faint wail of sirens. Lucinda was trying feebly to sit up. Roanna helped her, bracing the old woman with her own body. Lucinda was gasping for breath, her color absolutely gray as she pressed her hand to her chest. He was her father, she gasped, desperately, reaching out to Webb, trying to make him understand. I couldn't let her have that baby. She choked and grimaced, pressing harder on her chest with her other hand. She collapsed back against Roanna, her body going limp and sagging to the floor. Webb looked around at his family, at the blood and destruction and grief. Over the groans of pain, the sobs, he said in a steely voice, "This stays in the family. Do you understand? I'll do the talking. Neely was Jessie's father. He thought I killed her, and he was out for revenge. That's it. Do you understand? All of you, do you understand? No one knows who really killed Jessie." They looked back at him, the survivors, and they understood. Lucinda's terrible secret remained just that, a secret. 3 days later, Roanna sat by Lucinda's bed in the cardiac intensive care unit, holding the old lady's hand and gently stroking it as she talked to her. Her grandmother had suffered a massive heart attack, and her body was already so frail that the doctors hadn't expected her to live through the night. Roanna had been by her bedside all that night, whispering to her, telling her of the great-grandchild that was on its way, and despite all logic and medical knowledge, Lucinda had rallied. Roanna stayed until Webb had forced her to go home and rest, but was back as soon as he would allow it. They all marched to Webb's orders, the family closing ranks behind him. There was so much to get through that they were all numb. They had buried Corliss the day before. Greg was in intensive care in Birmingham. The bullet had clipped his spine, and the doctors expected him to have some paralysis, but they thought he would be able to walk with the aid of a cane. Only time would tell. Lynette was like a zombie, moving silently between her daughter's funeral and her husband's hospital bed. Gloria and Harlan were in almost the same state, shocked and bewildered. Brock handled the funeral arrangements and took care of the others, his good-looking face lined with grief and fatigue, but his fiancée was at his side the entire time, and he took comfort from her. Roanna looked up when Webb came into the small cubicle. Lucinda's eyes brightened when she saw him, then filmed with tears. It was the first time she had been awake when he'd been to visit. She groped for his hand, and he reached out to gently take her fingers in his. "So sorry," she whispered, gasping for breath. "I should have said something. I never meant for you to take the blame." "I know," he murmured. "I was so scared," she continued, determined to get it said now after all the years of silence. "I went to your rooms after you left, tried to talk some sense into her. She was wild, wouldn't listen, said she was going to teach you a lesson." The confession came hard. She had to gasp for breath between every few words, and the effort was making perspiration shine on her face, but she focused her gaze on Webb's face and refused to rest. "She said she would have Harper Neely's baby and pass it off as yours. I couldn't let her do it. Knew who he was. Her own father. Abomination." She drew a deep breath, shuddering with the effort. On her other side, Roanna held tightly to her hand. "I told her no. Told her she had to get rid of it. Abortion. She laughed, and I slapped her. She went wild, knocked me down, kicked me, I think, trying to kill me. I got away, picked up the andiron. She came at me again. I hit her," she said, tears rolling down her face. "I loved her," she said weakly, closing her eyes, "but I couldn't let her have that baby." There was a soft, scraping sound at the sliding glass doors. Webb turned his head to see Booley standing there, his expression weary. He gave Booley a hard stare and turned back to Lucinda. "I know," he murmured as he bent over her. "I understand. You just get well now. You have to be at our wedding, or I'll be mighty disappointed, and I won't forgive you for that." He glanced at Roanna. She, too, was staring at Booley, a cool look in those brown eyes that dared him to do or say anything that would upset Lucinda. Booley jerked his head at Webb, indicating that he wanted to talk to him outside. Webb patted Lucinda's hand, carefully placed it on the bed, and joined the former sheriff. Silently they walked out of the CICU and down the long hall, past the waiting room where relatives kept endless vigils. Booley glanced into the crowded room and continued strolling. "Guess it all makes sense now," he finally said. Webb remained silent. "No point in it going any further," Booley mused. "Neely's dead, and there wouldn't be any use in pressing any sort of charges against Lucinda. No evidence anyway, just the ramblings of a dying old woman. No point in stirring up a lot of talk, all for nothing." "I appreciate it, Booley," said Webb. The old man clapped him on the back and gave him a level, knowing look. "It's over, son," he said. "Get on with your life." Then he turned and walked slowly to the elevator, and Webb retraced his steps to the CICU. He knew what Booley had been telling him. Bashirs hadn't asked too many questions about Neely's death, had in fact skirted around some things that were fairly obvious. Bashirs had been around. He knew an execution when he saw one. Webb quietly re-entered the cubicle, where Roanna was once again talking softly to Lucinda, who seemed to be dozing. She looked up, and he felt his breath catch in his chest as he stared at her. He wanted to grab her in his arms and never let her go because he had come so close to losing her. When she had explained about her confrontation with Neely over his treatment of his horse, Webb's blood had run cold. It had been just after that when Neely had broken into the house for the first time, and when Roanna walked up on him, he had to have thought she would recognize him. He would have killed her then, Webb was certain, if Roanna hadn't awakened enough to scream when Neely hit her. His idea of putting it about that the concussion had caused her to lose her memory about that night, just as a precaution, had undoubtedly saved her life, because otherwise Neely would have tried to get to her sooner, before Webb managed to have the alarm installed. As it was, Neely had been within a hair's breadth of settling that pistol sight on her, and that had signed his death warrant. Webb went to her, gently touching her chestnut hair, stroking one finger down her cheek. She rested her head on him, sighing as she rubbed her cheek against his shirt. She knew. She had been watching. And as she had knelt beside Lucinda, when he had turned back to her after pulling the trigger, she had given him a tiny nod. "She's asleep," Roanna said now, keeping her voice to a whisper. "But she's going to come home again. I know it." She paused. "I told her about the baby." Webb knelt on the floor and put his arms around her, and she bent her head down to him, and he knew that he held his entire world there in his arms. Their wedding was very quiet, very small, and took place over a month later than they had originally planned. It was held in the garden just after sunset. The gentle shades of twilight lay softly over the land. Peach lights glowed in the arbor where Webb waited beside the minister. A few rows of white chairs had been set up on each side of the aisle, and every face was turned toward Roanna as she walked down the carpet laid out on the grass. Every face was beaming. Greg and Lynette sat in the first row. Greg was in a wheelchair, but his prognosis was good. With physical therapy, the doctors said, he would likely regain most of the use of his left leg, though he would always limp. Lynette had cared for her husband with a fierce devotion that refused to let him give up, even when his grief over Corliss had almost defeated him. Gloria and Harlan were also in the first row, both of them looking much older as they held hands, but they too were smiling. Brock pushed Lucinda's wheelchair to keep pace with Roanna's stately stride. Lucinda was dressed in her favorite peach, and she wore her pearls and makeup. She smiled at everyone as they passed. Her frail, gnarled fingers were linked with the slender ones of her granddaughter, and they went together up the aisle, just as Roanna had wanted. They reached the arbor, and Webb reached out for Roanna's hand, drawing her to his side. Brock positioned Lucinda's wheelchair so that she was in the traditional place as matron of honor, then took up his own position as best man. Webb's gaze briefly met Lucinda's. There was a serene, almost translucent quality to her. The doctors had said she wouldn't have long, but she had confounded them once again, and it was beginning to look as if she might make it through the winter after all. She was saying now that she wanted to wait until she knew if her great-grandchild was a boy or a girl. Roanna had immediately stated that she had no intention of letting the doctor or ultrasound technician tell her the baby's sex before its birth, and Lucinda had laughed. "Forgive me," she had said. And he had. He couldn't hold on to anger, to hurt, when he had so much to look forward to. Roanna turned her radiant face up to him, and he almost kissed her right then, before the ceremony even started. "Woof," he whispered, so low that only she could hear him, and he felt her stifle a giggle at what had turned into their private code for "I want you." She smiled more readily these days. He'd lost count, at least in his mind. His heart still noted each and every curve of her lips. Their fingers twined together, and he lost himself in her whiskey-colored eyes as the words began, washing over them in the soft purple twilight. "Dearly beloved, we are gathered here together." End of Shades of Twilight by Linda Howard.